You ever live somewhere that feels like a prank from the universe? That's Elmwood. Not in the middle of nowhere. More like someone accidentally parked on top of nowhere, reversed over something important, and built a town anyway. My name's Morgan Morrow. I'm 29. I flunked out of police academy because, allegedly, handcuffing yourself to the exam table while yelling, "You'll never catch me alive, coppers," counts as concerning behaviour. So now I work part-time as a courier for Elmwood Express. We deliver everything except babies and explosives. Unless you tick the wrong box. Which happens more often than you'd think. The other half of my day is usually spent writing a list of all the things I need to do to become a real police officer. Then forgetting where I put the list and eating pizza instead. My therapist called that an unhealthy cycle. So I've unofficially promoted myself to town investigator, until I find that list anyway. I've got no badge, no jurisdiction, and no real skills, apart from the ability to down 6 cans of Monster and fall into a conspiracy rabbit hole like it's a religious experience. But my special interest is in justice, and someone's got to keep an eye on things. Especially since the police chief spends most of his time talking to an enchanted, very badly taxidermied ferret with a little hat and no people skills. His name's Julian. The ferret, not the police chief. All right, did I mention the town's not normal? Elmwood's weird. You don't move here, you just are here. 1 minute you're on a lazy Sunday drive. Take a wrong turn onto a road that shouldn't exist. Blink, and suddenly your mail's being delivered by a sentient weather balloon named Carl. Yes, I'm serious. Carl's cool. Little judgy. The main residents are cryptids, but they're mostly chill. Bigfoot's our park ranger. Nice guy. Bit too into Pinterest. The Wendigo runs a bookshop. Doesn't talk much, but if she's having a good day, she gives disturbingly accurate relationship advice. And then there's Malcolm, a wizard. Drinks too much. Smells like regret. Legally not allowed within 100 metres of a carousel. It's fine. Everything's fine. Except my shed, which has for the past 3 nights refused to open, only to unlock itself the moment I walk away. Last night it whispered something in Latin. Tonight I'm going in. Because if there's one thing you should know about me, it's this. I'm either going to solve Elmwood's biggest mysteries or die trying. Possibly in a shed-related accident. Anyway, I'll be back in a bit. I need to deliver an emergency order of mushrooms to a pregnant Wapaloosie. Until then, any ideas on how to sweet talk a Latin whispering shed into giving back my hedge trimmer? Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the delay. I lost the laptop. Just for a sec. It was under the bread in the kitchen. I know I didn't put it there, so it must have been him. But that's a story for another time. Anyway, brought a torch and a crowbar and a bag of Monster Munch because I panic snack when I'm scared. Don't judge me. The shed sits at the edge of my garden like it knows something I don't, which is statistically likely because yesterday it growled at me in a dead language I had to Google. Apparently, it said, 8 eyes have seen too much. Not quite sure what I'm meant to do with that info, but I really think 8 eyes need to mind their own business. Naturally, I noped out of there quite fast, but returned with snacks and emotional baggage because at the end of the day, this is my shed. I've been inside before, obviously. It was years ago though. I think I was going through my gardening phase. It had paint cans, a hedge trimmer, and a dead spider I called Stephen. Well, it wasn't dead when I named it, but, I mean, it's been years. Now, the woods walked, the door breathes.
I swear I saw an eye blink in the knot in the wood. It opened for me before I even touched the handle. Of course it did. I stepped in. Inside, it was bigger, like way bigger. Physics gave up about 6 feet in. The floor was carpeted in a thick layer of dust-coated webs. There was a coat rack made entirely of chicken bones, and a framed picture of my Year 5 class photo, with all the other kids scratched out. Cool, 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 I whispered to myself as my torch flickered like it had something dramatic to say. And then came the voice. Deep, gravelly, British. Sounded like if Alan Rickman had a sinus infection. State your purpose. Now, if I were a normal person, I'd have screamed, maybe cried, called my mum, but I'm Morgan. I adjusted my hoodie, held up my torch like a weapon, and said, I live here. Who the hell are you? Silence. Then a sigh. Morgan? No, I'm Morgan, I shot back. And then it stepped forward. 8 spindly legs barely supported a massive segmented body the colour of an old bruise. Its mandibles dripped a thick viscous liquid that sizzled slightly as it hit the floor. Its 8 eyes shone in the dim light like shattered glass marbles, spinning and twitching in their sockets. It creaked and clicked as it moved, impossibly large, an eldritch abomination wearing the scent of mildew and half-remembered childhood trauma. It towered over me, at least 6 feet tall and just as wide. My knees locked. My monster munch hit the floor. Shit, I croaked out, strangled with fear, not sure if it was for the lost crisps or that thing. My torch blinked once, dramatically, and gave up, plunging me into darkness. Oh, shit, I said again. This time it was definitely because I was in trouble. I braced for death. Then, in the dim glow of the moonlight, it smiled. A cheerfully teary-eyed, crooked, horrific smile. It's me, it chirped. Stephen! Shit. Stephen? The spider thing, Stephen, wiggled what I can only assume was a smile. Missed you, he chirped. Right, I said, taking a slow, measured step backwards. Missed you too, mate. Love what you've done with the place, especially the murder carpet and cursed photo wall. Another step. Stephen shifted his weight, each leg creaking like a haunted rocking chair. You should stay, he said. Catch up, have snacks. I would, really, but I've left the oven on. And also the iron, and also I just remembered I don't want to be here anymore. The shed groaned. The door, somehow still behind me, creaked back open, bless it. Stephen tilted his head. I'll see you soon? Yeah, definitely. We'll do lunch. Just not today, or tomorrow, or ever. Okay, bye. So, yeah, that's where we are. The shed's not gaslighting me. It's just haunted by a 6-foot spider who remembers my birthday and wants to hang out. Cool. Totally normal. Love that for me. That's what you get for naming a spider and assuming he wouldn't grow up into an emotionally complex cryptid. There's so much more to tell you all, but right now, I really need a bath and a sleep and possibly more monster munch. I'm meeting Tyrone in the morning to deliver a box labelled "Do not water after midnight." Because apparently I've become the local eldritch Amazon. Maybe I'll tell you how that goes, assuming it doesn't hatch first. You ever show up early for work just to prove you're capable of being a responsible adult? Only to realise the person who'd be impressed the most by that is currently locked in a psychic feedback loop of compare the meerkat ads and funeral plan jingles. Yeah, that was today. I got to the depot at 6:45 a.m. The moon was still out. It's okay, it wasn't full. I'm not that dumb. I was feeling motivated, alert, mildly caffeinated. Then I got a text from Tyrrell.
Running late, fam. Saturn infiltrated my subconscious and sold me life insurance in my dreams. I'm knackered. But I need to try and claim this back, bruv. I can't afford to be done like this twice. You get me? I'm also suddenly aware I'm going to die someday. Probably soon. Maybe Tuesday.
Right. Honestly, I don't even know how to respond to that. So now I'm here, alone, in the depot, bored. So I suppose I have time to tell you a little more about me. If you haven't already read my first ramblings, my name's Morgan. I live in Elmwood, a town you definitely won't find on TripAdvisor. The brave explorers who find this place through sheer bad luck and word of mouth don't usually return home. Or at least, not the same anyway. And any that do and are Karen enough to write a review usually find their posts mysteriously vanish by morning. Or worse, they get one very polite email from a Mr. Balthazar at Local Realities Management asking them to kindly rephrase their comment about the screaming sky hole. And then they vanish too. Or in rarer cases, they get visited by 3 ghosts claiming to be the spirits of Christmas past. Except it's not Christmas, and instead of festive cheer, they just scream in reverse Latin and make you relive your most embarrassing childhood memories in high-def surround sound. Honestly, I'd rather disappear. One time I complained to Sheila in Paranormal Resources about the amount of hair left in the break room, and boom, 12 a.m. the next night, Gary, herald of poor life choices, comes in, and I spend 2 hours reliving the time I peed myself in year 3. Rule of thumb, don't complain.
But since we're already here, and Till's probably still being gently spoon-fed nightmares by the life insurance gremlins, I might as well tell you what actually happened that night. So picture this. It's 11:59 p.m. I'm asleep, dreaming about something wholesome. Probably pizza, possibly vengeance. Then the room drops 20 degrees and the smoke alarm starts sobbing. At exactly 12 a.m, my lights flicker, my toaster levitates, and a Victorian child's voice whispers, "It's time." Enter Gary. Gary doesn't knock. He just phases through the wall like an unpaid bill and stands at the foot of my bed, glowing faintly and holding a clipboard. He's 7 feet tall, draped in funeral formal wear, and smells like burnt toast and regret.
"Morgan,"
he says with the tone of someone who's seen too much and isn't paid enough.
"you have been marked for retrospective life evaluation. Please remain seated in your subconscious until shame concludes."
Oh, come on, Gary, not this again.
"Yes, this again. You know the rules. Snitches get stitches."
Oh, Before I can say anything else, my bedroom dissolves into a year 3 classroom. I'm 8 years old again. I'm doing a presentation on spiders, ironic in hindsight, and mid-sentence I sneeze. And sneeze. And then fully wet myself, in front of the whole class. In this ghost-powered VR remake, the other kids begin chanting, "Dribble pants, in reverse Latin, while the teacher turns into a sock puppet that just keeps whispering, "Disappointment." This goes on for 2 hours. At one point, Gary offers me popcorn.
"It's salted,"
he says.
"From your tears."
Eventually, I wake up in a cold sweat, with one hand suspiciously placed in a glass of cold water, a sticker on my chest that says, "Shame achieved," So yeah, Gary's real. He's efficient, and he will emotionally detonate you if you complain about break room hygiene. Elmwood's got policies, okay? Anyway, I'm a part-time courier here at Elmwood Express and full-time legend. Just recently, through sheer determination and a nerve of steel, I managed to uncover the secrets of my garden shed, which, as it turns out, is not just a shed. It's a dimensional horror pocket with questionable interior decorating and a 6-foot cryptid spider named Stephen, who, honestly, I think is in love with me. So that's where I'm at in life. And now I'm back at the depot. Too early, too alone, and staring at a suspiciously shaky crate in the corner marked "Do not feed after midnight." Again. It's making a ticking sound now, and I don't know if it's a clock or teeth. BRB, going to poke it with a broom.
Yo, I just want to start this off by saying it's Tyrone, not Tyrell.
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 Yell.
Bro, just call me T.
So T arrived just after I gave the box a little pope. Just as well, really, as I'd have probably let my impulses win and done it a second time. There's an old wives' tale here in Elmwood. It goes, never poke a box if it growls, and definitely not if it growls in a Scottish accent. I might be slightly paraphrasing. Either way, it was probably a bad idea to provoke the box.
Yo, bro, whoa, no.
T announced as he walked in and saw me poised, broom in hand. What? I said innocently. That rhymed, I giggled, also like an absolute child.
That's our next delivery, bruv. I don't have the funds to be docked for a damaged package. Couldn't cancel the life insurance. Locked into a contract, apparently.
Note to self, don't sign dream contracts, even if they offer a free pen. Did you get the pen?
What?
Nothing. The package was heavy, like suspiciously unnaturally heavy. Like maybe it had eaten another, smaller package to assert dominance. Naturally, I did the whole weaponised incompetence thing. Flipped my hair. Added some flair. RT, this is so heavy. Can you lift it into the van whilst I go get a snack? I mean, the sack of packages, obviously. Phew, nailed it. He stared at me with the kind of expression that said he'd seen through it, but was too emotionally drained to care.
Fine,
he muttered, grabbing the box. The moment he touched it, it made a sound, like a purr, but deeper, and with malice. Did that box just purr? I asked.
No?
We both paused. The box purred again, louder, then whispered.
Aye, that's the good hand.
He dropped it, and I dropped my monster munch. Wait, what? T bent down slowly, frowning at the crate like it had just called him by his full government name.
Bro, what is even in this thing?
I crouched beside him, squinting. And that's when we saw it. Stickers. A lot of them. Same exact colour as the crate. Slightly shinier. You'd never notice unless you were really looking. There was the big one on top, do not feed after midnight, but the rest, deliver straight to recipient, do not drop, there is no safe place, and our personal favourite, if it begs, do not respond. T sat back with a sigh.
Safe. So, it's not just heavy. It's alive.
Thought you'd have got that from the talking just there, no? Never mind. Technically, I said, trying to sound helpful, it hasn't done anything illegal, yet. As if on cue, the crate made a tiny wet hiccuping noise and whispered.
Feed me a finger and I'll give you your future.
T stood up.
Nah, absolutely not. Get in the van. We're delivering it. Now.
I, of course, made no move to help and instead picked up my crushed monster munch and headed to the passenger seat. I had priorities. Note to self: gloves. Bring gloves. Maybe holy water. Maybe both. Now, it could have just ended there. A swift drive down the road, plop the box on the doorstep, ring the doorbell and leg it. But no. Okay. What's the address? I muttered as I flipped through the manifest. Shit. T looked up from trying to fasten his seatbelt.
That's never good.
I held up the manifest like it had personally betrayed me. The house past the 6 pine, I read aloud, where the trees stopped whispering. He blinked.
Isn't that
Yep.
where the guy with the melted gnome collection used to live?
Double yep.
Didn't a squirrel burst into flames there once?
It was a ferret, but yeah. We both stared at the crate again, through one little air hole, and I blinked back.
Do we have to deliver it?
T asked, already knowing the answer.
We could just set it on fire.
It says deliver straight to recipient on the box, I muttered. T exhaled through his nose.
Just making sure we're legally required to do something stupid. Shut up, bruv.
T muttered to the box as he started the van. The van ride was mostly silent, apart from the occasional taunts from the crate and one unsettling moment when it softly sang the chorus to I Will Survive, but replaced every word with disappointment.
If you stopped eating for a second, maybe we could help each other out.
The box spoke up halfway through the drive.
It would also help out your pant size here.
It was at that point I kinda, maybe, knew what it was. I'm not listening to you, I chimed.
Oh, but I know you are. With ears that big, you could hear sign language.
I knew it could see us, I muttered, shifting lower in my seat.
Can I punt it?
T asked, eyeing the crate through the rear view mirror as it squirmed slightly.
You could try.
The crate replied smugly.
But I've seen your coordination, bruv.
T stiffened.
I am not being verbally assaulted by a crate.
T hissed, putting the van in park.
You already lost, bro, here. Your posture told me everything.
T, no, don't. That's what it wants, I called after him as he leapt from the van and stormed to the back. You see, dear reader, this thing is a demogatory, a fluffy, portable insult generator wrapped in fur and spite. Think party animal from that film Barnyard. It's like if a demonic beanbag chair drank too much Monster and got a TikTok account dedicated to bullying people at petrol stations. Demons used to be summoned by cultists, blood circles, candles, goat screams. Back in my day. I'm old. Anyway, back in my day, you had to put actual effort into summoning chaos. Now, you just check a box that says include verbal cruelty, yes/no, and pay the delivery fee. Progress. They're technically minor demons, but their emotional damage output is significant. They feed on self-esteem like it's cake, and the more you flinch, the stronger they get. And someone had just paid good money to have one delivered to a cursed house in the woods. Why? Maybe it was for protection, maybe it was bait, maybe it was just a very niche birthday gift. T once delivered a cursed singing fish plaque that recited the confessions of a sociopath when wet to a wedding reception, so nothing's really off the table anymore. What I do know is this. I just heard the crate unlatch and T's gone quiet, which is never, ever a good sign. Well, that was an adventure. I think T's dream sales guy had a premonition. Where was I? Oh, yeah. T? I whispered.
He didn't answer. I could hear the crate creaking open and a tiny fluffy voice whispering,
Well, 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 if it isn't the failed potential and crippling avoidance issues.
Something whimpered. T, you good? I called, already regretting it.
Bro, it's so small.
He whispered. Oh, that's okay, mate. It's not the size that matters. I started as I edged around the van, and there it was. The monster. He was talking about the demogatory. I knew that. It was about a foot tall, covered in patchy rage-textured fur, big eyes, tiny horns, arms crossed like a disappointed life coach. It was standing on top of the crate, staring straight at T.
You peaked in year 8.
It said helpfully. T looked like he was going to cry. T, mate, don't listen to it. You'll only make it stronger. You, get back in the crate, you fluffy little hell goblin. It turned to me, slowly, grinning.
And you, how's that unprocessed childhood trauma coming along? Still journaling, or just crying in the bath again?
I don't even have a bath, I snapped.
Exactly.
Anyway, I don't just journal. I have a very successful YouTube channel, actually.
Ah, yes. You and your 20 subscribers are changing the world, eh?
T squeaked. The demogatory hopped off the crate like he was about to start a TED talk titled, Why You Deserve It. I grabbed the nearest thing I could find, a box of bubble wrap, and flung it. It bounced off his head. He didn't flinch.
Pathetic attempt. Very on brand.
So yeah, the demon was loose. T was broken. And I was out of bubble wrap. This is fine. T slammed the van door shut. Hard. Our T's fixed. The demogatory shrieked, not in pain or fear, in offended surprise.
Ood!
It howled from inside the van.
You'll be hearing from my solicitor.
Do you have a solicitor? I asked.
No, but I insult one on Twitter weekly. That's basically the same.
Touché. We stared at the van. It rocked slightly as the thing inside paced, muttering increasingly targeted insults and occasionally reciting poetry that rhymed futility with your personality. T turned to me.
We going?
Yep. We climbed into the cab, turned the ignition and... nothing. Just a grinding wheeze. We tried again. Still nothing. The van was stuck. In the middle of the whispering woods, right where the fog thickens and the birds stop pretending they're normal. I reached for my phone. I scrolled desperately through my apps and hit the emergency Elmwood recovery contact. Ricky's Rockin' Roadside Recovery. The icon was a yeti in high vis. Oh, crap.
Why is it not working?
I've got no credit.
Credit? Bruh, how old are you? You need a plan.
I have a plan, I snapped. Walk.
That's not what I meant, bruv. A data plan.
He leaned back smugly.
I get unlimited calls, text and data for only $19.99 a month. It came to me in a dream. Now I'm locked into a 2-year contract, but it's all good this time.
Really? I asked, suspicious.
No cap.
I get that. But is that what you really get?
I just said, no cap.
Yes, but I know it's unlimited. I mean, is that an actual deal? This went on for a while.
The van creaked behind us. The fog pressed closer, and somewhere inside the demogatory laughed.
Stupid millennial.
I think I just need to stop and add here. How the hell was I meant to know that no cap meant that you're not lying? The two things don't even sound the same. Just say, yeah, Morgan, it's true. No cap, for Christ's sake. Anyway.
We were still arguing about phone plans when dim headlights appeared in the distance. It's hard to tell with the fog clinging to the air like that one ex that just didn't want to let go because life's not worth living without you. But they were flickering, like mildly disco themed. Made me feel like I was back in a 90s school disco with too many hot dogs and not enough oxygen. A beat up truck rolled out of the fog with Ricky's Rockin' Roadside Recovery hand painted on the side in glittering runes. The door creaked open and Ricky climbed out. 8-foot tall yeti, sunglasses, high-vis jacket with sequins, mismatched Crocs.
Hi, Queens. What you doing all the way down here?
He asked, voice smooth like jazz, and a drag queen had a cryptid baby. Delivering a parcel, I said, blinking. Then T got us stuck. Then
She didn't have a plan.
T interrupted. Ricky nodded solemnly. He walked up to the van, stopped, sniffed the air, then turned to us with a frown.
You got a demogatory in there?
Well, in the van, out the box. Yeah,
It's loose.
he hissed.
Wait, you're not going to help?
I don't get paid enough to beef with box demons, darling. I'm fabulous, not fearless. Toodles!
He said, sliding back into the cab. And just like that, poof, he was gone. Vanishing back into the fog like a ghost with good boundaries. We were alone again. No van, no phone, no patience. Brilliant. Sob this, I muttered as I pulled out the map from the glove box, hands still shaking slightly. All right, we're about a mile from the drop point. It's a straight shot through the forest. T looked at me like I'd just suggested cartwheeling through a minefield.
A mile? Carrying that?
We both glanced at the crate. Solid wood, evil aura, emotionally damaging.
I'm not dragging that thing through the woods. It'll escape.
Oh my goodness, you are 7 sandwiches short of a picnic, aren't you? If I wanted to escape, I would have. But this is important. I want to be delivered.
It leaned its fuzzy little elbows on the seats and batted its horrible little eyes.
Carry me, and I'll come willingly, like a baby.
It purred.
Like the emotional burden I am.
T stared at the crate, then at me, then back at the crate.
We can't both carry it.
He said. Nope.
We can't leave it.
Double nope.
We doing this?
I nodded. We squared up. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. I threw scissors. He threw paper. He winced before the outcome had even landed.
Best of 3?
Nice try. He held the crate open. The demogatory sat there, smug as a gremlin in a hot tub.
Oh, look. Equality. Bet you weren't expecting emotional labor to be this literal, huh?
I scooped it up. It was surprisingly warm, and heavier than it looked. And fuzzy. It clung to my jacket like a possessive cat, and let out a happy This is the worst day of my life, I muttered.
You say that every day. It's called consistency.
We started walking. The forest creeped around us,
The fog thickened. Somewhere in the distance, something screamed. "I hate this place," I whispered. The demogatory didn't insult me. It just shifted slightly in my arms, like it was listening. We walked maybe half a mile before the woods changed. Branches started moving, without wind. T stopped.
Morgan.
Yeah, I saw it too. A figure, made of moss, bark, and bones, blocked the path. Some kind of forest guardian, revenant, bureaucratic wood spirit. It raised a long arm made of gnarled wood and vines, and pointed directly at me. And then the demogatory did something weird. It hissed, loudly, like an angry kettle filled of bees. The figure recoiled, limbs crackling.
Oi! Back off, Twig Daddy. This one's mine.
The demogatory barked. The spirit blinked and vanished into the mist. T and I stood in stunned silence. "You just..." I began.
Yeah.
It muttered, settling deeper into my arms.
Don't get sappy about it. We had a mutual enemy.
A few minutes passed. Then I asked, softly, "Why'd you help me?" It didn't answer right away.
Because you heard me.
It whispered. "What?"
The others never talk. They don't listen. They just deliver. Seal the box. Keep the rules. Don't feed. Don't look. Don't engage. But you looked. You heard me. And because you're a useless meat sack.
I didn't know what to say, so I kept walking. But I think I held it a little tighter. The trees finally thinned out, like even they didn't want to be near this place. We stepped into a clearing. There it was, the house. Crumbling stone walls, crooked roof, windows blacked out from the inside like eyes that forgot how to look out.
So, this is it, I guess.
We stood in silence for a moment. The demogatory wriggled slightly in my arms and muttered,
Smells like broken dreams and unopened emails.
The path to the door was overgrown, no footprints, no signs of life. And then we saw them, dozens of crates, stacked on the porch, along the walls, half buried in ivy, all identical, each one still sealed, each one faintly humming, each one vibrating slightly, like something inside was pacing. I stepped closer and wiped dust off one of the crates. There were stickers, faded but still legible. Do not engage. Deliver without interaction. Do not speak to it. If you hear your name, ignore it. Matching is permanent. I felt sick. T crouched beside a box, fingers tracing the labels.
These were delivered. All of them.
But they never talked to it, I whispered. He nodded.
They followed the rules.
Cowards!
I looked down at it. It was quiet now, still, eyes big, watching me. And I realized something that made my spine tighten. All these others? They were waiting, searching, unmatched. I looked at the one I'd carried this whole way. It had spoken to me, insulted me, helped me. And now, it was just waiting to see what I'd do next. The front door creaked open. A figure stepped out, silhouetted by the sickly amber light from inside. He had a tea towel slung over one shoulder like he was hosting Bake Off, Apocalypse Edition, and his hair was doing that thing where it thought it was curly but really it just needed a wash. He looked directly at me, smiled.
Ah, I see you've made a new friend, Morgan.
He stepped fully into the light. Jordan, bloody, Johnston. Fucking Jordan, I said under my breath. What are you doing here? I asked flatly. He spread his arms like he was welcoming us to a low-budget cult dinner party.
Oh, you know, bit of dusting, making supper, plotting the end of the universe.
Again? We said. Jordan Johnston was the kind of guy who owned 4 swords, none of which he could legally carry, and still told people he was trained. He once tried to start a militia because the local council wouldn't let him plant lavender.
What the hell is that? Looks like a sentient ego wrapped in discount cologne and mummy issues.
I snorted. Mutual enemy, I said under my breath. Jordan straightened his posture like he was about to give a TED talk titled Why I'm Definitely the Protagonist.
It's not your friend, Morgan,
he said, voice rising with melodramatic flair.
You think that thing in your arms cares about you? I sent them out to wreak havoc, to wear you down, to suck the very essence of your soul, to kill all your joy.
I don't have joy, I said flatly.
Consistency,
the demogatory whispered approvingly.
Quiet!
Jordan snapped, pointing at the creature like it had personally offended his skincare routine. You turned back to me.
I needed them to bond, to match, to break you down one by one. That's the point, Morgan. That's what they were made for. When you flinch, they feed. When you spiral, they grow stronger. And once you're hollow enough...
He smiled.
They make space. Space for something bigger, something vast, something waiting.
T shifted beside me.
What? Like a demon?
Jordan shook his head.
Like a god.
He gestured to the house behind him.
All these crates, all waiting for someone to talk, someone to care, someone to feel. That's how it spreads. That's how we prepare Elmwood for what's coming.
He turned to me again, eyes gleaming.
And now you have a choice, Morgan. Deliver another, or keep it. Let it finish what it started.
I looked down at the demogatory. It was staring up at me with big, round, puppy dog eyes, the kind designed to ruin emotional boundaries. Its little arms were still crossed, but its expression had shifted, less smug, more hopeful. I frowned. Don't look at me like that.
Worth a shot,
it muttered, then looked away. I looked back up at Jordan, defiant. You won't succeed. I'll take it, I said firmly. But there's no way I'm helping you. Jordan just smirked.
You're helping either way, Morgan.
The demogatory was still cradled in my arms like a judgmental gremlin baby. I brushed a bit of matted fluff off its head. We'll see about that, I muttered. Then added half under my breath, I can change him. The demogatory stiffened, recoiled slightly, and looked up at me in alarm. And that was when all three of them, Jordan, the demogatory, and T, said in perfect, miserable unison,
Typical woman.
I didn't answer, just turned and started walking. The crates around us hummed. Jordan watched me go with that smug, knowing look that made me want to throw a demogatory and a brick.
You see?
He called after me.
You always think you're the exception.
And that's about it for now. All that effort, all that chaos, just to deliver something that was apparently meant for me in the first place. Figures. I did say in my first log, I'm an amateur expert detective. I do plan to investigate Jordan properly at some point. But right now, I've got enough on my plate. I've named the demogatory Keith. He doesn't like it. Neither do I. But it'll teach him a lesson. I bought him a basket and a bowl with his name on. Both pink. He sticks to me like glue now. I think that's the point. Jordan summoned this specific type of lesser demon on purpose. One that attaches to people, wears them down, whisper by whisper, until there's nothing left but an empty shell to take over. Joke's on him. I was always told I was 2 sandwiches short of a picnic anyway. Keith is currently outside tormenting the hell out of Stephen through the shed door. He won't go in. I think he's scared of spiders. I'll keep you updated. Morgan out.
Yo, Tyrone here. Morgan let me borrow her weird little recorder thing so I can log this before I forget again. Paranormal Resources said I should start documenting my experiences. Apparently there's a complaints procedure for dream scams now. Emotional liability clause, innit? Some poor bloke got mentally possessed by a dead Victorian dentist last year and they're still trying to reimburse him in Tesco vouchers. It's Sainsbury's or nothing, fam. So yeah, I had another dream last night, but not like a normal dream. Not like the one where I was trapped in a lift with Gary the compliance ghost and my year 12 PE teacher. This one had structure, like someone had a storyboard. It started with a corridor, you know the kind, endless, dim lighting, lino floor like a hospital that's seen things and never been mopped properly since. I was barefoot, naturally. Why wouldn't I be? Socks are for pussies. I walked for like ages. Every so often, a door would creak open and whisper, extended warranty. Every time I tried to ignore it, the door got closer. Every time I acknowledged it, it asked for my national insurance number, in reverse. Eventually I gave in and opened one, and inside was me, sitting at a desk, wearing a headset, selling life insurance to myself. And let me tell you, I was good, like worryingly convincing. I even upsell funeral cover with a cashback plan, and now I don't know if I'm technically insured in the astral plane, which is stressful. I also don't know why I didn't know my own national insurance number. Then I woke up, covered in sweat. Whole bed stank like Monster in Fear. The worst part, I checked my phone, and there was a missed call from a no-caller ID at 2:14 a.m. No voicemail, just the emoji of a briefcase. Anyway, I think the dreams are getting stronger, or smarter, or bored. Not sure which is worse. Morgan says maybe it's connected to Jordan O'Keefe, the demogatory. She thinks maybe these dreams are test runs, like softening us up. I don't know, maybe they're trying to figure out who breaks first. All I know is I'm knackered and my credit score is suffering. Right, that's enough oversharing for one log. Morgan, if you're listening, tell your demon to stop emailing me memes. Bonus log. Out. Tyrone. Oh, shit. I've just uploaded the whole thing to fucking YouTube, blood.
You what?
Oh, well, subscribe, I guess.
It started how it always starts, with a sentence that sounds cute until it ruins your life. Mum, I need a Labubu. That was Friday, just a normal, boring, grey-skied Friday. Rain on the windows, leftover spaghetti for tea, and my 8-year-old stomping through the front door like she'd just been assigned a divine mission. I blinked at her, still holding a cheese grater. A what now? A Labubu, she repeated, like I was the dumbest human alive. Everyone's got one, Mum. It's like the toy right now, like Sunny Angel, but better. It has teeth. Teeth? She nodded so hard her ponytail whipped her in the eye. 9 of them, sharp ones, and big ears. It's kind of creepy, but in a cute way. Oh, and some are rare. If you get a ghost one, you get a wish. Or maybe you die. Sam says it's different depending on the box. Of course, Sam says that. Sam's the same one who told her toast causes amnesia. I wipe my hands on a tea towel. And where do these La babies live exactly? Labubu, she groaned. La-boo-boo. They're blind box figures. You don't know which one you get until you open it. Naturally, we went shopping the next day. You say no to Labubu, and suddenly you're the worst mother on earth, depriving your child of cultural relevance and plastic happiness. We went to Pop Mart. That place, it's like stepping into a haunted doll rave. Everything's staring at you with a smile that's just a bit too wide. She picked a box from the exciting macaron line, swearing it had good luck. We paid. She tore the box open before we'd even reached the car. Her face dropped. It's a common one, she muttered. Just regular Labubu. The thing in her hand had greyish fur, 2 wide eyes, and a grin full of jagged little teeth. One ear looked torn. There was a weird smudge under its chin. I thought it was a paint flaw. She named him Boo. From that moment on, he never left her side. She talked to him constantly, not in a look how cute kind of way, but like a real, actual friend. Boo doesn't like carrots. Boo says Mrs. Langley smells like vinegar. Boo told me not to touch his teeth. I tried to laugh it off. Kids have imaginary friends. Some are fairies, some are weird little gremlins with fangs. But then one night I passed her room around 2 in the morning and stopped. She was sitting up in bed, straight-backed, cross-legged. Boo was in her lap, facing her. She whispered something, paused, nodded, whispered again. It was a full conversation, not one-sided, not playful, just eerie. The next morning, I found her in the garden. She was sitting beneath the big tree in the back corner. Her hands were in her lap. Boo was beside her. At her feet was a nest, ruined, twigs shattered, feathers everywhere. 3 small baby birds, dead, tiny bodies curled, beaks open. I gasped. Oh no, sweetheart, the nest must have fallen from the tree. She didn't look up. Yeah, she said quietly. Boo didn't like the noise they made in the morning anyway. Not angry, not sad, just a flat little statement, like she was commenting on the weather. That's when something inside me twisted. I wanted to throw that bloody doll in the bin. I didn't. Not yet. But then the feathers started showing up. A few by the windowsill, then some on the landing, then a small pile, damp, greyish, matted, under her bed. At first I thought it was toy stuffing. Maybe she was crafting or ripping up something old, until I saw the beak. Tiny, crushed. That evening I sat her down, gently, no shouting. I found the baby birds, I said. She just blinked. I'm not angry, I added, but I need to know what happened. She looked down at Boo, then up at me. He didn't like them. And did you? I liked them, but Boo said I'd be his best friend if I helped. That was it. No remorse, just loyalty. That night, once she was asleep, I took Boo. I wrapped him in pillowcases, sealed him in a shoebox, put that in 2 bin bags, and buried it deep in the loft under boxes of baby clothes. She'd never find it. The next morning, she didn't mention him. No questions, no tears, just silence. She watched me, though, like I was the one being studied. That night, I was curled up on the sofa, glass of wine in one hand, half watching some terrible dating show and finally breathing just a little when I heard her footsteps. Quiet, barefoot. I looked up. She was standing in the doorway, in her nightdress, holding Boo. My heart nearly stopped. He was filthy, bits of fluff missing, one ear torn slightly at the top, but it was him, no doubt. She stepped closer, eyes flat. Boo didn't like that, she said quietly. Not angry, not scared, just letting me know, like a warning. I let her have him that night. I was too tired, and I guess the wine gave me a false sense of bravery. But the next day, I got a knot in my stomach, went up to the loft. The box was still sealed, tape unbroken, pillowcases intact. But when I opened it, it was empty. No Boo, just dust. I was done pretending. That night, while she slept, I found Boo sitting on her desk. I took him into the garden, soaked him in lighter fluid, and lit a match. He burned, and while he burned, I heard something scream. Not out loud. In my head, a high-pitched whine, like static, like teeth grinding against metal. The air around me turned heavy. The flames didn't flicker. They twitched. The next morning, she didn't leave her room. She was lying in bed, eyes open, unblinking. I stepped closer, and I felt something. Not saw, felt. A pressure in the room, like I'd walked into a mouth. I reached for her. She turned her head slowly and said, "You made Boo angry." Then her nose began to bleed. She passed out before I could catch her. She's been in the hospital for 4 days, unconscious, no sign of injury, no explanation. Doctors say her vitals are normal, that she might wake up any day now, but I know better. I came home to get her clothes the other day, and in her room, on the windowsill, Boo was back, clean, smiling, like nothing had happened. I didn't scream. I picked him up with shaking hands, walked into the garden, and sat him down on the back step. I didn't burn him. I didn't bury him. I just whispered, "Please, bring her back. Take me instead." He was gone the next day. The doll, the pressure, the noise. And yesterday I got some good news. She woke up. The doctors called it a miracle. I'll be bringing her home tomorrow. I hope. You see, I'm writing this down now because about an hour ago I developed a pounding headache, and just now something scratched at my door. Hi everyone, thanks for listening. If you enjoyed the story, please like, comment and subscribe. And tell me, do you have a Labubu in your home? Where is it right now?
I didn't come here to disappear. I was pretty much invisible already. The flat got too loud in the way that empty rooms do. Every pipe a throat, every radiator a mouth. I was 39 and already felt like a ghost haunting my own furniture. I'd done a dozen jobs that left no dent in the world. Warehouse picker, night shift at the printers, 5 long years repairing cash machines. Every payslip felt like a receipt for time I'd never get back. No friends, no kids, no reason to stay. So when I saw the vague ad in the paper, I thought, why not? Temporary, seasonal assistant required. North Cliff Lighthouse. Solo position. No experience required. How hard could it be? Just a light on a cliff that needed winding and checking, and someone to swear at the wind on its behalf. At least out there I'll be lonely on purpose. I told the harbour master I didn't drink. A lie. That I was good with my hands. True. And that I could handle nights. Truer than I wanted it to be. He looked at me for a long time, like he was measuring silence on me, seeing if it would fit. You alright being on your own? He asked, then quickly. Not 'cause you're a woman. I mean, once you're out there, you're out there. There's no coming back until your time's up. Fog's worse this year. Claustrophobic. You'll taste it before you see it. He was right about that. Salt settles on your tongue out here, like dust on a shelf. Even with the door bolted and the windows latched, the brine finds its way in. Tiny white crusts forming in the corners of the lantern room. But there's something under that. The air tastes metallic too, like licking a coin or biting a split lip. The first night, I learned the staircase by touch because the power tripped the second I plugged the kettle in. The cast iron treads were cold enough to sting. The trick is to lead with your palm, not your fingers. Saves you from cuts and splinters. Halfway up, there's a postcard-sized window. You have to lean close to see through it. And if you press your cheek to the stone, it'll steal your heat like a debt collector. Now I keep real thermal gloves stashed everywhere, and a thermos of coffee on the shelf. Next to it sits a logbook, angry, cramped handwriting, stretching back decades from what looked like hundreds of keepers. The entries read like prayers. Wound at 9:05, cleaned mantle. Horn at 12:30, 1:30. Wind southwest, 18 knots. Fog persistent, fog persistent, fog persistent. There's a comfort in tasks that have edges. Check the bulbs, wind the clocks, clean the glass. When the lamp is lit and the lens begins its slow rotation, the whole room changes, as if the tower takes a breath and remembers why it was built. The brass warms. The glass blurs and clears, blurs and clears. Every 70 seconds the beam passes, and the world outside appears in a white slice, spray leaping from the black rock, the cliff path slick and mean. Onshore, the town is just a smudge of orange, the sodium lamps tucked into the fold of the headland. At first, I didn't care that I couldn't get back. I didn't want to go back. Out here, it's me, the machinery, and the sea making its long arguments against the cliff. Out here, no one makes you hurt. The horn is mounted lower, where the tower thickens like a throat. It isn't the cartoonish blare you hear in films. It's a deep animal note, more felt than heard. A pressure that rattles your ribs. When it goes, the glass trembles in its frame. The tea shivers in your mug, and you taste brass in your mouth. I sleep in the watchroom, on a cot older than my mum. Sleep is a generous word. The mattress has a ridge down the middle like a fence. I padded it with forgotten coats and flattened cushions from the room's only armchair. It's good enough. Better an uncomfortable bed here than an uncomfortable silence at home. I keep telling myself I came for the peace, but the peace here isn't quiet. The weather has teeth. The first week, I played games with myself to keep from thinking too loudly. I'd count the steps, 78 to the lantern room, if you skip the cracked one. I tried to drink my coffee before the next sweep of the light caught my face. I timed the horn blasts to the second, and reward myself with a biscuit when I hit 3 in a row. On the 5th night, I started hearing water where there wasn't any. Not the roar you'd expect from the sea. This was smaller, meaner. The sound a tap makes when you didn't turn it off quite enough. I hunted it with a torch, ear to the pipes, hands to the walls, following that thin silver noise down into the surface level where the stone smells like damp metal and mould. Dry. Everything was dry. But the sound threaded the night all the same. Just at the edge of thought. Like a song you hate stuck behind your teeth. I wrote it off as the wind working some loose sash. I logged it as if naming the thing would make it behave. 1010. Dripping noise. Source unclear. I was raised to be practical. To rely on myself. My father taught me to check the obvious things first. If a car won't start, jiggle the battery lead before you condemn the alternator. After the marriage ended, after I stopped answering messages that opened with, "Hey stranger," I started to measure my days in things I could fix. The light is good for that. If it doesn't turn, you wind. If it burns too low, you trim. If the horn fails, you pull the choke and try again until the note opens over the water like a door. Sometimes, between the horn blasts, something like quiet falls. You hear the tower settle, your blood in your ears, the sea rearranging stones below. Sometimes, if you let yourself, you can almost believe the fog is just weather. That it isn't watching back. On the 7th night, it came in thick. I tasted it on the stairs before I saw it. The air went soft and damp, my arms sugar-coated with salt. The lantern room fogged from the outside like a breath on glass. The beam pushed through and carved a tunnel of light in the murk. Everything beyond erased. The horn note wobbled, then steadied like a throat clearing. I don't scare easy, not bragging. You can teach fear to stand in the corner if you give it enough chores, but there's a kind of wrong that doesn't arrive with bangs and screams. It pads in, makes itself at home in the parts of your brain that keeps lists. It makes you doubt your own edges. Close to midnight, I was standing with my knuckles on the rail, watching the beam make its slow sweep, when I felt it. A change in the room that wasn't temperature or sound. A prickle at the nape, an itch in my teeth, That childhood sense that someone just said your name in a room you haven't entered yet. The light slid across the fog, and for a heartbeat the world sharpened like a knife on wet stone. The tunnel showed nothing but vapour and white noise, particles racing like snow in a torch beam. The light moved on, the room exhaled, my shoulders loosened without permission. And somewhere below me, out on the galley in that thick white, something tapped against the metal rail, sharp and deliberate. Not a bang, not a jump scare I probably deserved. 4 neat taps, patient as a metronome. I told myself it was grit or pebbles, maybe kicked up by the wind or flung against the rail from below. A stretch, but easier than admitting what it sounded like. I wrote none of it in the log. Instead I wrote the tasks, small anchors against large weather, cleaned prisms, checked bulb housing and backup wiring. Horn, 12 AM, 12:30 AM. Fog persistent. When you're alone long enough, your thoughts have your back. They say sensible things, sometimes. They keep their hands in their pockets. That night they were unusually kind to me. It's rocks, they said. It's wind. It's the tower stretching its bones. Nothing to do with you. I made another circuit of the stairs. Palms leading the way. The rail slick and honest under my skin. Back in the watchroom, I tried to sleep. The padding giving me no relief from the thin mattress ridge digging into my spine. I listened for the drip that had now become a lullaby and found none. So I lay there, awake. The horn beat the hours like a slow heart, and the beam kept time on the walls. I told myself I'd check the lantern glazing in the morning. I told myself there was no below me, really. Only air and the black percussion of the sea. I told myself anything that might make the hair on my arms lie down. But the next pass of the light brought the same electric feeling along the back of my neck. And the pass after that brought the taps again. Metallic, rattling up through the rail in my hands. 4. Exactly 4. Like an answer. I didn't touch the logbook after that. I stood with the beam at my shoulder, the horn rattling my ribs, the taste of brass in my mouth. Very quietly, I counted my breathing until dawn made a weak suggestion at the window. The fog didn't lift, it just pretended to be thinner when the morning could see it. When I finally unlatched the door and stepped out onto the gallery, water beaded on my eyelashes and salt stung a cut I don't remember earning. Down below, the rocks were creased black, kelp combed flat by the tide. The rail where the tapping had sounded was empty, slick with damp, wearing nothing but a skin of condensation and a dusting of salt, the way it always does. I told myself a new lie, that sleep, and only sleep, would fix this. That night, the foghorn felt heavier in my hands. The note went out over the water like a hand laid on a shoulder, and for the first time, when it died away, I listened not for silence, but for an answer. By the second week, I'd stopped marking the days properly. The logbook was supposed to keep me straight, but the handwriting had already started to slip. Neat rows turning into jagged scrolls. I'd catch myself writing the wrong hour or repeating the same line twice, as if time had folded in on itself. I tried to blame it on sleep, and the truth is, I wasn't sleeping. Not really. I'd shut my eyes and hear that rattle on the rail, feel the vibration in my bones, wait for it to come again. Sometimes it did. Sometimes it didn't, which was worse. I thought I saw something stranger than the fog one early afternoon. A white bird on the gallery rail. Too bright against the mist. Very out of place. It tilted its head at me, sharp and knowing. It was the most unusual crow I'd ever seen. I tried to creep closer to get a better view, but it slipped back into the fog, as if it had never been there. I told myself it was exhaustion, but I kept waiting for it to come back. The fog never left. It thickened and thinned like a long-drawn breath, but it never let go of the tower. During the day, it was a dull white sheet, the sea and sky erased. At night, it pressed close, blackening at the edges of the lamp's tunnel, and I swear it pulsed with the horn like a thing alive. I started keeping a second notebook, hidden under my cot. Not the official log, just scribbles of things I couldn't bring myself to record in neat ink in fear of being branded crazy. Tap, 4 times, 2:15 AM. Heard footsteps on the gallery. Checked. Empty. Foghorn vibrated before I touched the choke. Something whispered back. That last one I tried to cross out so hard the paper tore. The strangest part, I still did the work. Bulbs checked, glass cleaned, gears wound. I still boiled the kettle, still counted the steps, still rationed my biscuits like a kid saving sweets. But the edges of my world had started to blur. Sometimes I'd walk the stairs and find myself at the wrong level, unsure if I'd gone up or down. Sometimes I'd catch a reflection in the lantern's glass and think there was someone else in the room. On the 9th night, I saw them. Not clearly, not the way I wanted, just a smear of shape in the beam's sweep. But it wasn't a gull or spray or a shadow, it was taller, straighter, a human outline standing where no footing should exist. Just fog and air and the drop to the rocks. By the time the beam came round again, it was gone. I didn't log it. I barely trusted myself to think it. The next night, there were 3. They stood at different heights out in the fog. Far enough from the tower to make no sense, but close enough to see. Perfectly still. Perfectly wrong. My stomach turned like I was in free fall, but I couldn't move. I gripped the brass rail until my hands went white. When the beam passed again, it shifted. I couldn't be certain, but I'm sure it was a fraction nearer. I nearly choked myself on the foghorn cord trying to get the sound out fast enough. I prayed the monstrous noise would create sound waves powerful enough to disturb the uncanny patterns made by the fog and light. The note roared into the dark, shaking the tower. For a moment, I felt relief. Until all 3 figures lifted their heads at once, like the sound was calling them home. I didn't sleep after that. I couldn't. Every sweep of the light brought them back. Every blast of the horn seemed to tighten whatever tether was pulling them in. I sat with my back to the wall, mug of coffee clutched like a weapon, whispering bargains to myself. If they reach the glass, I'll run. If they step onto the gallery, I'll jump. If they make a sound out, I never finished that one. By dawn, they were gone. Through the night, they'd seemed to shift a little closer with each pass of the lantern, never quite reaching the tower, but always shrinking the distance. As the sun crept back into existence, they thinned and faded with the fog. And in their place, on the rail where they had been staring all night, the white crow perched again. He tilted his head, watched me in silence before vanishing back into the fog, as if it had been bearing witness this entire time. By the 3rd week, I'd stopped pretending this was routine. The tower ran on its own rhythm, light turning, horn groaning, gears ticking, but I was the one falling out of sync. My hands shook even when they weren't on the rail. My coffee tasted like brine. My own reflection in the lantern glass startled me more than once. The second notebook grew messy. Sentences trailed into nonsense. Words scrawled at angles I didn't remember writing. Pages smeared where my hand had sweated through the ink. One night, I woke with the pen still in my fist. A line etched over and over until it carved the paper. They're closer. The fog pressed tighter, damp clinging to my clothes. The whole tower felt smaller. I paced the stairs to keep myself awake, but more than once I reached the landing and couldn't tell if I was climbing up or down. Once I circled and circled, breath ragged, until I realised I'd been walking past the same window slit for nearly half an hour. When I leaned out to check, there was nothing but blank fog, nothing except the faint scrape of something against the stone. I stopped opening the logbook entirely. What was the point of writing bulb checked or gear wound when the real notes were carved into my bones? The figures returned night after night. Each time the sun fell, they were back in the fog, always starting from the same impossible distance as if rewound by dawn. And each sweep of the lamp drew them forward again. The figures were no longer just outlines. On the 12th night, the beam caught the pale suggestion of faces, blurred, waterlogged, but watching. Their posture was wrong, heads too still, bodies leaning just enough to look like they were falling without ever touching the ground. Each sweep stole another fraction of a distance. I swore I saw breath pluming in the cold when the light brushed them. The horn betrayed me worst of all. I pulled the cord, and instead of repelling, the vibration came first, shivering through the rails, crawling up my chest, and then they shifted, all of them, as one, like the horn had given them permission. I stopped blasting it for a time, but the silence was worse. I could feel them waiting for it, like dogs starved for a whistle. That was the night the white crow came back. Not at dawn this time, but deep in the hours before morning. I found it sitting on the gallery rail, feathers glowing faint against the lamp's beam. It didn't caw, it didn't move. Just tilted its head at me, eyes as dark as the fog behind it. For a second, I thought if I leaned close enough, it would speak. I don't know why, but I whispered to it. I asked it what they wanted, asked it if it was here for me, asked it if I was supposed to keep the light burning or let it die. The crow blinked once, and then the fog swallowed it. By dawn, the figures had retreated again. The white crow returned with the morning too, perched on the rail like it owned the place. I'd started leaving scraps of bread for it. Offerings, maybe. I couldn't tell if it was an omen or a protector. But since the figures hadn't stepped onto the gallery itself, I let myself believe it was keeping them back. Hoping it was. But even after dawn, the rail seemed to hum faintly, like it had held on to something that wasn't mine. Not the horn this time, something else. I couldn't shake the sense the tower itself was carrying their presence forward, holding a trace of them that would only end once they were inside with me. By the 4th week, the tower didn't feel like mine anymore. It felt borrowed, or worse, shared. The air inside was never still. The walls had a pulse I could feel through my palms when I leaned against them. I'd wake choking on panic, certain something was in the room with me, a terror that makes you bite down on your own fist to keep quiet. My thoughts whispered that there was no need for silence, that I was alone. But the dread clawing at my chest told me better. That I was far from alone. I stopped pretending the figures came and went. They reset, yes, but the rail still hummed each morning, like it had carried something up from the fog. I knew they hadn't left at all. They were just waiting for a chance to start again. Every dawn felt like a reprieve I hadn't earned. There was no question of leaving. The tower sits on a rock cut off from the mainland. The supply boat long overdue. The cliff path drowned under fog. I tried the radio more than once, but the harbour master's voice never sounded surprised. Almost like he already knew what circled the lighthouse. Every call ending the same way. Him telling me to keep the lamp turning, then cutting the line. That's when the fear deepened. If he knew, and still left me here, then what chance did I have? I thought about the coats I found on my first day, hanging forgotten in the watchroom, too many for one keeper. I wondered then why they were left behind. Now I think I know. I imagine their owners running down these same stairs, pressing the same rails, whispering the same promise to themselves, till the night took them too. The white crow came back every dawn without fail, eyes fixed on me while I placed bread on the rail. The first time it ate, I thought I'd imagined it. The second time, I watched crumbs tumble from its beak and scatter into the mist. I didn't know if I was bribing a guardian or feeding a harbinger. But either way, I couldn't stop. The ritual mattered to me now. If I kept the crow fed, maybe it kept the gallery safe. Maybe. But safe didn't last. On the 15th night, I heard them through the stairs. Not outside, not in the fog. Inside the tower's bones, as if the sound was being carried up the iron itself. My throat closed, my torch beam shook so hard I could hardly keep the light steady on the steps. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but where to? Down into the dark? Up to the lantern room with nowhere to hide? Air was damp and sour in my mouth. Nothing there, nothing but the faint echo of weight where no one should be. I pressed my ear to the rail, and the vibration that came back wasn't the steady thrum of machinery. It was a rhythm. 4 steps. A pause. 4 steps again. I ran the rest of the way down, heart punching against my ribs, half expecting to feel a hand close on my shoulder. Every time I stopped to listen, silence filled the gap. But when I touched the rail, always the rail, it carried the memory of footsteps that weren't mine. A memory you can't scrub out. The crow didn't appear that dawn. I left the bread anyway, hand shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. The thought of losing even that thin comfort made my stomach hollow with dread. On the 17th night, the figures were so close I could see the glisten of water running from their hair. They leaned against the fog as if it were glass, pressing towards the tower. When the beam cut across them, their heads lifted in perfect unison. Not fast, not jerky, just a slow tilt, like they'd been waiting for me to look. My teeth ached from clenching, my breath tearing at my throat. The silence between the horn blasts felt like held breath. Mine or theirs, I couldn't tell. I kept thinking, if I breathe too loud, they'll hear. By the 20th night, I'd stopped writing completely. The notebook sat in the watchroom drawer. All I had left was muttered promises to myself. Stay awake, keep the light moving, feed the crow. Don't let the rail go quiet. Because when the rail finally goes still, I think it'll mean they've stepped inside. By the 5th week, I was barely human. My body ran on seconds of sleep stolen at the desk, head snapping up at the smallest creak. I tried everything, piling coats against the door, wedging tools through the handles, even dragging the cot across the floor as if flimsy metal could stop but moved in the fog. None of it helped. The tower was never mine, never safe. Nights had become something I dreaded with a sick, sinking weight in my chest. I would sit staring at the lamp, wondering what would happen if I simply let it go dark. If I killed the beam, the figures might lose their path, but ships out to sea would lose theirs too. How many sailors would wreck against the rocks if I chose myself over them? The thought made me sick, but the temptation stayed. The tower itself felt like a trap. Every wall pressed inward, every stair twisted tighter. I barely recognised my own voice when I muttered to myself, raw and rasping from nights without rest. Coffee did nothing. Fear had chewed straight through the caffeine, leaving me wired and hollow. The figures no longer waited in the fog. They had crept beyond their usual stopping point. They pressed right to the edge of the gallery, only a sweep of the lamp between us. When the beam moved on, they shifted forward, bodies leaning into the metal rail as if testing it, weight dragging against the iron. Their outlines were warped by the fog, faces pale and waterlogged, hair plastered against skulls, clothes hanging in strips that fluttered without wind. Their eyes glistened too dark, too steady, fixed on me no matter how the beam moved. And worse, I recognised them. The pale features, the soaked uniforms, the warped faces were the same as the staff photos still hanging in the watchroom. Men and women that should have been long gone now stood outside, dripping and silent, staring in. I could hear the scrape now, groaning as if the rail itself might give way. On the final sweep of the lamp before dawn, I saw them on the gallery itself, right outside the window. One had its hand pressed flat against the glass, water trailing down its fingers, while another hovered inches from the door handle. I pressed myself against the far wall, too terrified to move, lungs locked tight as if even breathing might draw them in. Every time the light passed, they froze again, mannequins posed by a cruel hand, and every time it moved on, they edged closer. The crow came later that morning. I left bread with shaking fingers, whispered bargains I barely understood. Protect me, keep them off the gallery, don't let them in. The bird never answered, only watching with that tilted head, feathers glowing too bright against the grey. The harbour master stopped answering my calls, just static now hissing in my ears. Sometimes I thought I heard voices under it, muffled and distant, like others calling from the fog. I snapped the radio off and shoved it in the drawer with the notebooks. When I did, a loose scrap fluttered free, torn from a page not written in my hand. The handwriting was tight, frantic. It read, "The sea needs to eat. The lighthouse is the plate. The foghorn is the dinner bell. These figures are..." The line ended jagged, ripped short. I stared at it until the words blurred. I know tonight's the night they'll get in. They want me to go with them, to feed the sea, or whatever waits inside it. I have two choices: accept my fate and join the others, or kill the light and doom the sailors who trust me to keep them safe. The fog is thick and the cliffs are unforgiving. Even a seasoned captain wouldn't stand a chance without this beam. The advert was honest about one thing. This job was only ever temporary. But it won't end with a contract. It ends with me. Hi everyone, thanks for listening. If you enjoyed it, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe. It helps me keep the light burning and the stories coming. Here's tonight's random fun fact. Did you know crows can recognize human faces and even hold grudges? Scientists found that they'll remember someone who wronged them for years and even teach other crows who to avoid. So maybe leaving bread for that little white crow wasn't such a bad idea. Good night. I want to tell you about a friend of mine. His name's Isaac. I met him back in college when we were roommates. He was completely obsessed with religion and was a theology major. Yet he described himself as a spiritual agnostic. I guess he's what one might call a seeker. One of those folks who tries to learn everything they can about spirituality in the hopes of understanding it. The nightstand by his bed had a leaning tower of books, and over time the stack only grew higher and higher. His studies turned him into somewhat of a walking encyclopedia. Isaac was always spouting off nerdy history facts and sacred scriptures. Anything from the iconography of Hindu deities, the history of the Christian churches, to what the medieval peasants used in attempts to ward off vampires. Isaac could quote long memorized passages from various texts, including the Quran, the Bhagavad Gita, without consulting them. He knew a lot about the history of religion and could explain complex theological notions in simple terms. In addition to being an endless source of information, he was a man filled with questions. We had many deep conversations into the night hours. His erratic sleeping schedule even began to affect mine and caused me to be late for class on occasion. There was about a month where he thought Buddhism was the one and only true path. Some days he'd be sure that he had found the answer. The next day, he'd be stuck in the middle again and lost. He would sometimes quote the paranormal author, Charles Fort, who said, "I conceive of nothing, in religion, science, or philosophy, that is more than the proper thing to wear for a while." I enjoyed Isaac's company and our talks, so much that rumours got started about us being in a relationship together. But these weren't true, of course. I sympathised with his plight and his journey of self-discovery. It's a process that a lot of folks go through, especially around this time in their lives. When college ended, we went our separate ways, but we decided to stay in touch. Good friends are something that is hard to come by in this world, so Isaac and I vowed to still meet up on occasion. In the meantime, I managed to find myself a job, gained a few new friends, and my life continued. I met up with Isaac one day at his new place. He had moved to a pretty obscure rural location out in the sticks. His home was by an old hiking trail that wasn't even on most modern maps of the area. Parts of it were rough and even overgrown. His cabin stood solemn in a world of isolation. I walked in to see hordes of books on theology lining the walls, with shelves beginning to buckle under the weight. He had commentaries on the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Book of the Damned by Charles Fort, Words of the Buddha, the Book of Mormon, as well as various texts of mantras and meditations. His long list of books included even some UFO and flying saucer literature. It was good to see him again, but our conversation didn't last long. He seemed to be in something of a hurry, and his speech was noticeably faster than usual. He paced around the room as he told me of things he'd been reading, giving me short summaries of his most recent reads. If I tried to change the subject to something else, he brought it right back to the topic of religion. He had an uncanny ability to steer any conversation to his current form of obsession. I'd seen him get this way before. It usually only lasted a week or two before he'd mellow out again. He told me that he planned to get a job as a lecturer soon. It sounded like something he might be good at, though he did have problems sticking to a schedule. I told him about my new job, my recent vacation, and some adventures I'd been on with my friends since college. While he respectfully tried to be interested, I could tell his racing thoughts were elsewhere. It wasn't long before he was right back to rattling off all the information he'd absorbed. He apologised and told me that he had to get back to his studies before cutting the conversation short. I told him that we could meet up again in about a month or so, if he wanted, and he agreed. As I made my exit, I glanced over to see a book titled Flying Saucers, Serious Business. I tried not to smile. It seemed that in his spiritual quest, the net just grew wider and wider. Nothing could have prepared me for what I'd discover on my next visit. I walked through the door to see all of his bookshelves were gone. After welcoming me in, Isaac sat down quietly at his desk. The room was entirely bare. No clutter and no paper. Everything was gone. There was nothing but his bed, his desk, and a lone ceiling fan spinning slowly overhead. "Isaac," I said with hesitation, "what happened?" "I got rid of everything. I didn't need it anymore." Isaac wore a peaceful expression on his face and was unaffected by concern or alarm. "Why?" I asked in disbelief. "Because I have the answer now. I am no longer agnostic." Isaac was strangely reserved and closed off. He had cooled down considerably from the almost manic demeanour he had upon my previous visit. When I asked what answers he was talking about, he said he couldn't tell me. It wasn't like Isaac to be so tight-lipped about his studies. I'd never seen him behave like this. It was like night and day. He dodged all my questions and told me not to worry about it. Isaac said he no longer had the need for material possessions. "I met a new friend," he said. I was very surprised to hear this. Isaac had always been a bit of a loner. In all the time I'd known him, he had no friends, other than me. "Did this friend of yours give you these answers?" "I can't tell you anything about them yet." "Them? Is it more than one new friend?" No, it's just one," Isaac said, suddenly seeming nervous. He quickly changed the subject and didn't return to the topic for the rest of my visit. I couldn't get any more information out of him, no matter how hard I tried. Being the eccentric that he was, Isaac had never had a cell phone. He always said the government used them to track people. While that is true, not having one is a pretty extreme reaction. He always just told me at the end of our chats when to show up for next time. Our get-togethers were usually every month or two. This time, however, Isaac told me he wanted to see me just a week later. I found this strange, but given his recent behaviour, I was certainly willing to check up on him. After leaving Isaac's place, I couldn't stop thinking about him. I wondered if he'd finally lost his mind. Call it jealousy, but I was a tad suspicious of his new friend and what influence they might have on him. That week was the slowest week of my life. I couldn't help but ruminate on my friend and what he might be going through. Finally, I was able to see him again. He opened the door with a rather serious expression. The first words he said to me were, "They said I could tell you now." He invited me in and told me his story. He was apparently out on a hiking trail one morning after a particularly deep theology study night. Near a specific rocky overhang, he kneeled on the ground and began to call out or pray to the divine to provide him with the answers for his many questions. According to Isaac, he was then contacted by something. I don't know what I was praying to. Just the universe. Or anything that would listen, Isaac said. This wasn't the first time Isaac had tried to interact with the divine by praying, but something different happened this time. The wind picked up around him, and he felt a strange, almost apocalyptic feeling. Before him, a glowing humanoid being appeared. It was in the vague shape of a human outline, but it shined with an incredibly brilliant light that somehow didn't hurt his eyes to look at. It was an angel, I know it was, Isaac said. They had no name and no gender. They weren't he or she, but they. They spoke to me telepathically, with imagery in my mind. Isaac said that this being taught him things. They put images in his mind's eye. He saw people around a stream, with a village being set up, then a river and cities being built. He saw how civilizations had formed and grown. Then he saw the human body broken down on a cellular level, and the patterns or pathways by which the neurons fire in the human brain. This being seemed to demonstrate that it deeply understood humanity, how it came to be, and what it is now. He was instructed not to tell anyone what he experienced yet. After their telepathic conversation, the being vanished completely. Hearing all of this, I was utterly dumbfounded. "Are you sure about this, Isaac?" I asked him. "Absolutely," he replied with sincerity in his voice. Isaac informed me that the being had talked to him again recently and told me that he could tell me what happened. Isaac didn't seem to care whether I believed him or not. It wasn't like Isaac to lie, and the changes in his life seemed undeniable. I felt like something had really happened to him, but I wasn't sure what. Isaac was intelligent, but could be a bit naive. I was really worried for him, and even considered calling a psychiatrist, or getting him to seek some kind of psychological help. I voiced these concerns to him, but it didn't seem to do any good. He wouldn't hear any of it. He told me once again that he wanted me to return for a visit sooner rather than later. He picked a date only a few days away for us to talk again. In the interim, I thought hard about Isaac and his situation. It was disturbing to think what my friend, who I cared about, could be experiencing. I spent a lot of time looking for help and trying to figure out what to do. I was frightened for him, and I felt he might be in danger. I'd long suspected Isaac had some sort of mental issues because of his fixations and odd behaviours, but I'd never expected that it might manifest as something like this. He didn't seem to be a threat to himself or to others, so I wasn't sure what could be done. I also thought that perhaps this friend of his was a real person who had somehow fooled him into thinking there was some kind of angelic being. Still, in the back of my mind, I wondered if he could be right, and if he actually did encounter something truly unexplainable. On the day of our meeting, I drove up to Isaac's property. Before I could knock on his door, I noticed a piece of lined notebook paper taped to it. The note read the following: "We'll have to postpone your visit. I've got to be up with my friend at the trail. Goodbye for now. Isaac." In a panic, I made my way out to the mountainous hiking trail. I had to get to Isaac before he did something stupid. As I journeyed down the wooded path, I began to sense a strange energy in the environment. A feeling of electricity, almost. I came upon a bend in the trail. Just beyond was the rocky overhang where Isaac said he met the glowing being. As I approached, I could smell the peculiar scent of ozone carried by the fresh mountain air, as if just after a lightning storm. Suddenly, I noticed something moving in the sky, towards the area I was walking. Looking upwards, I witnessed a bizarre glowing light flying overhead. I had no clue what it was. I stared mystified for a moment before returning to the task at hand. I trekked onward, around the trail bend to see Isaac standing there beneath the rock overhang. In front of him, I saw a being made entirely of light in the form of a human silhouette. I was in utter shock. The being emitted no sound, but appeared to be somehow conversing with Isaac, who stood motionless. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I pulled out my cell phone, but as I lifted it to record this bizarre scene, the screen inexplicably blanked out. Smoke began to emit from my phone. Suddenly, it became burning hot to the touch. It was like putting your hand on an active stove. With a yelp of pain, I dropped it and watched as the phone went cascading down the mountainside. When I looked back up, I then saw the object again in the sky. It got closer and brighter until I couldn't see it in full view. It was a shining, silver, flying saucer. A strange sense of paralysis took over me, and I somehow lost the ability to move. The craft slowly descended in a falling leaf pattern as it made its way to the earth. Landing gear extended from the craft and pierced the ground as it came to a final rest. A large metal door on the ship swung open as a silver ramp lowered down. From inside the ship, I could see nothing but a glow of white. I was amazed and terrified, but frozen completely, motionless. I stood in silent anticipation, with my heart racing. I stared transfixed as the glowing figure guided Isaac up the metal ramp and into the open mouth of the ship. The strange smell of sulphur emanated from the saucer. Isaac dutifully walked behind them and stepped aboard the craft. I couldn't help but feel as if I was watching some kind of suicide. Isaac had finally taken his leap of faith. The door slammed shut with a metallic sound. The flying saucer then retracted its landing gear and took off straight upwards into the sky before disappearing completely out of view. With this, I was broken from the spell of my paralysis. I stood there for a moment and simply basked in the sheer terror and majesty of it all before turning round and running all the way back to my car. I haven't spoken to my friend Isaac in months. I have no idea where he is. But that's okay. I have a new friend now, who I've been communicating with. This friend has taught me so much, and at long last, they are going to meet with me. They said I was allowed to tell you this story now, because so much more is in store for us. I have to go for a hike now. I shouldn't keep them waiting. Hi everyone, thanks for listening. That was another good story by Reddit user Never You Mind. If it were your friend out there, would you follow them into the woods? Or turn back? I'm lucky in that respect. I don't have any friends. Anyway, tonight's fun fact. In 1955, a family in Kentucky claimed that they spent an entire night in a shootout with glowing alien creatures. The case became known as the Kelly-Hopkinsville encounter, and to this day, no one can fully explain what happened. It's still one of the most famous and strangest alien encounter stories in UFO history. And to add a fun twist, the look of the aliens also inspired the look of the gremlins in the 1984 movie. Good night. I've had a fear of rats for as long as I can remember. I don't know exactly what it is about them that scares me. It's not just the tail, or the way they move, or how they sound. It's everything, and it's nothing. To me, rats have always been synonymous with unconditional terror. It all comes from a childhood trauma. A large rat chased me up a hill where I had to hide in the tool shed. The thing seemed rabid, and I had to sit there for at least an hour, listening to the squeals and cries of the desperate thing that wanted to eat me. It was an unusually big rat, larger than some cats I've seen. It's called musophobia, and up until recently, it hasn't really been an issue. I mean, sure, I can get panic attacks and a flight reaction by just seeing one, but I've been able to keep them out of my life more often than not. Sure, now that I'm a parent, I won't let my 2 kids have a hamster, but I'm pretty sure the Yorkshire Terrier we have keeps them busy. My phobia became an issue not too long ago. I was driving the kids home from school. Traffic was being rerouted for maintenance, so I had to take the smaller dirt road instead of staying on the main. It wasn't far, and there was barely any traffic. The road goes by a set of fishing cabins set up around the lake, but was extended to lead back to the main road further up ahead. Usually there's nothing but frogs there. As I drove by, A small family of 6 rats ran straight across the road. This had never happened to me before. My body spasmed and my mind blanked. I panicked and I turned the car straight into a pine tree. It was such a strange feeling. I heard this loud scream and I tried to cover my ears only to realise I was the one screaming. My oldest daughter managed to call 911. My reaction was far scarier to them than the crash itself. We were fine. I was driving slowly and everyone turned out okay. Even the car was okay after some light bodywork. However, my wife insisted I started going to therapy to deal with this fear once and for all. I couldn't say no. Not again. There aren't many mental health professionals in the nearby area, so the list of available therapists wasn't long. I could go for 2 sessions a week if it wasn't too far away. I was looking for assisted exposure therapy, and truth be told, I was a bit on edge about the whole thing. My wife was the driving force behind this decision, so she pretty much pointed me where to go. She chose to sign me up for a session with Dr. Jane Bogan. Dr. Jane was excited to see me. She was in her 40s and had this combed-back Elvira-looking hairdo, but without the volume. At first sight, you might mistake her for a medium or a psychic. It wasn't the best first impression, but her credentials checked out. We shook hands, her wrist rattling with jewellery and chains. She insisted I call her Jane. The office was kind of murky. Dark grey wallpaper with a matching carpet. Plenty of bookshelves with a desk set up in the corner. And of course, fancy leather lounge chairs, the kind you can straighten out to lie down in. Her office assistant, Jeremy, offered me a coffee and a donut before returning to the adjacent room. Apparently, he helped all 4 officers in the building with their scheduling, but Jane was the only one working today. Jeremy was a short, balding man with a tired look. He had some kind of accent, but I couldn't put my finger on it. European, I think? Today he's all ours, Jane joked. Jeremy didn't laugh. Jane and I had a long talk about my phobia. I told her about the tool shed on the top of the grassy hill, and the screeching sounds of the rabid rat, the desperate scratching trying to make a dent in the front door. I told her about the car crash and how my body just seized up and refused to let me act. Jane was a very active listener, asking follow-up questions and making notes along the way. She nodded, made eye contact, and seemed very attentive. She was good, and just talking openly about my fear was refreshing. And at the end of my first session, Jane explained her thoughts to me. Until next time, I'll present the treatment plan, but I can already say you're a prime candidate for overexposure therapy. You mean exposure therapy? I asked. No, this is different, she smiled and touched my hand. Overexposure therapy is slightly different, but far more effective in the long run. It also doesn't require you to actually meet or touch any rats. It can be done right here in the office. Really? I've never heard of it. I'm licensed to perform it, she said, and stood up. She pointed out a diploma next to a desk. Right there, underneath the degree from Minnesota State, was a license from the Board of Behavioral Health and Therapy, BBHT. It looked official enough, and I didn't have any reason to distrust her. I agreed to discuss it with my wife. Of course, it wasn't much of a discussion. I didn't mind trying something new, and my wife was overjoyed to see me progressing. We tried looking up overexposure therapy, but it didn't give us anything. Most links were just explaining how regular exposure therapy works. I didn't like the idea of facing my fear, but with the guidance of Dr. Jane, it felt a bit easier. She was a professional, after all. I called her and agreed to do the treatment. She explained it would be best to set aside a full day for it. We booked the upcoming Saturday. It wouldn't be cheap, but she guaranteed a breakthrough. I'd wager my reputation on it, she laughed. The next Saturday, I kissed my wife goodbye and left to see Dr. Jane. I was nervous, but seeing my girls wave goodbye as I pulled out of the driveway calmed my heart. They were so worried about me. I had to get better. When I got to Dr. Jane's office, she was waiting for me in the parking lot. Jeremy was there as well, despite it being a Saturday. My car was the only one in the parking lot, making me wonder if Jane lived nearby and walked to work. As I got out of the car, I noticed Jeremy holding a cup of coffee and a donut. We hadn't even stepped inside yet. He didn't blink much. "Glad you could make it," said Jane. "It's going to be a long day." Jeremy handed me the coffee and the donut, and we entered the office. One of the lounge chairs was set up so I could lie down. I noticed how Jeremy lingered in the room until Jane stared him down. Then she turned her attention to me. It felt like staring into a furnace. "Have a seat." I laid down as she dimmed the lights. "Close your eyes. Don't be alarmed," she continued. "What are you—" I didn't have time to say anything else. Jane touched her thumb to my forehead and my mind was set on fire. That's the only way I can explain the sensation. My mind flared and there was an intense heat, wave after wave fanning out from the point on my forehead she touched. Heat and freezing cold. There was a taste of metal and a smell of burning rubber, like getting a tattoo on my brain. I couldn't open my eyes. I couldn't feel my hands or feet. It felt like I was sinking into the chair, deeper and deeper. "Relax," a disembodied voice demanded. I felt my breath stopping, my heart slowing. Fire turned to ice. I could have sworn I was dying, but my body didn't respond. I was losing control. Then my eyes burst open. It felt like breaching the surface after diving too deep. My pulse shot through my body like an automatic rifle. I was shaking, and my eyes teared up. To call it disorientating would be an understatement. I was still in the office, but it was night. I'd arrived at 10 in the morning. Now it was close to midnight. Jane was gone. Jeremy too. My pockets were empty. I called out, but there was no response. I was alone. I opened the office door and stepped out into the parking lot, only to realize I was actually far from alone. There was Jeremy. His eyes were wide open and seemed larger than usual. The pupils were different sizes. His mouth was wide open like a panting dog, revealing a tongue long enough to reach his belly button. He was completely naked and covered in deep, bloodless cuts. He stood in the middle of the parking lot under the single working lamppost. He seemed taller, like stretched, soft plastic. We locked eyes, his mouth curled into a smile, never blinking, never closing his mouth. And now he was sprinting towards me with complete abandon, naked feet slapped against the concrete. He almost tripped as he stumbled across the curb. I slammed the door shut. Jeremy's entire body weight slammed against the door with a deep splat. The door buckled but held. Jeremy was screaming. It was a pained, primal shriek like someone being set on fire. All-enveloping pain pressed in a rasping and dry voice. I hurried back to the office. One of the bookshelves looked loose, so with enough force I was able to tip it. I had to try. The bookshelf wasn't heavy, but the over 100 books on psychology held it down. I summoned all my strength and tipped the whole thing in front of the door. I sat down, back to the bookshelf. I noticed I was screaming too, yelling at him to stop and leave me alone. It wasn't a conscious decision, it just happened. I was so disorientated, it seemed like time was standing still. As Jeremy broke through the door leading in from the parking lot, I braced myself. He flung himself against the office door, but the added weight of the bookshelf and myself was enough to keep it shut. "Stop!" I heard myself scream. Please, just stop! I scrambled to hold him back, cutting my thumb open on a splinter. I didn't even notice it until my hand started slipping from the blood. I stared across the room. I could see a full moon outside the office window. Slowly, a face appeared on the other side of the glass, stepping out of the dark. A woman I'd never seen before. Hairless, also with deep cuts across her skin, eyes wide, pupils differently sized. Her mouth wide open, her long tongue pressed against the glass like a dying eel. No, I heard myself sigh. Please, just no. She nodded as her mouth turned into a sinister smile. Using her arms and face, she started to break herself against the glass. She didn't bleed from the cuts. I didn't know what to do until the glass shattered. I bolted to the left through the side door to the hallway. I followed the corridor to the right as the office door broke in behind me. Jeremy was through. I could hear the two of them panting as they chased me. I saw two options: get out through the window or lock myself in the bathroom. I refused to corner myself, so I chose the window. I smashed it with my elbow and climbed out, feeling cold fingers brush against my neck. It was cold outside and dark. I just ran, hearing the panting behind me. I followed the path into the pine forest, getting scratches from the trees across my face. It is nothing short of a miracle that I didn't trip. I paid no attention to my feet. As the ground turned upwards to a hill, I lost my breath. I knew this hill. This couldn't be here. It was the same hill where I'd been chased into a tool shed as a kid. And there it was. There was nowhere else for me to go. They were faster, and I had to find cover. This was impossible. I'd done this once before, and now I was doing it again. I ran up the hill, flung the old wooden door open, and shut it behind me. The door had a side bolt, so I locked it. There were no windows, but the entire shed was flimsy at best. I cursed myself. This was just another dead end. For minutes, it was quiet. Maybe they hadn't followed me. Maybe they took a different path. I relaxed my breath, feeling blood return to my fingers and toes. Then they came. They smashed themselves against the door. They tore at the frail planks. The pained screams exploded and echoed across the hillside. I couldn't hear myself think. Desperate, I looked where to go next, but I was cornered. It can't end like this, I panted. It can't. It won't. Not like this. I cried. I pleaded. There was more of them now, at least 6. One of the planks on the left side broke off, and 5 arms reached in for me. Pale arms, with deep, bloodless cuts. The full moon reflected on blinking eyes and long, slithering tongues. Not like this. The side bolt had lost 2 screws. It was a matter of seconds. No! I armed myself with a claw hammer as the door burst open. Jeremy was the first in, but I didn't get a chance to attack. 3 different arms grabbed me, disarmed me, and pushed me onto the floor. Cold, naked flesh pressed against me. Countless eager faces drooled with delight as teeth pierced my neck. Then I woke up. The clock showed 20 minutes past 5 in the afternoon. I was on the floor of Dr. Jane's office, curled up in the fetal position. There was a cold towel on my head, and Dr. Jane was calmly stroking my shoulder. My head was warm, and a great headache was subsiding. Jeremy was nowhere around. "There we go," she whispered. "You're fine, you're fine." I couldn't speak. I was shaking like a leaf. Jane helped me back to the window seat. "That was the end of the treatment," she smiled. "You're done." What was that? What was... I had completely forgotten why I was there in the first place. Jane reached for something. "Hold your hands out," she said. I did as she asked. A second later, a small white mouse was placed in my palms. The confused little thing just sniffed me and stood on its hind legs. I didn't react. In my mind, I was about to be eaten alive just seconds ago. "You seem to be cured," Jane smiled. "Treatment successful. You can give him back now if you want." I wouldn't mind holding him for a bit. I really didn't. I wanted the little mouse to stay. It was a tiny comfort, a living creature I could feel meant no harm. "Good," Jane nodded. "So, what happened?" "You were overexposed," said Jane, filling out some paperwork. "An extreme stress reaction dampens all other reactions." "I don't understand." "Say you have an oven with 4 settings," she continued. 4 being the highest setting. That's where you were, with your fear of rats. Maximum power. Strength 4. She handed the paper over to me. It was her bill for the day. "I changed your maximum setting to 10. Suddenly a 4 doesn't seem so bad." "But how?" She sat down across from me and locked her eyes with mine. There was something dark there, a hint of red. "I'm very good at what I do." She took my hand and turned it over. That's when I noticed a cut along my thumb. I was allowed to keep the white mouse. I bought him a little cage, some toys, and plenty of food. When I got home that night, my wife couldn't believe her eyes. My girls named the mouse Kenny, and he was gently played with late into the night, much to our Yorkie's dismay. My wife called it a miracle, but I didn't know what to call it. My mind was still in a daze. I find myself thinking back to that day. It wasn't a dream or a vision, it was real. It had to be. Thumbs don't cut themselves on imaginary splinters. Sometimes I find myself staring into the mirror, seeing my pupils dilate into different sizes. It feels like my tongue has grown longer. Hell, my forehead seems to have a slight magnetic pull where Dr. Jane touched me. It's a very unusual kind of headache. There was also an incident, just a few days ago, where I cut my finger dicing potatoes. Not a drop of blood came out. I barely even felt it. I can't bring myself to go back to Dr. Jane. If there's even a slight chance she'll put me back on that hill, I won't ever talk to her or see her again. I might have had the fear of rats scared out of me, but it's been replaced by this deep existential dread for what Dr. Jane could do to me if she wanted to. What has she done to me? And why can't I bleed? Hi everyone, thanks so much for watching. That story was Overexposure Therapy by Reddit's own Saturdead. You can find more of his amazing work linked below. He's an awesome writer, and I hope to narrate more of his stories in the future. Now for a fun fact. There's a fear of long words, and cruelly, it's called hippomonstrosesquidaleaphobia. Oh come on, I deserve a subscribe for that. Imagine having to say that at the doctor's office. Hippomonstrosesquidaleaphobia. Hippomonstrosesquidaleaphobia. I've been thinking a lot about what I went through that night a couple of years back. I've never had the chance to process it. I think when you go through something traumatic or unusual, you compartmentalize it to the point where it feels like it happened to somebody else. That's what it feels like to me. Back then I was living in a suburb near Pittsburgh. I was making ends meet, but margins were slim, and the notion of owning my own house felt like a dream at best. I'd been dating a girl for 2 years, looking for the perfect time to propose, but I just couldn't find the right time and place. But my fortunes were about to change. I got offered a promotion at my job. I'd be a shift manager at a large chemical plant in a couple of weeks. But even better, I got an email about something that might be the perfect time and place for me to finally propose. I was subscribed to a newsletter for a particular singer-songwriter that my girlfriend and I both enjoyed. The first thing we'd ever bonded over was music. There was a promotional campaign where there would be a sneak release of tickets to an upcoming tour, and the first 30 in line would be offered backstage passes. I couldn't imagine a better place to pop the question. Maybe I could get a chance to do it on stage if I asked nicely. But it had to be a surprise, so I kept it to myself. I made up an excuse about going to see my brother and packed a camp-out kit to get in line well and early. The newsletter recommended all of those interested to be in line at least 24 hours ahead of the ticket release. Please be patient and understanding, the email read, and please, wait in line. I drove out there early Saturday morning. They'd arranged it as a sort of a pop-up store. It was going to have all kinds of merch, and by opening day there'd be plenty of people dropping by to get ordinary tickets. But I'd be one of those 30 who got the good ones, come hell or high water. It was awkward getting there though. They'd shut down 3 of the roads for maintenance, making me zigzag between cones and waiting for traffic in opposing lanes to take a turn. There was an apartment complex nearby, but that had been tented up for fumigation. A couple of nearby stores were shut down after health inspections. All in all, it was just bad timing, and there would be no comforts. But I got a bunch of gear packed. I'd be fine. I had an audiobook, some TV shows, and a lawn chair with a slot for an attachable umbrella. I could sit out there for days if need be. As with most pop-up events, there was no big sign, and the location was closed with metal shutters out front. The only thing that showed that this was the place was a discreet little poster on the side of the door that read, "You made it." The newsletter had mentioned that particular poster. It was all designed in a way to make the release feel exclusive. I got there about 23 hours early, and my heart sank. There were already people in line. Luckily, I only counted 27, but for a short moment I was ready to throw in the towel. I got to the back of the line, did a second and third count, and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as no one cut in line, I was in the green. So I set up my chair, attached an umbrella to my chair, and got started on the first season of Monk. After a couple of hours, the line had grown to about 50 people before slowing down. Maybe those in the back were hoping people up front would either drop out, or maybe they hoped there'd be extra tickets. The email had mentioned that there might be a couple of extras, but it couldn't be guaranteed. But I was still in the green, so I didn't have to worry all that much. It wasn't an unpleasant place to stay. The building was facing away from the sun, and there wasn't any traffic nearby because all the maintenance. I think the crews had stopped working for the weekend because there was little to no machine noise. I didn't hear a single jackhammer or concrete mixer, just the ambience of the city and the murmur of the people in line. There was a bit of a tussle up front. This one woman was getting up and talking to people. She was hard to miss. She had this neon green band shirt and blue-coloured hair. You could see her from a mile away. She went down the line asking if anyone had any antihistamines, allergy pills. She was having some sort of reaction. Turns out, no one had any, so she had to head off to find some. There was a drugstore a couple of blocks away, and the guy next to her promised she could keep her spot, so she walked away, thanking those around her for being so understanding. Thing is, she never came back. Hours later, her spot was still vacant. By dinner time, I kicked up a conversation with a guy next to me. He'd arrived just after I did, so he was still among the first 30. His name was Rodney, and he had this lean metalhead kind of build. Arms covered in tattoos, and those kinds of pants with zippers that you can turn into shorts. It didn't look like his kind of venue. "I'm surprising my girl," Rodney smiled. "She loves this stuff." "Same here," I said. "I think I might pop the question. Congrats. Love to see it." He offered me a Coke, and I took it. He hadn't prepared himself quite like I had, so I offered him a pad to watch some shows while I listened to my audiobook. We shared a couple of stories, some snacks, and added one another to our socials. I chomped down on a cold burrito for dinner and took a nap. Rodney was on his phone talking to a friend for a bit. The people ahead of me were having a conversation of their own, and I only caught parts of it. They were discussing if there were 30 available tickets in total, or if there were more tickets given out to the first 30 people. Was there only one ticket per person? Because if all in line wanted 2 or more, that would be over 60 in total. The email hadn't specified it, so they were a bit worried. I had no idea, but there was no point in arguing about it. We'd see in about a day. There was this one guy who was a couple of spots ahead of me that had to step out of line. He had a friend coming by to drop off some stuff, so he asked if they could hold his spot for a bit. It'd just be a couple of minutes. I saw him disappear around the corner, doing that I'm in a bit of a hurry kind of jog that polite people do. A couple of minutes passed, then half an hour. After a full hour, he still wasn't back. "Isn't that strange?" I said to Rodney. "2 people have gone to get something and none came back." "Sure, yeah, strange," he nodded. "But some people just say those things to get an excuse to leave. It's embarrassing to say you're bored, you know. I guess. It's just strange." "I work at the hospital," he said. "I'm an anesthesiologist. I know what people who crack under pressure looks like. They always shuffle away with a convenient excuse." "You sure that's it?" I asked. "Nah, but I got no other explanation." "Fair enough." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sounds of the city lowered to a mumble. Cars gave way to people walking their dogs, and in this particular neighborhood, there was a lot of those. There were a couple more people who got out of line and walked away, not to return. We were still well over 40 though, but I think some got cold feet as the city got dark. A couple of light posts from a nearby street cast long shadows across the pavement. I was having a nap when Rodney poked me. He looked confused. "Some folks in the back are saying we're in the wrong line. They're opening some name brand store. There ain't no ticket sales." "You shitting me?" I scoffed. "You can't be serious." A guy 3 steps ahead looked back. "This ain't no store opening," he called back. "It's an autograph signing." That kicked up a murmur. All of a sudden, the entire line was talking. There was some confusion about what we were actually doing out there. A lot of people were there for tickets, but for different artists. Some were there for a shop opening, an autograph signing, or a giveaway. A couple of phones were passed around and shown so we could compare emails. All emails were from different accounts, seemingly official enough to get past the spam filters. They all advertised different things, but they ended with the same line. "Please be patient and understanding, and please wait in line." It became readily apparent that no one had the faintest idea what this opening actually was. A couple of folks just got up and left. Finally, the guy at the very front stepped out of line. "I'm not sticking around for some fucking scam," he spat. "I'm going home. You should too." A couple more people packed up but hadn't decided what to do. I was a bit on the fence about it. But as I watched that first man round the corner, I figured there'd been some kind of misunderstanding. Maybe they were doing several promotions at once. I heard his voice. He sounded surprised and a little angry. "What is this?" Then he screamed. A blood-curdling, ear-bleeding scream. It got quiet. Everyone looked at one another, trying to find an answer to what was going on. I got out of my chair to get a better look, but Rodney put his hand on my arm. "Hold on," he said, lowering his voice. "Don't go. We should call someone." He agreed. But we could see other people were already calling for help. The man from the front of the line never returned. There was someone in the back who called for help. A few people walked down the road to see if everyone was okay, but they never returned either. A patrol vehicle came by about 20 minutes later. 2 police officers walked up, asking questions. Everyone said the same thing. A man had stepped away, and it sounded like he got hurt. The officers did a sweep of the road, and when they came back around, they shrugged it off. "There's nothing here," they said. "You sure he didn't just call out to a friend?" There were a lot of raised voices at that. But what could we say? It wasn't illegal to step out of line and not come back. There was no blood or sign of a struggle. Maybe we hadn't heard what we thought we heard, but people were raising other issues, like the emails we'd been sent. It all seemed like a plot to trick us. That, the officers had something to say about. "No, it's legit," one said. We were informed that there'd be people waiting in line for some kind of event. They had no idea what the promotion was for, though. And even if they did, they couldn't disclose it. It was all arranged by an event promoter, who'd in turn been hired by someone else. All in all, there was nothing they could do but to wish us the best of luck and be on their way. As they left, I noticed them meeting up with someone walking their dog at the end of the street. They shook hands, looked at us, and went their separate ways. Rodney and I stayed up late. We decided we'd take turns sleeping, just to make sure no one took our things. I took the first shift. The line had whittled down to about 30 people by then. There'd been a lot of people trickling out after the uncertainty of what this was supposed to be. Of course, none of them came back. I didn't hear anything else, but there was this rising unease that there was something inherently dangerous about stepping away. I could hear a couple of people talking about it, that is, until a woman further back had enough. She'd been sitting quietly for a while, listening to people talk over her. "It's not a big deal," she groaned. "Look, I'll walk 1 lap around the building. I'll leave my purse here so you know I'll be back, alright?" Maybe she was tired or frustrated. Maybe she wanted to prove a point. She stepped out of line and rounded the corner with a huff. Judging by the size of the building, it ought to take her a couple of minutes at a brisk walking speed. But as those minutes dragged on into half an hour, it was clear she wasn't coming back. She'd left everything behind, so it was clear this wasn't voluntary. Something had kept her from coming back. No one would willingly leave behind their identification, credit cards, or phone. A couple of people discussed leaving as a group. Someone mentioned leaving while being on a phone call, to report back as they went. But no one wanted to take the risk. We didn't know what was going on, and no one was eager to put themselves on the line. Instead we waited, speculated, and murmured back and forth about what might be going on. Was it a trafficking thing? Gang-related? Or was this whole thing just a big misunderstanding? I woke up Rodney around midnight and leaned back in my chair. I told him about the woman leaving her things behind, and I could see something settle on his brow. It was a strange position to be in. We were either completely fine or in incredible danger. But which was it? Which made more sense. I had a nervous sleep, no dreams, just a stream of thoughts. I kept waking up for the dumbest reasons. A car playing loud music a couple streets down, a barking dog, someone throwing away a bunch of glass bottles. Just everyday city noise. Rodney had slumped against the wall chewing on some licorice. When he noticed me watching, he pointed down the street. They keep coming back around. Who? I asked. Not sure. Some guy walking his dog every 30 minutes or so. The same guy? I don't know. Maybe. We kept our eyes on the street, and just like he said, a man with a dog passed by. He was wearing a large coat and a baseball cap, and the dog was one of the larger breeds. Possibly a St. Bernard, or some kind of sheepdog. Every 30 minutes, Rodney reiterated. I don't think he's walking his dog. So what's he doing then? Rodney shook his head and took another bite of licorice. Patrolling. It was the middle of the night when the police came back. 2 officers, same as before, walked down the line with an audible sigh. Someone called again, they said. What's going on? A young man got up and pointed at the woman who'd left her things behind. The police scooped it up, checked it, and promised to take it back to the station. As they were about to leave, the young man asked if they could escort him to his car. They agreed. As he left, he looked back at the rest of us, holding up his phone. A woman he'd been sitting next to held up her phone in response. I'll stay on the line until I get home, he called out. I'll keep you updated. It seemed to go well enough, but as they rounded the corner at the end of the street, I noticed one of the officers looking to the left and raising his hand, as if waving at someone just off to the side. We all looked at the woman with the phone. She was hunched over, cradling it with both hands, listening through wireless earpieces. She'd say something occasionally, like a quiet, "Yes, I'm still here," or "Are you okay?" Then, after a couple of minutes, her eyes went wide. "Hello?" she said. Dan, are you there?" There was no response. I could see the tears pool in her eyes as her hand started to shake. He'd promised to stay on the line. Something must have gone wrong. "They're picking us off," muttered Rodney. "Someone is picking us off." "But why?" I whispered back. "What's the point?" "Think about it," he said. "This whole block is basically shut down. Roadwork, maintenance, fumigation, renovations. It's just us out here. But why us? Why now? There's got to be a reason." Everyone was awake by then. We tried to figure out if we all had something in common. We all looked different, and we were all different ages. We were there for different reasons, and we lived in different parts of town. There was nothing readily apparent that we had in common. "Dan works at a bottling plant," the woman with the phone added. "I'm in retail." Others joined in. One was an airline pilot. Another was a bodyguard, a firefighter, a translator. All very different people in very different lines of work. However, we had one thing in common. We all had access to something. Rodney had access to pretty much whatever at the hospital. The woman working retail had access to influential private clients. The firefighter had control over who had what shift, and who would respond to what call. The translator could listen in on privileged information. I was no different. I was about to become shift manager at the plant. I could choose what and who went where, and when. "Is that it?" Rodney said. "Is that what we're here for?" "But what's the point of taking us out?" I asked. "This isn't hurting anyone but us." The man walking his dog was back for another round, but now it looked like he'd slowed down a bit. As Rodney talked, I saw him stop at the end of the street, giving us a long look. and his dog looked too. Somewhere around 3 a.m, a whole group of people got up from the back of the line. The idea was clear. They were going to rush out of there. Others protested, saying they could call people over to come help. "If we all call someone, we can make a crowd," a man called out. "We can leave as a crowd, and we'll be fine." "No, we have to spread out," someone else said. "We go different ways and we go fast. Some of us are bound to get out." Rodney got up too, but his voice drowned in the crowd. Things were getting heated, and people were pushing one another. Angry fingers were being pointed. Phrases were repeated over and over and over. The argument was quickly turning into a shouting contest. "There's at least 8 people patrolling," Rodney tried to say. "I've counted. There's at least 8. At least 8. But no one listened. And as push came to shove, a group from the back of the line spread out and ran into the night. Rodney slouched back down against the wall, breathing heavily. We all held our breaths, listening. We could hear footsteps running down different alleyways. It started with a crash, like someone taking a tumble into a trash container. Then, one pair of footsteps stopped. Not long after, another stopped. And from a far-off corner, I heard this barking. A loud, growling bark. "No!" someone pleaded. "No, no, no!" There was no screaming, no gunshots. All the sounds just stopped, and no one came back. The guy from the back of the line called out to them, but got no answer. We were down to about 20 people. Some were calling home. Others were calling the police, but they weren't about to come back here for a third time. One called a taxi, but they couldn't find a place to park, so they had to stop at an adjacent street, which we couldn't get to. There was also this one woman with a face tattoo that asked to borrow a phone. Rodney handed over his. "I'm getting my guys down here," she said. "You'll see." "I'm done." She made a call, shouting angrily for a couple of minutes. After the person on the other end finally seemed to understand the gravity of the situation, Rodney got his phone back. About 20 or so minutes later, 6 very tired men came wandering down the street. I could see the outline of holsters inside their cheap jackets. "We're going," the tattooed woman called out. "Y'all can come if you want." A couple of people got up. I looked at Rodney, but he shook his head. "Suit yourself," she continued. "We're leaving." We watched them walk away and round the corner. I heard them starting a car and putting it in gear. There was music playing, something loud with a thumping bass. It sounded like they were about to drive away when I heard a bark, but it wasn't just a bark. It was more like a growling cough. Then a gunshot, then another. The sound bounced against the walls, ringing out over the city. I saw a couple of lights turn on in distant buildings. Then all was quiet again. No one wanted to go look. Some people screamed at nearby houses, hoping for someone to open a window and look our way. No one did. The line itself was in complete disarray by then. People were packing and unpacking, pacing back and forth, hoping some opportunity would show itself. I wasn't immune to it, but I tried to stay calm. Rodney helped a lot. He was a lot more calculated than I'd imagined when I first saw him. He counted the people walking by. He measured the dogs. He listened for repeating sounds. My mind was tired, but my heart kept my eyes open and frantic. "I don't get this one thing," I said. "There's a timeline." "What do you mean?" he asked. "They gave us a time this would open," I continued. "If they're just going to keep us here until they've picked us off, why would they give us an end point?" "There's got to be something to it," he said. "Some reason for this specific place, and this time. And what happens when it opens?" We looked at one another. Whatever was going on, there couldn't be anything good in there. Rodney brought up the idea of breaking into the place we'd been lining up for. A couple of folks were on board, but the front gates were barred shut, and the personnel entrance was on the back of the building. That kicked up all previous arguments about calling for help, or moving as a group, or running like panicked animals into the night. We tried to bend a piece of rebar into a makeshift crowbar, but we couldn't get it to work. The place was locked down hard, and we hadn't brought anything to break through. We couldn't do it. A couple of people thought about collecting jackets and making a line so we could pull them back if need be. The problem was, no one wanted to volunteer. "Nothing happens until we're out of sight," someone said. "As long as we're within view, nothing happens. So someone can go to the end of the street, look around the corner, and come back." We had a volunteer for that. A large guy in his early 40s. He brushed off our worries, grabbed his backpack, and went to the end of the street. We could see him the whole time as he called back to us. "There's a car here," he yelled. "The door's open, there's no one here." "Can you see anything?" Rodney called out. "Nothing," he said. "Not a soul." He turned to go back to us when he stopped. He looked to the side. There was a hint of doubt there. Rodney peered up at me, then back at the man. "I think the patrol's coming around," he said. "Any moment now." Suddenly the man started running back to us. By the time he reached us, 3 of us were up on their feet to catch him and slow him down. He was panting like he was having an episode. We looked back towards the street, where a person walking his dog had stopped to look at us. "That's no dog," the man wheezed. "I don't know what that is, but it's no dog." For a couple of seconds we all just stared at the stranger. There really was something unusual about that dog. Its back legs had a curious shape, and there was a shine to the eyes that I hadn't noticed before. Almost blue. A couple more people would crack in the following hour. One just straight rushed down the road. Another tried to leave, but was held back by the others. A couple tried to call people for help, or to have someone escort them to their car, but nothing came of it. One guy kept spamming the police over and over, yelling at the operator that if they were that upset with him, they were free to come down and arrest him at any time. By dawn, there were less than 20 of us still waiting in line. It was about 6 a.m. when I saw someone coming down the road. A woman with blue-coloured hair and a neon green band shirt. I poked Rodney. We recognised her. She'd been the first one to leave, the one who went to get allergy medication. "She came back," I said. "You sure?" Rodney asked. "You sure that's her?" "Positive," I said. "Same clothes and everything." She waved at us. She was smiling and a bit bouncy, like she'd had a good night's sleep. In comparison, the rest of us were nervous wrecks. "I heard there was trouble," she said. "I'm sure it was a misunderstanding." "What happened?" I asked. "Nothing happened," she insisted. "Pills made me sleepy, so I went home. I just came to get my things, see what's going on." I wasn't buying it. And by the looks of Rodney, he wasn't either. Others didn't seem all that sure, but a couple seemed to relax their shoulders a bit. Despite my reservations, she got a lot of people up on their feet. Maybe they really wanted to believe that it was all just a big misunderstanding. And yeah, it was convincing. She'd come back after all, but maybe she was some kind of plant. Or maybe it was just someone who sort of looked like her. About half of all the people who remained joined her. They left together, giving the rest of us a tired wave goodbye. Some broke down in tears. There was this one woman whose face has burned into my mind. She was completely beside herself, shaking like a dry leaf in the wind. "I'm scared, okay?" she cried. "I'm scared. I don't understand what's going on. I just want to go home." She was assured, and hugged, and led by the hand, and slowly but surely, they all wandered off down the street, and none would return. About an hour later, there were less than 10 of us left. Rodney shook his head as he looked from side to side. "No patrols," he said. "They've missed it 2 times. "You think we can go?" I asked. "No," he said. "Something's up." He shook his head as we looked down the road, only to see someone approaching. It was one of the people who'd been walking their dog. Except now they weren't just passing by. They were stopping at the end of the street. A couple more joined, blocking off the other exits. One by one, they bent down and let their dogs off their leash. I looked at Rodney. For the first time, he looked scared. I could see his chest rising and falling with little claustrophobic breaths. We were being closed in on from all sides. "They fanned us out," he whispered. "They outnumber us." "What the fuck do we do?" I whispered back. He got up, and I followed. Others were taking notice as well. But as we began to spread out, we could see the approaching people moving to intercept. Then, the barking. I'll never forget the moment the dogs stepped out of the shade of the surrounding buildings. They looked almost completely black in the shadows, but they remained equally black when they stepped into the morning light. They had this ink-black, slick skin. Their back feet looked like something from a bird, and the entire body was hunched over on all fours. It was more humanoid than I'd thought, and as they got closer, they stretched out. The smaller of them, at full length, was at least 6 feet 7 inches. One of them looked my way with a shark-like grin, scratching the pavement like an eager dog with long pointed claws. I looked back at Rodney a final time, and in a split-second realization, all hell broke loose. Someone made a run for it, only to be tackled to the ground. One of the dogs got them by the neck and bit down hard with a sickening snap. One guy tried to climb a light post, hoping he could get up to a window of a nearby building. 2 more creatures tore down the light post, breaking it with a snap as he came tumbling to the ground. They were picking us off one by one, killing us, feeding on us. A couple had time to scream for help, but the creatures targeted whoever made noise first. The 40-something-year-old man who'd gone out to the street earlier was tackled face first into the pavement and had those razor-sharp teeth dug into the back of his neck. My mouth tasted salt as morbid death smells crept up my nose. We didn't stand a chance. There were at least 12 of them, and they knew what they were doing. Rodney and I stayed by the wall, trying to make ourselves as small as possible. I got a good look at some of the dog walkers. A couple of them were complete strangers, but a couple of them I recognized from earlier. They'd been in line just like me and Rodney. Maybe they'd been plants, or something else entirely. The creatures were feasting. One of the handlers went up to the locked building and rolled it open as one of them walked up to me and Rodney. He looked us up and down as one of the creatures settled down by his side, snarling and drooling, starved and ready to pounce. The man adjusted his glasses, peering out from under his baseball cap. "We got any hatches left?" he called out. The building opened. I couldn't see what was inside from my angle, being pushed up against the wall. "All done," someone responded. "Got them all." The man looking at me and Rodney was maybe 30 years old, with a fashionable beard. Simple square glasses. I couldn't have picked him out of a crowd. He looked down at the dark creature and adjusted his nondescript baseball cap. "Which one you want?" he asked. "Which did you dream of?" I felt something to my right. Rodney reached out and grabbed my hand. Not because we were making a break for it, or to try some last-minute master plan. He was just scared, and when you're scared, you want to hold someone's hand. So he held mine. The creature looked us over. A hint of blue reflected at us from its deep eyes. We fumbled for the right words to say. Some plea. Some brilliant, last-minute monologue. Something to appeal to their sense of kindness and humanity. But the stranger with the glasses didn't move a muscle. He might as well have been shopping for groceries. And with that, the creature growled. It had decided. It pounced on Rodney. I held his hand for as long as I could. I didn't look. I remember the sensation of screaming, but I don't remember the sound. My throat turned raw. The muscles in Rodney's hand tightened, then fell limp. The man with the glasses took a step forward, shushing the creature. There, he said. It's okay. Dream well. Eat. Bone crunching. Sinew snapping. Meat, and the smell of hot iron. I closed my eyes so hard my skull ached. There was noise all around me. I didn't hear most of it, as I could barely make out anything over the sound of my own heart. There was biting and ripping, interlaced with the most casual-sounding conversation. You got the shells? Someone asked. No need. We're torching. You sure? It's clear. We got a firefighter. I looked up. A couple creatures began to look different as they ate. Some had brighter skin. Some were shorter, fatter. I heard clattering as their claws fell off their fingers. Bones snapping as their legs straightened. Then the man with the glasses clapped his hands at me. Hey, he said. You can go. What? You can go, he repeated. We're done. I got up off the ground and cleared my eyes. A couple of people looked my way, and I could tell they weren't entirely convinced. Some were armed. I recognized one of them as the woman with the face tattoo. You're letting me go? Sure, he said. We got a full brood. We don't need you. You can't kill people and walk away, I whispered. You can't. You can't do that. He shrugged at me like I'd asked him what the time was. I stepped back and no one followed me. I glanced at the creature gnawing on Rodney, only to see that it had started to gain his features, his face, his gangly arms, and all the while, the man with the glasses calmly shushed it and stroked its back. The others were setting fire to the building, using a can of gasoline and a strip of newspaper. I only saw a brief glance of the inside. Black rock-like fragments littered the floor. Strange organic formations stuck to the wall in batches of 3 to 6. When he noticed I wasn't leaving, the man with the glasses casually waved a pistol at me. Not to shoot me, but to show that he had it. Go on now, he said. And as the fire flared up, I stepped around the corner, and I didn't return. I came home in tears. I remember breaking down in the hallway trying to explain everything all at once to my girlfriend. I told her about the tickets, and the plans I'd made, and the people I'd met, and the dogs, and the handlers. All of it. I tried to show her Rodney's socials, and as I did, I noticed he was posting. My heart skipped a beat. Long night, the post said. It was just a selfie, posted 10 minutes earlier. He looked fine. Healthy even. But there was a little blue tint to his eyes that wasn't there before. No people went missing that night. Everyone came home, eventually. And from what I've read, there haven't been any incidents. Everything just keeps going like normal, like nothing happened. So who can I call? What can I even say? You can't report a person not being properly killed to the police. I even texted Rodney once, and he responded like it was no big deal. I just went home, he said. I'm fine, we should hang out sometime. I haven't agreed to it. I don't think I can. I don't even know what to think anymore. About a week or so after all this went down, I got a card. An apology card with a sad blue sunflower on the front. Inside was a handwritten note. "Sorry for the inconvenience," it read. There were 2 tickets to the concert, backstage passes. I ended up going. I proposed. I think I recognised a couple of people in the crowd, but I'm not sure. Now, years down the line, it all feels like a nightmare. I can't point to a single thing and say, "Hey, look, it really happened." There are no witnesses, and in the eyes of the law, no crime has been committed. But I know what I lived through that night. That'll stay with me forever. And I know this was violent and ugly and sick. But that email asked me to wait patiently, and maybe that's what saved my life in the end. Maybe I'm still waiting. But for what? Hey guys, thanks for listening. I've narrated quite a lot of saturdead stories recently, and I think you'll agree his writing is absolutely amazing. I may be a published author myself, but honestly, I don't think I'm at his standard yet. If you'd like to check out more of his work, I've got a dedicated playlist for you. And if you fancy hearing some of my own stories, I've started narrating those too. They've got their own playlist, and it should be up on the screen now, or in a minute, or maybe a little while ago. I'm not very good with timing. While I've got you, it would be awesome if you could subscribe, maybe drop a comment with your favourite story, or give this one a like. It really helps get the channel out there. I'm juggling work, motherhood, and everything in between just to get these stories out to you, which is probably why half the time my coffee's gone cold before I get to drink it. And now for a random fun fact. Did you know the longest line ever recorded was in Poland in 2012? Over 45,000 people stood in line for a single cup of coffee at a festival, and some of them still didn't get served. Makes waiting in a horror storyline sound a bit more appealing, right? Good night.
That's right. Blonde hair, shoulder length, blue eyes, about 4 foot. Love heart 90. Listen, I know how this sounds, but I swear to you, I am a good mother. I'm sorry if I'm rambling. I haven't slept, okay? You said you need everything I can remember, right? So, here it is. We only moved in a couple of weeks ago. We found it on Facebook Marketplace. It was cheap rent, no deposit. Too good, I know, but I needed out. Out of my head, out of my town. I was spiraling and desperate. I'd found a new job here really easily, so it was a fresh start. It was just me and my daughter May. She's 8. And our poodle, Butch. Yeah, I know, but he's harder than he looks. Well, he used to be. Sorry. Yeah, right, so the first night, I tucked May into her room. It's small, but bright. Pink curtains, her favourite Labubus lined up on the shelf. They're really creepy, but she says they're an investment. I mean, it's cosy. How she wanted it. I was trying to make it feel like home for her. But around midnight, that first night, she crept into my room. She said, "There's a lady standing in the corner. She doesn't have any eyes." I was still half asleep and I was like, "In your dream?" But she shook her head. She said the lady was just standing there, not saying anything, just watching. I'm no hero. Not even for dream ghosts. So I just told her to get in my bed. It was going to be my first day at my new job the next day, and May's first day at school. So we needed to get a decent sleep. In the morning though, when May was busy with her breakfast, I gave her room the quick once over. Obviously I didn't. believe in ghosts or anything, but I was just checking for things that could, resemble things in the dark. A dressing gown over a chair or a pile of laundry in the corner, that sort of thing. But there was nothing there. No sign anyone had been in the room. I even checked the wardrobe and under the bed, just to be thorough. I didn't say anything to her when I came down. She seemed fine, and I didn't want to remind her if she'd forgotten. But once that night came, it was the same thing. She comes in, all shaky and teary-eyed. There's a lady with no eyes in the corner. This time, I get up, switch all the lights on as I go, like I say, no hero. But when I get to her room, there's nothing there. She's behind me, pointing in the far corner. There, she said. She was just there. There's a corner in her room. Even with the lights on, it's still quite ominous. I guessed it was just like, the angles of the house and stuff. But I could see how it probably would have looked extra creepy in the dark. I told myself that I would do something with it the next time I was off, make it extra friendly somehow. I let her sleep in my bed again that night. She was really unsettled, but I reassured her. I told her it was a shadow, a trick of the light, stuff like that. Stuff you tell your kids, right? At that point, I just thought the move had probably unsettled her. We moved quite quickly, you see. It was just after the funeral. She's been through a lot. But this went on, and on, and on. Every night, same thing. For the next week. I tried to be understanding. I tried to put myself in her shoes. That's why I let her continue sleeping with me. But in all honesty, it was getting hard. And to make things worse, I'd actually tried to make things better quickly, but the stuff I'd ordered to sort out her room was missing in the post, apparently. I rang the post office to see where the hell the stuff was, and they had the audacity to turn around and say they had tried to deliver, but a woman had refused delivery at the door. So they'd sent it back to the warehouse. That is not possible. Only me and May live here, and Butch. So, I had to wait until I got my full day off. So, I go down and get the stuff when I get this day off, and, I got another shelf, and I got one of those dim night light things, the plug-in ones. My plan was to make the corner bright and pretty and sparkly and everything girl. There was a socket in the corner, so that made things easy as well. I even put up the shelf myself. That no more nails glue really comes in handy when you don't have a driller. Long story short, it looked lovely when it was done. Later though, now I'm not saying there was someone in the house. I just don't know. So there was a crash. I was making coffee in the kitchen, and it sounded like the bloody ceiling was coming through. I ran up the stairs, and here's the shelf on the floor. Not just, that no more nails shit was crap and it fell off. It was in pieces on the floor, like someone took a sledgehammer to it. It was a good shelf, like I say, I'm a good mum. I don't cheap out on my kids' stuff. So if it had fallen off, it may have cracked, but not that. To add insult to injury, on its way down, it must have clipped the nightlight. So that was on the floor, smashed too. But one of the little pluggy bit things was still in the socket. I'm not daft. The UK might have the safest sockets in the world, but I know if the top hole is jammed open, you're in bother, right? So, Andy, my late husband, he was an electrician. so I know not to touch things like this. So I go around to next door, and the man there, John, John, he came round and did his man thing and got the prong out. I told him the story about May and what was going on, and to be honest, he looked uncomfortable. Well, to be honest, he looked uncomfortable as soon as he stepped in the room. It was probably because he didn't know us, but I don't know. Sometimes people just know something's off, don't they? So anyway, now I'm back to square one. Creepy corner 1, me, nil. This was Friday, so I thought I'd play it a little different with May. I ordered a pizza, we watched a film, I let her stay up really late. I thought I'd tire her out and that'll be it. No luck. 2 a.m. on the dot, she's in my bedroom, same thing, same lady. I like my space. Ever since I lost Andy, I need to be in bed alone. I can't stand feeling that weight of someone next to me now, knowing it's not him. I love my daughter. I'd do anything for her, obviously, but it's just hard, you know? So this was taking its toll. Over the next few days, I tried so many different things. New nightlight, didn't work. New lamp, bulb smashed. New lamp, plugged in from a different socket with an extension cord. The fucking extension cord snapped. How do you snap a wire? No, she didn't do it. I didn't do it. And through it all, she kept saying, the lady was there. Same corner, always watching, never moving. Sometimes, she'd say the lady would tilt her head just slightly, like she was curious. I know that I'm an adult, and I shouldn't give in to kids' imaginations, but I started to feel it too. This heaviness in the air. That sense when someone's staring at you, but no one is. The more I tried to help her, the more resistance there was. Does that make sense? I started to think that maybe... It sounds cruel now, but maybe May was sabotaging my efforts so she could be with me. That's the only thing it could have been, really, right? She knows I'm trying to do everything I can to get her to stay in her own bed, so she stops me from doing that. I mean, she could have cut the wire. The scissors were missing. But as for the shelf, yeah, I mean, she definitely didn't do the shelf. Maybe the glue wasn't dry properly. I don't know. At this point, I didn't know what to do, so I called in the big guns, just for one night. I know you shouldn't do this, I get that, but I just needed to see what would happen. So, I sent Butch in for the night. I got his basket, plopped it right in the spooky corner. Now, I told May he could stay with her, and that ladies that have no eyes hated dogs, so she wouldn't come back. She actually seemed really happy. Butch refused to go near the corner. The stupid bloody dog was making me look bad. He barked at the doorway, hackles up, then ran away. I know you're probably going to think that I'm cruel, but I thought, fuck this, and I got his collar and I just dragged him into the room. I wasn't messing about anymore. His basket stayed in the corner, but he made his own bed on top of May's at the bottom. She was happy with that, and so was I. And for the first time in literal weeks, I didn't hear a peep. Until 4 o'clock in the morning. I don't know if... Okay, listen. May is a beautiful, smart, compassionate, kind girl. Please, just remember... I heard crying. Not the usual soundtrack of fear sobbing followed by footsteps pitter-patter into my room. This was soft whimpering from May. I was gonna just leave her, to be honest. Let her self-soothe. She'd already stayed there longer than she'd ever done the entire time we'd lived there. But I just couldn't. The sound was tugging at something deep, you know? So I creep along the hall, lights off, just in case I misheard or something. I hadn't. May's sitting there, on the floor, in the corner. Butch is laying with his little head on her lap. And she's stroking him, softly crying. And I thought, oh, bless her. She's really trying. Until I saw the blood. Her hands, her nightie, her pretty pink carpet, it's everywhere. I don't know whose it is, so I run in, flick the light on, and it's not hers. It's Butch's. He's lying there, and she's stroking him. And his eyes are gone. He's dead, obviously. Now, what am I gonna think? It's just us that live here. I didn't do this. I know I should have reported it. She's my kid. I took him down to the vets the next day. I said he'd run away earlier in the week, and I'd found him like that in the woods. I thought they'd just cremate him for us, but I'm guessing that hasn't happened yet. She's a good kid. She's just... I asked her why she did it. She said it wasn't her, obviously. She said it was the lady with no eyes, and that she did it because she didn't like dogs. I know, I had said that to May earlier that evening. Thing is, I looked everywhere, and I couldn't find Butch's eyes. So I booked her an appointment with a private psychologist. I did try the NHS first. I told the receptionist about May's nightmares. I didn't want to go into too much detail, but they insisted I come in first for an initial visit before they even saw May. I wanted this done quickly. This was gonna waste time. I wanted to help her now, so I just paid for it privately. There was a short waiting list, but at least she would get seen by someone in a few days instead of a few months. In the meantime, I just stopped bringing it up. Everything. The lady, the dog. I didn't want to feed it. I thought I could manage on my own until the appointment. Then came Thursday. The car wouldn't start, which meant I was late for work. My phone was dead, so I couldn't call work. My first few weeks on the job and I already looked bad. When I got home, the kitchen light kept flickering, and when I went round to see if John could help me, he wouldn't. No explanation, he just shook his head through his front door. By bedtime, I was done. Exhausted, frustrated, whatever you want to call it, I was over everything. When May came in with a blanket and asked to sleep in my bed again, I snapped. I didn't mean to. I told her she had to sleep in her own bed, that she was growing up, that she was safe, and that ghosts weren't real. She didn't even argue. She didn't cry. She just nodded and said, "Okay, Mummy." That was the last thing she said to me. The next morning, her bed was empty. At first, I thought maybe she'd got up early, went to the bathroom, or wandered downstairs, but the house was quiet. I checked every room, every cupboard, called her name until my throat hurt. I even checked the garden and the shed. The neighbours, the bloody neighbours, he didn't even want to help me look. He told me to get help. That's what I was trying to do, the selfish fucking prick. So I rang the police. They came quickly, checked the house, the area. They asked if there was anyone who might have taken her, any custody issues, any history of running away, stuff like that, and I kept telling them she was scared, she wouldn't leave. She couldn't have just disappeared. I begged them to check her room again, to stand where she stood, to look in that corner. I could still feel it. The cold spot, the wrongness. They didn't believe me. Of course they didn't. They spoke with John. I told them how weird he'd been acting. I told them that man had been into her room and that he knew the layout. But from there, they liaised with the police from our old village. And that's when everything stopped. They wanted me to come down to the station, to talk things over. Like they were turning on me, like I'd done something wrong. I am a good mother. Don't tell me to calm down. Why am I here? You've stopped looking for her. You should be looking for her. I've told you everything. Everything, time and time again. You can't tell me she never existed. Well, that's the end of my very first long narration. This story was written by me, so if you liked it, great. You clearly have excellent taste. And if you didn't, well, you're still here, so who won really? A quick side note, I hate my voice so much that my husband is officially banned from this channel. So if you're here, leave. Anyway, I've decided from now on, every video ends with a completely random, totally unnecessary fun fact about myself. You know, so you can get to know me, because nothing says bonding like weird personal oversharing. So here it is, tonight's fun fact. I once spent nearly an hour carefully narrating an entire chapter of my own novel, only to realise I never actually pressed record. Yeah, an hour of my life just performing passionately to absolutely no one. Thanks for hanging out. I'm going to collapse now. It's just taken me 7 hours to narrate and edit a 21-minute video. See you next time.
Tonight's story comes from one of the founding voices of cosmic horror, H.P. Lovecraft. Originally published in The Vagrant in 1918, this chilling tale follows a lost man deep inside the Mammoth Cave and what he finds. This is The Beast in the Cave. Yes, the horrible conclusion which had been gradually intruding itself upon my confused and reluctant mind was now an awful certainty. I was lost, completely, hopelessly lost in the vast and labyrinthine recess of the Mammoth Cave. Turn as I might, in no direction could my straining vision seize on any object capable of serving as a guidepost to set me on the outward path, that never more should I behold the blessed light of day, or scan the pleasant bills and dales of the beautiful world outside. My reason could no longer entertain the slightest unbelief. Hope had departed, yet, indoctrinated as I was by a life of philosophical study, I derived no small measure of satisfaction from my unimpassioned demeanour. For although I had frequently read of the wild frenzies into which were thrown the victims of similar situations, I experienced none of these, but stood quiet as soon as I clearly realized the loss of my bearings. Nor did the thought that I had probably wandered beyond the utmost limits of an ordinary search cause me to abandon my composure even for a moment. If I must die, I reflected, then was this terrible yet majestic cavern as welcome a sepulchre as that which any churchyard might afford, a conception which carried with it more of tranquillity than of despair. Starving would prove my ultimate fate, of this I was certain. Some, I knew, had gone mad under circumstances such as these, but I felt that this end would not be mine. My disaster was the result of no fault save my own, since unknown to the guide I had separated myself from the regular party of sightseers, and, wandering for over an hour in forbidden avenues of the cave, had found myself unable to retrace the devious windings which I had pursued since forsaking my companions. Already my torch had begun to expire. Soon I would be enveloped by the total and almost palpable blackness of the bowels of the earth. As I stood in the waning, unsteady light, I idly wondered over the exact circumstances of my coming end. I remembered the accounts which I had heard of the colony of consumptives who, taking their residence in this gigantic grotto to find health from the apparently salubrious air of the underground world, with its steady, uniform temperature, pure air, and peaceful quiet, had found, instead, death in strange and ghastly form. I had seen the sad remains of their ill-made cottages as I passed them by with the party, and had wondered what unnatural influence a long sojourn in this immense and silent cavern would exert upon one as healthy and vigorous as I. Now, I grimly told myself, my opportunity for settling this point had arrived, provided that want of food should not bring me too speedy a departure from this life. As the last fitful rays of my torch faded into obscurity, I resolved to leave no stone unturned, no possible means of escape neglected. So, summoning all the powers possessed by my lungs, I set up a series of loud shoutings, in the vain hope of attracting the attention of the guide by my clamour. Yet, as I called, I believed in my heart that my cries were to no purpose, and that my voice, magnified and reflected by the numberless ramparts of the black maze about me, fell upon no ears save my own. All at once, however, my attention was fixed with a start, as I fancied that I heard the sound of soft approaching steps on the rocky floor of the cavern. Was my deliverance about to be accomplished so soon? Had, then, all my horrible apprehensions been for naught, and was the guide, having marked my unwarranted absence from the party, following my course and seeking me out in this limestone labyrinth? Whilst these joyful queries arose in my brain, I was on the point of renewing my cries, in order that my discovery might come the sooner. when in an instant my delight was turned to horror as I listened, for my ever-acute ear, now sharpened in even greater degree by the complete silence of the cave, bore to my benumbed understanding the unexpected and dreadful knowledge that these footfalls were not like those of any mortal man. In the unearthly stillness of this subterranean region, the tread of the booted guide would have sounded like a series of sharp and incisive blows. These impacts were soft and stealthy, as of the paws of some feline. Besides, when I listened carefully, I seemed to trace the falls of 4 instead of 2 feet. I was now convinced that I had, by my own cries, aroused and attracted some wild beast, perhaps a mountain lion, which had accidentally strayed within the cave. Perhaps, I considered, the Almighty had chosen for me a swifter and more merciful death than that of hunger. Yet the instinct of self-preservation, never wholly dormant, was stirred in my breast, and though escape from the oncoming peril might but spare me for a sterner and more lingering end, I determined nevertheless to part with my life at as high a price as I could command. Strange as it may seem, my mind conceived of no intent on the part of the visitor save that of hostility. Accordingly, I became very quiet, in the hope that the unknown beast would, in the absence of a guiding sound, lose its direction as had I, and thus pass me by. But this hope was not destined for realization, for the strange footfalls steadily advanced. The animal, evidently having obtained my scent, which in an atmosphere so absolutely free from all distracting influences as is that of the cave, could doubtless be followed at great distance. Seeing therefore that I must be armed for defence against an uncanny and unseen attack in the dark, I groped about me the largest of the fragments of rock which were strewn upon all parts of the floor of the cavern in the vicinity, and grasping one in each hand for immediate use, awaited with resignation the inevitable result. Meanwhile, the hideous pattering of the paws drew near. Certainly, the conduct of the creature was exceedingly strange. Most of the time, the tread seemed to be that of a quadruped, walking with a singular lack of unison betwixt hind and 4 feet, yet at brief and infrequent intervals I fancied that but 2 feet were engaged in the process of locomotion. I wondered what species of animal was to confront me. It must, I thought, be some unfortunate beast who had paid for its curiosity to investigate one of the entrances of the fearful grotto, with a lifelong confinement in its interminable recesses. It doubtless obtained as food the eyeless fish, bats and rats of the cave, as well as some of the ordinary fish that are wafted in at every freshet of Green River, which communicates in some occult manner with the waters of the cave. I occupied my terrible vigil with grotesque conjectures of what alteration cave life might have wrought in the physical structure of the beast, remembering the awful appearances ascribed by local tradition to the consumptives who had died after long residence in the cave. Then I remembered with a start that, even should I succeed in felling my antagonist, I should never behold its form, as my torch had long since been extinct, and I was entirely unprovided with matches. The tension on my brain now became frightful. My disordered fancy conjured up hideous and fearsome shapes from the sinister darkness that surrounded me, and that actually seemed to press upon my body. Nearer, nearer, the dreadful footfalls approached. It seemed that I must give vent to a piercing scream, yet had I been sufficiently irresolute to attempt such a thing, my voice could scarce have responded. I was petrified, rooted to the spot. I doubted if my right arm would allow me to hurl its missile at the oncoming thing when the crucial moment should arrive. Now the steady pat, pat of the steps was close at hand. Now very close. I could hear the laboured breathing of the animal, and terror-struck as I was, I realised that it must have come from a considerable distance, and was correspondingly fatigued. Suddenly, the spell broke. My right hand, guided by my ever-trustworthy sense of hearing, threw with full force the sharp-angled bit of limestone which it contained toward that point in the darkness from which emanated the breathing and pattering, and, wonderful to relate, it nearly reached its goal, for I heard the thing jump, landing at a distance away, where it seemed to pause. Having readjusted my aim, I discharged my second missile, this time most effectively, for with a flood of joy I listened as the creature fell in what sounded like a complete collapse and evidently remained prone and unmoving. Almost overpowered by the great relief which rushed over me, I reeled back against the wall. The breathing continued in heavy, gasping inhalations and expirations, whence I realized that I had no more than wounded the creature, and now all desire to examine the thing ceased. At last, something allied to groundless, superstitious fear had entered my brain, and I did not approach the body, nor did I continue to cast stones at it in order to complete the extinction of its life. Instead, I ran at full speed in what was, as nearly as I could estimate in my frenzied condition, the direction from which I had come. Suddenly I heard a sound, or rather a regular succession of sounds. In another instant they had resolved themselves into a series of sharp metallic clicks. This time there was no doubt. It was the guide. And then I shouted, yelled, screamed, even shrieked with joy as I beheld in the vaulted arches, above the faint and glimmering effulgence which I knew to be the reflected light of an approaching torch. I ran to meet the flare, and before I could completely understand what had occurred, was lying upon the ground at the feet of the guide, embracing his boots and gibbering. Despite my boasted reserve, in a most meaningless and idiotic manner, pouring out my terrible story and at the same time overwhelming my auditor with protestations of gratitude, at length I awoke to something like my normal consciousness. The guide had noted my absence upon the arrival of the party at the entrance of the cave, and had, from his own intuitive sense of direction, proceeded to make a thorough canvass of by-passages just ahead of where he had last spoken to me, locating my whereabouts after a quest of about 4 hours. By the time he had related this to me, I, emboldened by his torch and his company, began to reflect upon the strange beast which I had wounded but a short distance back in the darkness, and suggested that we ascertain, by the flashlight's aid, what manner of creature was my victim. Accordingly, I retraced my steps, this time with a courage born of companionship, to the scene of my terrible experience. Soon we descried a white object upon the floor, an object whiter even than the gleaming limestone itself. Cautiously advancing, we gave vent to a simultaneous ejaculation of wonderment, for of all the unnatural monsters either of us had in our lifetimes beheld, this was in surpassing degree the strangest. It appeared to be an anthropoid ape of large proportions, escaped perhaps from some itinerant menagerie. Its hair was snow-white, a thing due no doubt to the bleaching action of a long existence within the inky confines of the cave, but it was also surprisingly thin, being indeed largely absent, save on the head, where it was of such length and abundance that it fell over the shoulders in considerable profusion. The face was turned away from us as the creature lay almost directly upon it. The inclination of the limbs was very singular, explaining, however, the alternation in their use which I bad before noted, whereby the beast used sometimes all 4, and on other occasions but 2 for its progress, from the tips of the fingers or toes, long rat-like claws extended. The hands or feet were not prehensile, a fact that I ascribed to that long residence in the cave which, as I before mentioned, seemed evident from the all-pervading and almost unearthly whiteness so characteristic of the whole anatomy. No tail seemed to be present. The respiration had now grown very feeble, and the guide had drawn his pistol with the evident intent of dispatching the creature, when a sudden sound emitted by the latter caused the weapon to fall unused. The sound was of a nature difficult to describe. It was not like the normal note of any known species of simian, and I wonder if this unnatural quality were not the result of a long, continued and complete silence, broken by the sensations produced by the advent of the light, a thing which the beast could not have seen since its first entrance into the cave. The sound, which I might feebly attempt to classify as a kind of deep-tone chattering, was faintly continued. All at once, a fleeting spasm of energy seemed to pass through the frame of the beast. The paws went through a convulsive motion, and the limbs contracted. With a jerk, the white body rolled over so that its face was turned in our direction. For a moment I was so struck with horror at the eyes thus revealed that I noted nothing else. They were black, those eyes, deep jetty black, in hideous contrast to the snow-white hair and flesh. Like those of other cave denizens, they were deeply sunken in their orbits and were entirely destitute of iris. As I looked more closely, I saw that they were set in a face less prognathous than that of the average ape, and infinitely less hairy. The nose was quite distinct. As we gazed upon the uncanny sight presented to our vision, the thick lips opened and several sounds issued from them, after which the thing relaxed in death. The guide clutched my coat sleeve and trembled so violently that the light shook fitfully, casting weird, moving shadows on the walls. I made no motion, but stood rigidly still, my horrified eyes fixed upon the floor ahead. The fear left, and wonder, awe, compassion, and reverence succeeded in its place, for the sounds uttered by the stricken figure that lay stretched out on the limestone had told us the awesome truth. The creature I had killed, the strange beast of the unfathomed cave, was, or had at one time, been a man. Wow. That was a ride. Lovecraft really didn't hold back on the vocabulary, did he? He's famous for his big words and bigger monsters. I'm actually working on a modernised version of this story too, with simpler language and updated narration. So if that sounds more your vibe, stick around. I didn't panic at first. I thought I'd just taken a wrong turn. I could backtrack. I'd be fine. But then, everything looked the same. The walls, the corners, even the air felt the same. My torch was dying. The others were gone. I couldn't hear them. Not a single voice. I was alone. Totally, completely lost. No signs, no sounds. No idea where I'd come from. And that one awful thought. It landed. No one was coming for me. I tried to stay calm. I'd read stories like this. People going mad in the dark. But not me. I wasn't going to be like that. If I had to die here, then fine. At least it was quiet. Still. Strange. Almost beautiful. I told myself I wouldn't panic. I wouldn't scream. I wouldn't cry. I wouldn't claw the walls. I'd sit and wait. Maybe sleep. Then I heard something. Footsteps. At first, I felt relief. Maybe the guide had found me. Maybe I wasn't alone. I almost shouted. But I didn't. The steps weren't right. They weren't boots or shoes. They were soft, too soft. Like paws. 4 of them. Whatever it wasn't human. And it was getting closer. I crouched, picked up a rock, then another. Then my torch gave out. Gone. Darkness. Total darkness. I held my breath and listened. The sound again. Closer. It moved strange. Like it didn't know how to walk. Sometimes crawling, sometimes dragging. I didn't know what it was, but I knew this. It was hunting me. And it had my scent. I stayed still, hoped it would pass. It didn't. I heard claws scraping the stone,
and breathing right next to me. I threw the first rock. Nothing. I threw the second. It hit. It cried out, fell, collapsed, and I froze. My back against the wall, heart pounding. It was still breathing, but barely. I didn't look. I didn't want to see. I just ran. Then I heard something new. Metal on stone. A torch. The guide. I ran to him. Told him everything. Fast. Panicked. He calmed me down. Said we should go back. See what it was. We did. It wasn't a wolf. Or a bear. Or anything like that. It was a person. Pale skin, white hair, thin, bent, clawed, like it had lived in the cave forever. It moved, lifted its head. It looked at me, and I stopped breathing. Its face was human too close to mine. It made a sound, not words, just noise. Then it stopped. The guide grabbed my arm. He was shaking, but I just stared, because I understood. The thing I hit, it was a man. Once. So, that was The Beast in the Cave. It was originally written by H.P. Lovecraft. This version has been reworked into a more modern, natural style, so it's easier to follow. This was actually my first ever narration, like, ever. I've never done anything like this before, and I'm using the cheapest mic I could find, so if it sounded like I recorded it inside of a toaster, yeah, that's why. Still, give it a go, and if you made it all the way through to the end, thank you, honestly. I'll be posting more classical horror stories like this, along with my own modern versions, so if you're into creepy caves, strange things in the dark, and watching a nervous narrator try not to fall apart, stick around. It's only going to get better from here. Probably.
A few months ago, my wife Julie and I decided to start trying for a family. We moved out of the big city to a small Midwestern Minnesota town, not too far away from Grove City. It was time for a change. Hell, we even decided to stop smoking. We found a cheap, recently renovated flat. The entire complex was built in the 50s, but the apartments themselves had been fixed up recently. We were told by the landlord, absolutely stunning young woman, that most of the previous tenants decided to move out rather than wait for the renovations to finish up. The place was basically brand new. Our apartment was on the ground floor. We didn't want to think about baby-proofing a balcony on the 3rd or 4th floor, and we figured this would only be a stepping stone to getting our own house anyway. Julie had left the job as a high school teacher behind, while I'd gotten the job as a manager at a local warehouse. I'd already worked as a manager previously for the same company, so it was just a matter of finding a suitable transfer. The previous tenants had left us a gift. Sitting alone in the kitchen window was a blue sunflower. At first I thought it was plastic, but it was perfectly real. The colour was striking. It was still yellow in the middle, with black spots, but the leaves were a sparkling ocean blue. The flower pot was hand-painted, with a small landscape and a shining sun, and in plain black text it said, "The sad sunflower." "That's just too cute," Julie smiled. "We've got to keep it." I've never been able to say no to her. That big smile of hers could make me do anything. If she wanted to keep the sad sunflower, so be it. I watered it and turned it facing outwards. Oddly enough, it had been leaning inwards toward the apartment. I thought sunflowers were supposed to follow the sun. Julie just loved it. She already had a good feeling about this place. I wasn't convinced yet, but I figured it was just nicotine withdrawal. Over the following days, I was getting adjusted to my job. I brought in a cake to get to know everyone. Their previous manager had personal issues and suddenly left town, so there was an urgent need for someone to step in. It was just great timing for me. Julie was still looking for a new job. There were a few schools nearby that she was going to look up, but we needed to get a second car first. Money was tight after the move, so we decided to wait a few weeks before making any big purchases, so Julie spent most of the days at home. She'd been clear about wanting to be a stay-at-home mum once we had a family of our own, so maybe she was trying to get used to the idea. Call it a practice run. She would do a lot of housework and handle the groceries. I usually cooked dinner, but she would handle the dishes. One day after coming home from work, I noticed her humming a strange tune while she was watering the sad sunflower. I'd never heard it before. You're my friend, I'll sing your tune, a setting sun to rising moon. I ask you, buddy, buddy blue, won't you be a sunflower too? I took off my shoes and joined her in the kitchen. She'd hum the tune over and over, checking every leaf on the sparkling blue plant. It was leaning inwards again, away from the sun, almost like a dog asking for a head scratch. What's that song? I asked. What song? I asked her several times over. She honestly didn't know what I was talking about. I read it out loud, but she just blanked. The same way I could have sworn I heard her singing it, she swore she hadn't. I turned the plant back outwards, towards the sun. The next day, it was leaning back in. That tune started to haunt me. I could hear Judy singing it, in the shower, while doing the dishes, while tying her shoes. Over time, she came to accept that she was singing it, but she wasn't doing it consciously. It was like a brain teaser. I must have heard it somewhere, she said. Some kind of nursery rhyme. I couldn't blame her for having her mood occupied with kid stuff. It was pretty much all we talked about. We'd just started trying for a baby, and it would just be a matter of time before our lives would change forever. It was stressful, but exciting. More of an adventure than any bungee jump could ever replicate. Julie got a part-time teaching job at a local high school. One of their teachers was going on maternity leave, so they needed someone to step in and help out with social studies. We didn't have a second car, but one of the guys I worked with lived just down the street, so we started to carpool. I thought having some independence and getting out of the apartment would do Julie some good. It did, at first. She had so much energy when she got home after a long day. Still, she would beeline towards her sad sunflower, take care of it, water it, and only then would she concentrate on anything else. She didn't even take her shoes off. That plant was, by far, her most favourite thing in the world. Honestly, I didn't get it. She still hummed that melody. You're my friend, I'll sing you a tune, a setting sun to rising moon. I once got back home early, only to notice the sunflower was gone. Julie wasn't home from work, and the thing was just gone. When Julie came home, it all made sense. She held that thing under her arm as she walked through the door. It was almost like someone holding a baby. She had a grocery bag swinging underneath. I'll be the first to admit I didn't handle it very well. You're bringing it to work, I accused. What is going on with you? It's nothing, Julie sighed. It's like having a safety blanket. It doesn't mean anything. Then throw it away. She stared at me in disbelief. I took a step forward to help her with the groceries, and she recoiled. Her eyes were dilated, and it looked like she was on the edge of a fight or flight reaction. I just stopped. What the hell? Don't you dare, she spat. Don't you dare. After that, Julie slept on the couch for a couple of nights. It was her idea, not mine. She would give me these long, accusing looks from across the room whenever I was in line of sight of that damn plant. It was still facing inwards. I'm sure the damn thing was moving, or turning back every time I tried to face it outwards. I started hearing things at night. I once peeked out of the bedroom to see Julie water and prune the plant in the middle of the night. She'd sing to it over and over, the same rhyme. In the moonlight, it looked like she didn't even blink. 2:30 in the morning, and there she was caressing the leaves. There were other things as well. Foul-smelling dirt in the wastebasket, dark blue sunflower seeds scattered around the bathroom. I didn't know what to make of it, but Julie and I weren't really talking anymore. She had no problem talking with the plant, though. I ask you, buddy, buddy blue, won't you be a sunflower too? It all came to a boiling point the day when Julie didn't come home from work. Of course, she'd taken the plant with her. I tried her phone, but she didn't pick up. At 7 in the evening, I was getting seriously worried. I called the school where she worked, but of course it was closed. Instead, I called her co-worker, Miss Marriott. "This is Claire," she answered. "Hey, I'm calling about Julie. This is her husband," I said. "Sorry about calling you like this." "No, it's fine. Is everything all right? When Julie came to work, did she seem okay? Did she do anything unusual?" I'm not following. Well, like, did she bring... No, I'm sorry. What I meant, what do you mean with came to work? Apparently, Julie had quit her temp job about a week ago. I rushed down the street to my co-worker and asked to borrow their car. They didn't mind, and even asked if there was anything they could do to help. I didn't even know where to start, so I just thanked them and left. I drove around town for hours, checking every open store, every alley, every side road. Finally, I stopped for gas. As I went inside to pay and get a soda, I noticed the clerk humming a tune. She was just reading a magazine and humming away. Barely noticed I was even there. I'd recognize the melody anywhere. "Where did you hear that?" I asked. She just looked up at me like she'd woken up from a nap. She had no idea what I was talking about. I just paid and left, figuring Julie had been there. She was close. There was a small dirt road not too far from the gas station leading down to a fishing lake. All you could catch there was smallmouth bass, but it was a great little place to have a barbecue. I drove down the road following a hunch. It paid off. Just a few minutes later, I saw our car on the side of the road. The door was still open. Lights were blinking. It was swarming with mosquitoes. I parked alongside it and brought out a flashlight. There was a small trail through the woods leading up to a clearing next to the lake. It was the only place she could have gone unless she was mindlessly going random directions. I didn't have to go far to hear her. There was no wind, so even a slight noise could be heard from far away. I ask you, buddy, buddy blue. The same damn rhyme. Next to the trail, I noticed small, bright stalks reaching out of the soil. I could guess what kind of plant they were, even though they hadn't bloomed yet. Won't you be a sunflower too? I stepped into the clearing. I could barely see them all with a tiny cone of light. There were hundreds of them spread out in a circle. In the middle was Julie, reciting her rhyme over and over. She'd taken off her clothes, and I could see mosquitoes swarming her. It didn't seem to bother her. The melody in her song was gone, turned to a mantra. She was standing with her back towards me, holding her hands in front of her like a cup. She suddenly made a harsh coughing sound and bent forward. I took a few steps and stopped. Every single sunflower turned towards me, blue leaves vibrating like rattlesnakes. Julie turned around. Sunflower seeds were dripping from her mouth. In her cupped hands, she had the same kind of foul-smelling. Her eyes were bright blue. Her teeth were stained black. You're my friend. I'll sing your tune. Sunflower seeds kept falling from the edge of her mouth. She kept coughing, almost choking. She was constantly on the edge of inhaling the seeds into her lungs. Her singing voice was broken and struggling. Still, she smiled, the same smile that could get me to do anything. A setting sun, a rising moon. The flowers turned back towards her, vibrating. Tiny leaves clapping in appreciation. I didn't know what to do. I was horrified, I was angry, I was desperate. I froze. Julie walked up to me, holding a large seed between her lips. She took my hands and leaned forward to kiss me. I've never smelled anything so putrid in my life. I think that's what snapped me out of it. It was the only time I ever refused a kiss from her. I'm not proud of what happened next, but I didn't have a choice. I grabbed Julie and threw her over my shoulder. She protested wildly, scratching and beating me. She had to stop over and over to throw up more seeds and dirt. I just ignored the wounds on my neck and scalp and kept carrying her. I locked her in the back seat of my car and turned on the child locks. As I shut the doors, she was hysterical, screaming and flailing in the back seat like a possessed toddler. I got a jerry can from the car. It was half full. That was enough. I stopped smoking the day we moved into our new apartment, but I still had my lighter. When I stepped back out into the clearing, I could hear something moving. I ignored it. I dumped every drop of gasoline I had and just set the whole field on fire. I left the lighter behind. As I stepped away, I could hear things popping in the grass, blue leaves crinkling to ash, and somewhere there were tiny screams. Tiny, bright screams. Something was burned alive in that field, and I don't want to think about what it might have been. It sounded human. Wrong, but human. Julie recovered in a couple of days. The doctors figured she'd been eating seeds from the sunflower, and that it had contained some kind of poison. The doctor couldn't find anything abnormal about her blood levels, and after a couple of days of rest, she was back to her old self again. Her eyes were back to their ordinary brown, and her smile was as genuine as ever. She was so sorry for all the trouble she'd caused, and she had a hard time remembering what happened. To her, it was all a bad dream. We've since gotten pregnant. Over the months, we've baby-proofed the apartment, but we're already looking to move to a house. Julie got back her job as a temp. She might be looking at an extension at the end of the school year. She's quite popular. We're thinking about the name Danny with a Y for a boy, or Danny with an I for a girl. We're not sure yet. There's only one thing that still worries me. The ultrasounds. Julie's been taking them while I'm at work, but she's shown me every single image. They look perfectly fine, but on the last one, there was something that didn't add up. In the corner of the picture, the date was set to 5 years ago. I'm suspecting she's not showing me the actual ultrasounds, or that she hasn't taken them. I don't know what she could be hiding. And sometimes at night, I hear her humming. The same damn tune. You're my friend, I'll sing your tune. A setting sun to rising moon. I ask you, buddy, buddy blue, won't you be a sunflower too? Hi everyone, thanks for listening. This story, The Sad Sunflower, was written by Saturdead. I'm actually in the middle of recording a playlist dedicated entirely to Saturdead's work. So if you like this one, stick around, because there's plenty more coming. And as always, here's your random fun fact. Sunflowers don't just follow the sun. Young sunflowers actually move their heads from east to west during the day, then turn back east overnight to wait for the sun to rise again. Basically, they've got better time management than most of us. Good night.
He first noticed something was wrong when the internet and phones died. At first, he assumed a blackout. Then the gunfire started, distant at first, creeping closer by the hour. Smoke drifted into their quiet cul-de-sac. Flames danced on the horizon. He was too afraid to leave. Martial law was still in place. Being caught outside would mean a bullet in the head. He kept the curtains closed, kept checking the phone for a dial tone. By week 18, the screaming started. Terror-filled and high-pitched, it echoed through the wall, separating his house from the Watsons. It was the children. Furniture slammed into walls. He could feel the vibrations. Peeking through the curtain, John checked for military vehicles. Nothing. If this wasn't soldiers, then something was seriously wrong. He unlocked the back door and quietly scaled the fence. The screams had stopped, but he continued toward their kitchen window, dodging forgotten garden toys. The window was just a bit too high. He flipped over a small tricycle and stepped up. Inside the open-plan living room was a scene of pure horror. Mary, bright, loving Mary, was hunched over her youngest daughter, teeth sunk deep into the child's neck. The 6-year-old's lifeless eyes locked with John's. He froze. Bile burned the back of his throat. There was no sign of the older daughter, but the screams had already told him enough. He adjusted his footing on the tricycle handlebars when a shrill ding pierced the silence. Mary's head snapped toward him. Blood-slicked, snarling, she lunged for the window, slamming herself into the glass. Her fingers clawed at the panes with a mindless rage. John fell backward, crashing to the concrete. He scrambled up and sprinted from the yard, heart pounding. He collapsed in the street, legs buckling beneath him. From every window around him, blood-smeared faces stared back. Neighbours he'd known for years, now wild-eyed and feral, growling behind him. He turned. The Watsons' older daughter was halfway through the doggy door, one side of her face gone, the other snarled with primal hunger. He didn't wait. Back over the gate, inside, locked, reinforced with the dining table, any barrier between him and them. He packed what he could carry. He was going to find Holly. That had been 2 weeks ago. He wasn't a doctor, he'd never understand the science, but he understood this. The vaccine didn't work. It rewired the brain. Everyone vaccinated died, and when the brain shut down, something else took over, something hungry, something that spread through saliva. The old and the young were left. The streets were lost, and no one was coming to help. He sat in the attic now, holding the heart-shaped locket up to the skylight. Beams of fractured light danced along the ceiling. It had been Holly's first gift from him, Christmas, their first year together. She'd worn it every day. He found it in an envelope, his name on the front dropped from the smashed upstairs window. He hadn't opened it before stepping inside. He should have. The second the door closed behind him, they rushed him. 3 figures, unrecognizable from what they once were. He prayed none of them were Holly. He fought through them, heading toward her room, but the door was splintered, broken. He detoured. The attic ladder was half down. He climbed, bleeding, barely shutting it behind him. Now he sat in the silence, heart pounding. The locket slid open in his hand. Inside, a folded note. I love you. He closed his eyes, the words lodging in his chest like a shard of glass. He got to his feet and fastened the locket around his neck. He knew she was down there. He had never left her before. He wouldn't start now. Pulling open the hatch, he sat on the edge, looking down at the figures below. The shells of Jean, Simon, and Holly clawed mindlessly up at him. He rubbed the locket between his fingers. His eyes locked onto Holly's face, searching for something, anything. And for just a second, maybe less, he thought he saw it. She had looked up at him that way once, years ago, when he gave her the locket. He'd said it made her look like a girl in a fairy tale. She had laughed, told him he was soft. Then she kissed him, held his hand and said it back. I love you. He drew in a deep breath. I love you too, he whispered, and let himself fall. This was just one story. Let me know if you liked it. I write and narrate new ones every week. Tap follow if you're ready for more. The Watsons' older daughter was halfway through the doggy door, one side of her face gone, the other snarled with primal hunger. He didn't wait. Back over the gate, inside, locked, reinforced with the dining table, any barrier between him and them. He packed what he could carry. He was going to find Holly. That had been 2 weeks ago. He wasn't a doctor, he'd never understand the science, but he understood this. The vaccine didn't work. It rewired the brain. Everyone vaccinated died, and when the brain shut down, something else took over, something hungry, something that spread through saliva. The old and the young were left. The streets were lost, and no one was coming to help. He sat in the attic now, holding the heart-shaped locket up to the skylight. Beams of fractured light danced along the ceiling. It had been Holly's first gift from him, Christmas, their first year together. She'd worn it every day. He found it in an envelope, his name on the front dropped from the smashed upstairs window. He hadn't opened it before stepping inside. He should have. The second the door closed behind him, they rushed him. 3 figures, unrecognizable from what they once were. He prayed none of them were Holly. He fought through them, heading toward her room, but the door was splintered, broken. He detoured. The attic ladder was half down. He climbed, bleeding, barely shutting it behind him. Now he sat in the silence, heart pounding. The locket slid open in his hand. Inside, a folded note. I love you. He closed his eyes, the words lodging in his chest like a shard of glass. He got to his feet and fastened the locket around his neck. He knew she was down there. He had never left her before. He wouldn't start now. Pulling open the hatch, he sat on the edge, looking down at the figures below. The shells of Jean, Simon, and Holly clawed mindlessly up at him. He rubbed the locket between his fingers. His eyes locked onto Holly's face, searching for something, anything. And for just a second, maybe less, he thought he saw it. She had looked up at him that way once, years ago, when he gave her the locket. He'd said it made her look like a girl in a fairy tale. She had laughed, told him he was soft. Then she kissed him, held his hand and said it back. I love you. He drew in a deep breath. I love you too, he whispered, and let himself fall. This was just one story. Let me know if you liked it. I write and narrate new ones every week. Tap follow if you're ready for more.
Something was wrong with Isabella. Her classmates just couldn't figure out what. She was a shy and meek girl, and all throughout kindergarten, she never uttered a word. She had long, dark hair and often dressed overly formal. Even when addressed directly, she wouldn't respond, just silence. The kids all speculated that perhaps she was deaf or mute. Once, in a maths class, she was asked to solve an equation on the board. She just walked up to the blackboard and answered the question in chalk without saying anything. At lunch, she sat alone in solitude, and no one dared disturb her. Because of this peculiarity, she gained the reputation of being more than a bit strange, or of being the odd one out. This reputation will only grow when in first grade she finally opened her mouth, and instead of words falling out, her classmates heard the bleating of a goat. As time went on, her body seemed to warp out of human proportions. She grew abnormally long limbs and broad shoulders, and from her head grew what at first were just small nubs that soon turned into full goat horns. Her classmates called her a freak and a weirdo. She became the school's pariah and was looked at strangely by even the teachers and adults. When Isabella finally finished her schooling, she purchased a small wooden cabin on the outskirts of town by the old stone dam. There she stayed in unspoken exile. Any passerby could see her through the window, endlessly reading her odd books by candlelight. Children would tell scary stories about her, and adults would speculate about how she came to be in this world, or blame her for anything bad that happened in the town. When crops would die, or when people would fall ill, she was suspected.
"Stay away from that cabin after dark," said one child to another. "If she catches you, she'll eat you alive."
Rumour had it that she had magic powers, or that her parents made a deal with a witch, or sacrificed a goat to a demon for her to live. Isabella, of course, could make no reply of any of this, and her parents had suspiciously fled town, abandoning her long ago. She was regarded by all as unsettling and sinister. Folks in the town never called her by her name, they only called her the Goat Woman. "She's not really a woman at all," some remarked. "Women don't have horns, she's just a goat." And so, the candle in her window burned every night, a lonely beacon at the edge of town, until the storm. On that sudden evening, lightning split the sky. Rain lashed rooftops, and for the first time, Isabella's candle went out. The door in her cabin swung open. The Goat Woman stepped into the storm, hair plastered to her face, horns gleaming with rain. She walked with dreadful purpose. It seemed that judgment had finally come calling for the town that had rejected her. As they lay sleeping, they were blissfully unaware that now a bizarre intruder was coming to demand their attention and wake them from slumber. The mayor startled awake. At his window stood the twisted silhouette, knocking furiously, her voice a dreadful bleating cry. Her hair hung in dripping strands, her proportions seemed stretched and wrong, like an imitation of humanity. Terrified, he seized his shotgun and waited for the door to splinter. He feared what the Goat Woman could be capable of, and was prepared to shoot. But she didn't break in. She turned, ran, and beat upon the next house. Once again, she began pounding on the door and calling loudly with awful sound. The occupant of this house simply cowered in fear until she moved on like a spectre to the next one. The skies above were angry as the clouds poured down their rain. The creature walked with purpose down the cold, dark street.
The goat woman stood upon the doorstep of the town sheriff, who was asleep inside with his wife and 2 children. When she began to knock brutally on his door and make disturbing pained vocalizations, they all woke in alarm. The goat woman grabbed the door handle and tried to twist it violently. The sheriff was determined to protect his wife and children from whatever revenge this vile creature had come to enact on the town. He instructed them to hide in the basement. His daughters both began to cry in fear for their lives, and their terrified sobs made it clear they didn't believe anywhere was safe. When at last she staggered away, drenched and frantic, the sheriff's fear hardened into resolve. He decided the town didn't have to endure this terror any longer. He roused the men. Farmers carried blades. Merchants carried rifles. The storm became their battle hymn as they marched with torches blazing towards the outcast's cabin. Seeing the angry mob, the goat woman took off and ran towards her home, with them following close behind. She stopped short of her home and raised a trembling hand, pointing in the direction of her cabin. Her cries were desperate, pleading. The mob only heard madness. "We're not just going to let you go home now. We've had it with you terrorizing us, and we're not going to tolerate your wicked existence any longer," shouted a man from the crowd. "You've cursed our town for years now. We refuse to live in fear of what you'll do next. It's time for this monster to die." The rest cheered in agreement. The crowd descended upon the goat woman. They grabbed her and tied her to a nearby lamppost with ropes so that she couldn't fight back. The crowd all gathered around, many with guns drawn and aimed at the creature. "Give this damnable creature none of your sympathy," yelled out a woman from the crowd. "Demons are made to be cast out." A farmer in the crowd pulled out a metal blade and, without warning, began to cut into one of the goat woman's horns. She vocalized in agony as the horns grown from her skull were brutally hacked away till they were cut off entirely. Blood poured from her head and ran down her face in a gruesome display. People in the crowd picked up the 2 discarded horns from the street as if they were souvenirs. "She almost looks normal now," someone laughed. As the rain continued to come down, the goat woman thrashed about wildly and managed to free a single arm from her rope bonds. In her eyes, they could see the same frightened girl from the playground. But in spite of this, the town's sheriff reacted quickly and shot the goat woman, hitting her directly in the chest. Before the light drained fully from her eyes, she extended a weak and weary hand once more, pointing in the direction of her old wooden cabin. It was only then did the townsfolk notice the cracks in the large wall of the nearby stone dam, straining under the pressure of the rising water. They barely had time to react before a wall of rushing water consumed them and poured out violently into the town, wiping away the houses they once lived in. Bits of stone debris flew out with great force as the dam broke, and the fast-moving water rose up to the peaks of the highest buildings. They were all too late to save themselves, to heed the warning that had been given to them. Their doomed outcast had seen the danger from her cabin view. With heart racing in a panic, she had attempted in vain to alert everyone to evacuate. That fateful rainy night was the end of their town, and the end of Isabella, the woman who tried to save it.
Hi everyone, thanks for listening. This story was originally written by Reddit user Never You Mind. I've adapted it very slightly, about 500 words just for narration, so the credit's all hers. Poor Isabella. Just goes to show you should never judge a book by its cover, or a human by its horns. And now, a fun fact about goats. Did you know goats have rectangular pupils? The shape gives them the incredible panoramic view of the world, almost 340 degrees. So while we'd be staring straight ahead, a goat can basically see everything coming from the sides. Maybe that's why Isabella saw the danger long before anyone else did. Good night. For many years, I didn't want to tell this story. It's painful, embarrassing, and to a greater extent, unbelievable. But if I'm ever to move on, I need to put this behind me for good. So yes, I'm going to talk about Costa Rosa. A lot of you are probably going to go, what's Costa Rosa? And yeah, that's fair. It was a niche hashtag that circulated certain social media circles back in 2017. It was a sort of background community manager for a group of influencers. No big mainstream names, but they had a decent set of followers. They were all into the more obscure corners of the web, focusing on a particular age group, a social issue, or some kind of special interest. These were people who got sponsorships by staying content approachable, sponsor friendly, and authentic. In truth, they all had media coordination groups with managers, stylists, and a whole slew of background people making sure their content was filtered and greenlit. I was part of this background team. For obvious reasons, I can't say their names. Some of them are still around, in one way or another. Others I will refrain from mentioning out of respect for their loved ones. Now, Costa Rosa. For weeks, me and the coordinators had been running into a problem. There was something we called an expectation of excellence, and it was getting impractical to coordinate localised trips and bookings for content creators on different continents. We had a vegan guy in Cardiff and a friendly, middle-aged, sort of red state baker in Tennessee. As you can imagine, we had to do a lot of varied work. So after weeks of dwindling interest, we had to funnel attention into something new. Someone had this idea of a joint resort. We reached out to various locations about sponsorship deals, and in return, we'd made their place look gorgeous. It was the kind of push where we could put all eggs in the same basket and get some great content out of it. The problem was, no one was biting. Then someone said, does it have to be a real place? It sounded like a stupid question. I mean, it had to be. You can't go somewhere that doesn't exist. But the more you think about it, you can make anything as real as you want. We could say it's exclusive, someone said. Invite only. A private island kind of thing, another chimed in. We just need a name and an area. Some Central American island. Think Belize, Panama, Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka's in Africa. No one cares. We finally settled on a fictional island off the coast of Costa Rica. All we needed was a name. I'd been quiet up until this point, and the silence was getting to me, so I just threw it out there. Let's call it Costa Rosa. The Pink Coast was our make or break project. We came up with all kinds of crazy ideas. We had a food guy who pulled out 3 kinds of crab recipes and called them cultural secrets of locals. One of our video guys added that we could edit certain videos to make the beach look pink. We came up with names for streets, hiking trails, local fishing boats, All of it. We made a list of every fruit you could find on the island. We made it all up, just so that if anybody asked, we could have the answers. And it got to the point where people were loudly clapping at each other's lies. I vividly remember when someone came up with the idea of a bioluminescent waterfall, saying it could be proof of the island's beautiful biodiversity. And I'm not going to lie, I was into it. This was the kind of business we were in, and Costa Rosa was this huge breathing dollar sign, and of course, our influencers would be into it. You just had to frame it all in a way that made them look like heroes, inspiring the little people to step out of their comfort zone and aim for the stars. I was having some trouble privately though. I graduated college with a bachelor's in communication, and that's where I met my fiancé, but I sort of stumbled over the influencer business. I've always been a bit pear-shaped, and working with these larger-than-life, beautiful people made me feel like I was part of the in-crowd. I'd never had that, which was something my fiancé couldn't really understand. We got into a ton of fights about it. When you work from your phone, you're never really off the clock. You see something cool when you're out shopping, tag it, send it. You hear about some interesting place downtown, check it out, talk to the owner, get a foot in the door. People around me got tired of never really just hanging out with me. And in hindsight, I can see why. They were always the third wheel. But when our first Costa Rica content was launched, things turned bad. We were having some of the worst fights ever. I thought it was inspiring. He thought it was fraud. I argued that we weren't selling anything, but he argued that we were selling a lifestyle. Either way, it got to the point where we postponed the wedding. I suppose it was a good thing we'd been too lazy to renew our passports, or we'd be out thousands of dollars from a non-refundable honeymoon. We didn't officially separate, but the distance from the couch to the bed seemed longer every day. In about 2 weeks, the whole project went off the rails. Sure, we were getting clicks, and we had a couple of sponsorships lined up. But there were things that we hadn't anticipated. For example, there was another group in Eastern Europe that hijacked the whole thing. They made their own videos with their own influencers going to Costa Rosa. They never even talked to us about it. They just stole the whole thing. They weren't even discreet about it. We had a couple of other small-time copycats. Some people mentioned turning down an invitation to go there on Twitter. Others mentioned how they'd been contacted but refused to go for one reason or another. There was this one London-based singer who claimed she was going there, only to cancel at the last minute and showing her fans the gift bag from the organisers on the live stream. But somehow, things got worse. Scams, fake raffles and lotteries. Like this video to get a chance to go to Costa Rosa kind of stuff. And it was moving some real money too. We were panicked. We'd never signed off on that. Our talent hadn't either. But what were we supposed to do? If we came clean, our careers were over. One of the team came up with an idea. We could go somewhere that is as close to Costa Rosa as possible and show the real thing. That way, we had our backs covered. We could point to the map and say this was it. Sure, we could admit taking a few artistic liberties, but it would cover our tracks. And somehow, we found the perfect spot. I didn't know the real name of the place. We all agreed to just call it Costa Rosa, as to not slip up. It all went by so fast. There was a group call, something about boarding tickets, someone waiting to pick me up. I lost my luggage at the airport, but there was no time to stop. All I had to do was get there, and everything would sort itself out. I slept through the flight and mumbled through the transfer. There was a boat somewhere. Temperatures shifted and the language on the signs looked different from home. And within a few hours, I was standing with my bare feet buried in the pink sands. They really were pink. Now, we'd made up a lot of stuff about Costa Rosa, sure, The pink beaches was one thing, but there was also the fog. We called it a refreshing summer phenomenon, a heavy fog that rolled in from the coast every morning, causing this white, almost cyan mist. But there really was a mist on the island. I could barely see my hands in front of me as I stepped through it. Seeing this place for the first time felt like a Disney movie. You can't really believe spots like this exist. It was almost exactly as we described it. Pink sands, fruit trees, colourful birds. No bioluminescent waterfall though. Then again, those were only seen at night. I couldn't believe how lucky we'd been. This might as well have been the real thing. We were a group of 16 people, 4 of which were influencers. The rest of us were all behind the camera. We were all saying the same thing. It felt like stepping into a dream. It was too perfect, and we knew perfect. Perfect was our business. There was no one there to greet us, so we didn't know where to go. Our bags must have been taken to the hotel. We'd figured they'd gotten the arrival time wrong, so we spent most of the afternoon just relaxing by the water, watching the tides roll in and tickle our feet. It really was beautiful. I remember dozing off for a bit as the others tried to get the hotel manager on the line. Someone suggested we walked, but we had camera equipment and not a lot of patience, and, well, we weren't in a hurry. It was mid-afternoon when Jay woke me up. Jay was one of our cameramen, a Southeast Asian guy with these big round glasses. No matter what you said, he'd just nod and smile. Not because he didn't understand, but because he found out early on the best thing to do was just kind of go with the flow, lean into the vibe. "There's people," he said. "I think we're heading out." I groaned and got up, only to see a dozen strangers flocking around our team. Lots of smiles, hugs and welcomes. Pleasant people. But then I realised these people didn't live on the island. They weren't even crew. They were tourists. "I can't believe we're here," someone yelled. "I thought it was a scam," another said. Hand to God, thought it was a scam, I did. People were coming up to us to shake our hands and chat. All of them were viewers of our content in one way or another. They'd recognised our talent immediately. Who shot me a half-smiling, "Please get me out of here" kind of look. We took charge and sorted things out, making sure we all got some space to breathe, and making it clear that we appreciated the enthusiasm, but this was a private occasion. The tourists didn't seem to mind. They weren't coming down from their high anytime soon. "I can't believe we're here," one said. "It really feels like a dream." We walked. There was no point in standing around, and we needed some space from the tourists. I couldn't believe how bad our luck was. This place had been thoroughly vetted, and the chance of someone else finding it at the same time we did was astronomical. It wasn't just unlikely, it was close to impossible. It was one of our talents, Kim, that finally spoke up. A short woman in her early 30s with a big personality. She had this marriage advice / calisthenics themed channel. "Can whoever booked this just call the hotel?" she said. "It's been hours." Everyone stayed quiet. We didn't have a clear answer. We just kind of pointed at one another. I figured someone who didn't show up was the one who made the booking. But it left a strange thought. This had all gone very fast, suspiciously so. We spent most of the afternoon and early evening following a long road, picking fruit straight from trees, and drinking from the island springs. We met a couple more tourists, but they didn't seem to recognise us. They didn't even speak the language. They were just so happy to be there. It was all so fantastic. You didn't feel tired, no matter how long you walked. You didn't get that hungry or thirsty.
There was fresh fruit hanging from low branches and exotic smells coming from blooming flowers. There was this one blue-looking sunflower that was about as tall as me, just off the side of the road. Everything just felt right. Promoting this place like that would be the simplest thing in the world. But there was also a strange quality to it, and I couldn't help but notice it affecting the others. I first saw it on Jay. He was looking down at his hand, slowly opening and closing his fingers, like he was trying to sense something. When he noticed me looking, he reached out and put his hand on my cheek. I pulled back a little. "Sorry," he said. "I didn't know you were real." I laughed it off, and he did too. We never found that hotel. We did find new road signs, but no one was paying enough attention to care. The roads had the same names as those we'd brainstormed in our group chats. Some of them hadn't even been made public. As the sun began to set, the island changed. We could see a faint glow coming from the water, and there was a serenade of hissing insects in the distance. Even at its coldest, Costa Rosa was comfortable. Some folks stripped down into their underwear. It all had this sort of spring break kind of vibe. Like we weren't actually there to work, but enjoy ourselves. Some folks were pulling pranks. 2 guys went skinny dipping. One of our producers found a mossy spot near a rock and took a nap. And Kim, the faithful calisthenics person, she was making out with one of our social media managers. By the time I walked away, they'd gone to second base. But I paid most attention to Jay. There was something about him that didn't seem right. He was pulling off these slices of bark from the tree and rolling it into a pointy end. He poked his fingers with it over and over, as if to see if he could feel it. I don't think he did. He was smiling too much. It was hard to concentrate. I was constantly shaking my head trying to focus. I must have looked like I was having a seizure, but I doubt anyone was paying attention. They were busy dipping into their own kind of nonsense. As the sun set on Costa Rosa, I fell asleep in the moss. It was the warmest, kindest sleep I'd ever felt. Perfect temperature, perfect softness. Who the hell needed a hotel anyway? By morning, the fog rolled back in. I could barely see my own hands. For a moment, I couldn't remember where I was or how I got there. It took me a moment to mentally retrace my steps. The flight, the boat. It was all a blur. All that mattered, that was I made it to Costa Rosa. Everything else was secondary. It looked like everything had been covered in a soft cloud. I could see a couple of silhouettes in the distance, but I couldn't tell who was who. I sat there, taking in the atmosphere, eating fresh fruit for breakfast, though I couldn't remember where I got it from. When the morning fog finally cleared, there weren't many of us left. Some had wandered off, others had made their way back down to the road. There were also these hiking trails that I suspect some had followed. Both Kim and Jay were gone, and no one seemed to have a plan. We were all distracted, me included. As I walked around, feeling the gentle moss between my toes, I tried to think of what I'd packed. A pair of socks, a shirt, anything. I could vaguely imagine a suitcase, but I couldn't make heads nor tails of what I'd packed. I remembered getting into a taxi, or maybe an Uber, but then there was a blank space. There was a check-in somewhere, a ticket, maybe. I tried to think of my fiancé. We were still together, officially, but there was something we talked about that was nagging me. Not our fights, but something trivial. It really bothered me.
like an itch in the back of my mind. It took me a while to realise I'd wandered around in a daze. I had no idea where I was anymore. There was no path, the others were gone, and yet everything was pleasant. It must have been around noon when I finally saw some other people in the distance. A small group gathered around a clearing. My first instinct was to wave at them, but my chest tightened. There was something off about them, giving it that second of hesitation. I noticed a couple of things. All three of them were fully dressed, and they were strangers to me. There were two young men and an older woman. One of the men was carrying something in his right hand, and they were looking down at the ground. I kept my head low and listened from a distance. "It feels so real," the man holding something said. "Like I'm really here."
"It's amazing," said the older woman. "It's perfect."
They shared some fruit and had a laugh. I was just about to get up when I saw the man holding something turn to another angle. He was holding a gun. He pointed it at something on the ground and fired 3 rounds. The others cheered. "I've always wanted to do that," he smiled. "I love this." They turned their attention northward, away from me. They must have heard something. Chuckling to themselves, they walked away, leaving me to sneak ahead to see what they'd done. The soothing tropical silence cast a stark contrast to the sudden gunshot. I almost choked on my own spit when I saw her, face down in the undergrowth. Kim, shot dead at close range. More people had arrived at Costa Rosa that morning. It's like everyone had been invited and arrived at the same time. They all said the same thing. This was a dream, too good to be true. They couldn't believe that they were really at Costa Rosa and that they were there to enjoy it. No. For them, this was too unbelievable. I stayed close to the road, listening and watching, hoping to see someone I recognised. But it was getting harder to concentrate. The more I thought about it, the more it made sense. It had to be a dream. I had barely felt my fingers when I pinched myself, and yet, for some reason, I knew I shouldn't give in, even though it was easy to. I heard gunshots throughout the day. There was smoke in the distance, and by dinner time, when I went to the beach, I saw 2 women playing in the ocean, trying to drown one another. They laughed and cheered as they fought, scratched and struggled with one another. They could barely feel a thing. It was just a funny game. But one of them dipped below the surface and the bubbles stopped. And yet, the other kept laughing. The more people I met, the more nightmarish they seemed. Some of them brought things to the island, like the man with a gun. One brought chains. One brought barbed wire. There was this one guy walking up and down the hiking trail with some kind of Star Trek sword. Others seemed friendly enough, casually chatting with people they recognised. But sometimes they just act out and attack, seemingly at random. In the afternoon, I heard someone yell. They'd spotted one of our talents. I think it was the baker. And all of a sudden, people were rushing to find them, cheering as they bound and leapt through the sands. "I've always wanted to meet her," someone said. "She has such a lovely voice."
"I can't fucking stand her,"
another muttered.
"Self-centered bitch."
It's like they were thinking out loud. It wasn't a conversation, just a constant verbal stream of thought. I followed them for a while. A few of them saw me, I think, but they didn't care. I wasn't the famous face they were looking for. I looked like anyone. I didn't want to think of what they might do if I tried to intervene. I was outnumbered. But as I watched from afar, I didn't pay enough attention to my immediate surroundings. When a familiar face crept closer. I didn't notice Jay until he was right next to me. I barely recognized him. He fashioned a shiv from a broken camera stand, and he was half covered in dried blood, and yet he was calm as can be, slow blinking like a warm cat resting on a porch. He reached for me, and my instinct was to pull back. He could have that shiv in my neck in an instant. I froze. He slowly ran a bloody hand across my cheek. That was it. I've always wanted to do that, he whispered. You look so soft. He nuzzled his nose against my ear and sighed. Then he stepped away. You're so nice, he mumbled. I like you. And that was it. He wandered off, having let his intrusive thoughts win. Maybe I was lucky not to be the one running. Maybe I was lucky not to be running through his mind any more than that. Maybe, to him, I just looked soft. Maybe that was all there was to it. Others weren't so lucky. They got a hold of the baker and dragged her out of the woods. There was cheering and a scream. They tied her to a pole and dragged her through the pink sands like a prize pig. It's not real, she cried. It was never real. We made it up. We made it the fuck up. I couldn't bear to look. Someone had a knife. Another had a spear. Others were recording with their phones. The screams grew shrill and panicked before it stopped. They left her roasting on the fire. Everyone wanted a part. Some of them were adoring fans. Others just wanted to see a woman burn. They sent out search parties to look for the others. Most tourists had stopped caring, instead resorting to rolling and muling on the beach like animals in heat. I must have sat there for hours before someone noticed me, a middle-aged man with wild hair and dark eyes. I couldn't see what he was chewing on, but it smelled like meat. Come sit by the fire, he said. It's perfect. I wanted to say no, to run, but I had to keep a low profile, or I'd be next. If I just pretended, I could at least get some time to figure out a plan. So despite my instincts screaming at me to flee, I swallowed my fear. All right, I said. I'll do that. He smiled at that, not giving it a second thought. They made a second fire in the sand. They danced and sang. Some of them had brought bottles, presumably with some kind of vodka in it. It was a torrential mess of impulses on display, everything from violences to carnality. I sat by the fire, hoping I had disappeared deep enough into the background for no one to notice. It seemed to work. I sat there staring into the flames where a crackling cranium stared back. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed up long enough for the bone cinders to turn ashen and for the morning fog to roll in. It was like watching the island get wrapped in a blanket, but there was something more to it, now that I paid attention. There were people walking in and out of it, people coming and going, some disappearing into the mist while others appeared out of nowhere. There was no way boats or planes were coming and going that fast. I could only draw one conclusion. Costa Rosa was, in no uncertain terms, not real. This couldn't be real. I wanted to give up. The others seemed to have it so easy. They just accepted it for what it was. Love, hate, violence. They could do it all and not feel a thing, but I was too close to it. I knew Costa Rosa for what it was, and no matter how many times I wandered into that morning fog, it just wouldn't let me leave. That morning, I figured it out. The thing that had been bothering me. The passports. My fiancé and I hadn't renewed our passports. It would have been impossible for me to travel abroad. Somehow, I must have known all along. Maybe that's why I wasn't as affected as the others. I had this gnawing reminder that I couldn't get out of my head. But now that I'd realised it, did that mean I was as susceptible as the rest of them? There were a lot of new faces there. Others came and went. Some were happy just laying on the beach, soaking up the sun. Others were hung from trees and skinned. It was an absurd mix of impressions. 2 people walking hand in hand on the beach, discussing their favourite TV show, and by the tree line, a man making a dagger from a broken bone rib. I didn't get out of it unscathed either. There was this one woman who was obsessed over my hair and tore out a fistful of it. One young man just went up to me and started kicking, again and again, until he got bored. I had rocks thrown at me, not with the intent of hurting me, but as to settle some kind of bet. Contest, perhaps. But it was just starting. Every hour, something was escalating, developing. By nightfall, the luminescent waters ran red. People were tied to burning palm trees, leaving sizzling corpses behind. Some were howling at the sky and killing each other with sharpened flint, bone and rock. They painted each other with ash and blood, screaming and laughter intermingled, and I couldn't tell them apart. To them, it was all just a dream, and nothing mattered. I found a hole and covered myself with palm fronds, hoping to wait out the night. I didn't want to take any chances. People were getting attacked left and right, and there was no telling what they might do if they noticed me. They were barely speaking anymore. Some were just screaming or barking at one another. A couple of coherent voices were screeching nonsense about a broken god and a rotting tree plucking the moon from the sky. Then a noise. My cell phone. I'd forgotten I even had it. I thought the battery had run out long ago, but apparently it hadn't. The service was showing 0 bars, but I got a text message. I pulled it up, reading it inches from my face. It was my fiancé. I know we need space, but I miss you. That's all there was. I tried to respond, but I couldn't. No bars. I held the phone close to my chest, feeling my pulse tap against my hands. People were running back and forth, just a couple of feet from my hiding space. They were taking down trees, making rope, cutting down the island. Each other and themselves. It was all just firewood to them. Then someone looked down. I could see a white eye through a space in the fronds. It was a young man, no older than 20. Half his head was shaved, with a deep cut going through his eyebrow. He kept getting blood in his left eye, making him spastically blink. Little mole lady. Little mole lady in her hidey hole, he said. Is that as deep as you go? I didn't say anything. I looked up at him, hoping he'd get bored if I didn't provoke him, but it did nothing. He just straightened his back and picked something up, something long and sharp. Let's get you out of there, mole lady. A makeshift spear made from a plastic rod. The first stab struck my left bicep, poking into a nerve. The second strike hit inches from my ear, making a couple of strands of hair stick to the mud. The third strike dug into the edge of my shoulder, cutting a surface wound. It was all so fast that I didn't get to think. Before I could begin to kick and scream, something happened. The young man, like so many others, was attacked. A quick strike to the neck. He'd clutched his throat and collapsed into my hiding spot, warm blood pooling over my torso. Desperate fingers clawed at me, silently begging for help. His attacker walked up to get a better look. Turns out it was Jay. He looked at me and his victim. It's like it didn't even register with him. Jay had seen and done so much that this was like having breakfast. It was barely a conscious action. He leaned in a little to get a better look, and smiled. He must have recognized me. As always, he wandered off. I lay there with a dying man on my chest, and waited for it to be over. I just had to make it through the night. I clutched my phone until my fingers clamped shut and closed my eyes. No sleep came to me. A kaleidoscope of screams and cheers filled my mind with unspeakable images. But through it all, I waited. People rushing by didn't really take notice. All they saw was a dead man resting on a bed of palm fronds. By the morning, I had a plan. People who bought into the fantasy of Costa Rosa seemed to come and go as they pleased. Every time that morning fog rolled in, something happened. So I was going to give it one final push. A real, honest attempt. I wandered down to the beach. The pain from my cuts and bruises was dull, but ever present. A soft breeze touched my exposed hair. Then I took out my phone, turned it to selfie mode, and pressed record. And despite there being no bars, the video went live. "Hey," I said, mustering every bit of cheer I could. "Thanks for dropping in. Here I am, living the good life at Costa Rosa. Just look at this beach. Why would you ever want to go home, right?" I didn't know whether anybody was watching. Maybe there was no one on the other end. But the camera felt like an eye, looking straight through me. "Right?" I repeated. I held my smile for as long as I could. The video feed got cut and the battery died. Then, a gunshot. A young man by the tree line, at the edge of the morning fog. Same one who'd taken down Kim. Fucking vultures! I didn't even notice going down on one knee. I couldn't get back up. Clutching my stomach, I kicked and crawled away from the beach and into the ocean. Only then did I realize I'd been shot in the stomach. The salt stung my wounds. Costa Rosa was perfect. It was beautiful. It was everything we needed it to be. And it would take me home. I just had to believe it. I'd shown loyalty, and it would reward me. It had to. Dear God, it had to. I took one final breath as my head dipped beneath the surface. Fog. In the distance between Costa Rosa and wherever we may be, there is a glimpse of something inhuman. Something that listens to what we want and makes it happen. Like when we wished upon stars as kids, we wish upon likes and favourites as adults, praying they'll grant us our desperate wants. Money, love, fame, the same wishes, but different stars. They only give us what we ask for. There was no malice, just an island in the sun. Salt water slips into my ears. I could hear my heart slowing. A pressure built in my head as I sank. A fog draping over my eyes. I reached out, hoping. The fog parted. I was crawling. The sand had turned to concrete. A pleasant breeze turned to sudden cold. It was desolate and familiar. I'd walked up that driveway 1,000 times. I was home. I called out to my fiancé, and he heard me. And through the gunshot, the stab wounds, and the bruises, a single soothing balm remained. I managed to say my thought out loud. "I got your message." I'd been gone for days. I just walked out of the house and disappeared. No one had seen or heard it. I'd just gone. They'd been looking for me. I tried keeping up with the others from the hospital. Most were dead. The baker had burned to death in her bed. Kim had been shot. Others fell asleep behind the wheel and destroyed themselves. But it didn't read as mysterious deaths brought on by mysterious circumstances. It was all just the way these things happen. People die in fires and cars every day. I didn't have an answer. But when they asked who shot me, I told them someone came out of the fog. It was half-truth at least. Jay, on the other hand, was still missing. If I were to guess, he's still on Costa Rosa, living his best life. That video of me on the beach of Costa Rosa is still out there. It's real. You can see the fog and the pink sands. I've seen some bot networks copy and paste parts of it in some kind of AI-generated compilation crap. But the hashtag is gone. The promos too. I think our sponsors scraped the SEO clean from the web. I've gone back to get a master's degree since then. If this has taught me anything, it's that I'm a good listener, and I should do something with that. But you won't see me in the comments anytime soon. I've gotten married. My wounds have healed. But it still stings whenever I see someone mention those I used to work with. I see their faces in thumbnails sometimes, adorning things like top 50 social media celebrity deaths and other morbid crap. I think those pink beaches are still out there somewhere, and the bioluminescent waterfall. But honestly, I've started to forget what it felt like. Maybe that's a price you pay when you turn your back on Costa Rosa. You start to forget. That's partly why I wanted to write this down. But I suppose if there's anything I've learned and will remember forever, it's this. If you're in a business of lies, you can't expect good things to come true. Hi everyone, thanks for listening. This story was written by Saturdead from Reddit. If you liked it, please give it a like and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. I've even got a full playlist dedicated to Saturdead's work, so if you want more like this, it's all waiting there. I really enjoyed narrating this one. It's important to stay true to yourself. In life, as a creator, when I started this channel, I was absolutely terrified of you hearing my shitty voice. I decided that I was probably going to use AI to narrate my stories, but that wouldn't have been genuine, and it wouldn't have been me putting in the work. So, for better or worse, I did it myself. It takes a while. I record and re-record several thousand million times because my accent can be heavy and I pronounce words silly. But it's important that you hear that I'm doing it and not a computer. So be yourself. Even if your voice shakes, you'll probably not end up on a murder beach if you don't, but even still, it's the best way to live. And here's a useless fun fact for you. About 10 years ago, I was set up on a date, and my sister came round to help me get dressed because I'm useless and always wear black. And she said to me, "Right then, off you go, and if I have to give you one piece of advice, do not be yourself." And I said, "Why?" And she said, "Because you're fucking crazy." So I walked down to meet this bloke, and I thought to myself, I can pretend to be someone different. But then what happens if we get together, and he falls in love with the pretend me? So I didn't. I was myself. I stuttered and stumbled and said stupid things, and we've been together for 10 years now. And we've just had our 8th wedding anniversary. So it does pay to be yourself. For the right person. Good night. Every now and then you get that snap picture of just how small the world really is. It's one of those times when you're halfway across the world and recognize a guy from the gym, or you spot your childhood crush ahead of you in the line at the DMV. I've moved a lot and lived a lot, and these things happen to me every now and then. So when it does happen, I don't always think much of it. Until not too long ago, I lived in a small townhouse. I worked as a shift manager at a component factory in northern Pennsylvania, not too far from Pittsburgh. It wasn't anything fancy, mostly compartments and storage for snowmobiles and tractors. Honest work, but it took quite the drive to get there, almost 50 minutes by car, one way. But I had a great place. It wasn't big space-wise, but there was a great open floor plan that made the place feel 3 times bigger than it actually was. 2 floors, 2 bathrooms, 2 bedrooms, and a living room with an adjoining kitchenette. Perfect for a bachelor or a small family. The only problem was the bedroom door, which could jam if I closed it too hard. I was coming back from a bad breakup. My ex and I had been talking about moving in together, but we just couldn't make it work. She had these anxieties that kept her from really committing, and she ended up second-guessing herself to the point where I was no longer a part of the conversation. After a while, we simply had to accept that she had no idea what she wanted, but she wasn't in a place to be with me either way. I accepted a transfer up north, along with the promotion, and wished her the best. I'd been living up there for about a year when, one morning, I noticed someone moving in across the street. It was nice not to be the newest guy on the block anymore. I only saw glimpses of the owner. There was a woman standing outside on the lawn, pointing at 2 movers and trying to direct them, with a voice that could barely be heard outside her own head. It was like watching someone trying to tow a car with a rubber band. By the time I got back home that night, there was still furniture on her lawn. I decided to be the good neighbour and head over, see if she needed any help. She was doing her best to tip and angle a 3-seat couch by the time I got there. She wasn't making it through the door on her own. I waved at her. "Excuse me," I said. "You need any help?" "It's fine," she said. "Thank you, really." "You sure?" "Looks like you need to angle it and pull sideways. That's a rough one-man job." She rolled her eyes and let out a sigh. She nodded in quiet resignation, and less than a minute later, the couch was on its way through the living room. It's always a bit eerie to move into a new place. Everything looks so barren that you can hardly imagine it being a space where people lived and breathed and laughed. For the time being, this woman's life was all boxes and bare floors. Every step echoed off the walls. I helped her with a couple of boxes before she let her guard down. She had this short brown hair that sort of clung to her sweaty face, and these deep pockets under her eyes. I could tell she hadn't been sleeping a lot. There was a shake in her hands that showed she'd either been skipping meals or was deathly nervous. After carrying in some of her kitchenware, she stopped me at the door and forced a smile. "Sorry," she said. "I'm Julie." I introduced myself, shaking her hand. She was definitely trembling. "The movers screwed you, huh?" "Yeah, they were only paid to dump it all on my lawn, it seems." "Sorry to hear that. Looks like you're almost done, though." "Yeah, but the unpacking's gonna take a couple days, but it's nice to get settled." There was something about her voice that seemed familiar. An accent. It reminded me of my own. Then it just kinda clicked. I knew this woman. Julie and I had gone to the same school. I hadn't recognized her. She used to be the tallest girl in class. Then she'd just sort of stopped growing, while the others kept going, making her the shortest girl in class over the course of about 2 years. Now that I thought about it, it had to be her. It was obvious. I'd had enough of a crush on her not to forget that face anytime soon. The moment I recognized her, it was like she recognized me in turn. She let out a huff and looked me up and down. "I can't believe it," she laughed. "What are the odds? Julie, you wanted to be a teacher, right?" "Yup," she nodded, "and I am." "And you had these apple earrings," I said, gesturing. They were the size of golf balls. She couldn't hold back a snort and stepped away, crossing her arms. "You went out with James," I added. "Man, haven't seen him in years." Her smile froze in place. She nodded, rubbing her shoulder in a self-hug. I noticed she had a wedding ring. "Yeah," she said. "Good times." She excused herself and thanked me for the help. She offered me a 20 for the trouble, but I waved it off. She insisted, but I'd made my mind up. She ushered me out the door. "I gotta check on Danny," she said. She'd been awfully quiet. "You got a kid in there?" "Yeah, my girl Danny." She smiled. 4 years old. She's in her room. She's had a rough day. "Well, tell her I said welcome to the neighborhood, and feel free to drop by sometime." "I'll do that." I wandered off, only to stop halfway across the lawn. I looked back, only to see her still leaning against the doorway. "You still got those apple earrings?" I asked. "No," she said, shaking her head. "Times change." It was a stupid question, but I couldn't help myself. I waved goodbye, and that was that. I caught myself glancing out the living room window a couple of times before I headed to bed that night. I could see Julie in her window, putting up decorations. A couple of framed pictures, curtains, a couple of lamps and candles, and finally, a pot housing a tall, blue sunflower. Unusual. I'd had a huge crush on Julie in high school. I'd thought about asking her to prom, but James got there first. I ended up going with Margie H., who was more interested in using me as a dress-up doll rather than a boyfriend. There was a lot of "do this, it's cute," and "don't do that, it looks weird." She ended up spending most of the night with her friends across the room. James and Julie, on the other hand, only had eyes for each other, slow dancing under the disco ball to all the greatest hits of the 90s. But there seemed to be no James around anymore. Perhaps it was just like she'd said, times change. But looking back at that night, I couldn't imagine the two of them apart. Not for a moment. I tried not to bother Julie and her daughter for a couple of days. I thought about heading over to say hi someday, but I figured they needed some time to get settled. I was probably overthinking it, but I didn't want to give a bad impression right off the bat. It's one thing to be helpful. It's another thing entirely to be creepy about it. And you don't want to mess things up with someone you're going to see across the street for years, maybe decades to come. I wondered about her daughter, Danny. I was yet to actually see her. I had to leave for work so early that I'd never duly take her to daycare. And by the time I got off work, they'd already come back home. Julie wasn't letting her play in the front yard. Then again, maybe that was by design. You don't want your 4-year-old to run amok near a busy road. So I tried to keep my curious eyes to myself and focus on my own life. But after months of empty inboxes and being ghosted on apps, you start to cling to whatever light in the dark you can spot. And I couldn't help but to think that maybe a light had moved in just across the street. One day, as I came home and browsed my mail, I noticed a letter addressed to Julie. She had a different last name. It took me a while to connect the dots. She had James' last name. Given how she had a wedding ring, I couldn't help but consider that maybe they were still together. Either way, I had a misplaced letter to deliver. I made my way across the road and knocked. Julie opened, holding a phone to her ear, talking to someone. I handed her the letter in silence, and she rolled her eyes apologetically at me. She wasn't in a very enthusing conversation on her phone, apparently. She mouthed, "Thank you," back at me. As I turned to leave, she put her phone down for a second. "Hey, would you mind helping me with something?" I turned to her, raising an eyebrow. "I need some help with Danny's room. I'm useless with electronics." "I'll give it a go, sure." "Thank you so much. Drop by tomorrow around 7 if you can, alright?" "Tomorrow, 7. Got it." She put her phone back to her ear and waved goodbye. I just stood there for a couple of seconds trying to catch a glimpse of her through the window, but the only thing I could see was that blue sunflower of hers. The thing was tall, and it always seemed to be turned your way, no matter where you looked. It was downright creepy. The next day I went over to see Julie. My heart was thumping away in my chest a little harder than usual. I was trying to keep it cool and not get my hopes up, but there's something about an old crush that just taps at your heartstrings. I knocked on the door, peeking at the window. The sunflower was still there, and I could have sworn it was still turned towards me, even as I stood by the front door. Julie opened the door with a tired smile. She had this pink blouse with white lilies and a pair of slightly too big jeans. She had some makeup on, I noticed. "Just got back from work," she said. "Come on in." She'd done a lot to the place. Pictures of her and James on the wall. All carpets were out. Birthday cards on the fridge. Guest towels in the downstairs bathroom. She'd put in some work. "You've been busy," I said. "Is Danny doing okay?" "Oh yeah, better than me, that's for sure." I looked over the wall of framed pictures. Julie and James at the Grand Canyon. Julie and James dressed up for Halloween. Julie and James at their wedding. James' light hair was a nice contrast to Julie's dark mahogany. "I don't see any pictures of Danny." "There used to be plenty," Julie said. "These are the only ones we could keep." "Sorry to hear that." I looked at Julie, who nodded her head matter-of-factly. I could tell I'd struck a nerve. She showed me upstairs and to the left. She was yet to put up any lights, so the corridor was a bit darker. There were these big yellow letters on the wall leading up to Danny's room. She must have painted them by hand. "Little Lady Sunflower," I read out loud. I call her that all the time. The first time I said it, I had this cold, so it came out as little, not little, and it just kind of stuck. Now that's cute. Well, the little lady is with her aunt tonight, so she won't mind us stomping into her holy kingdom. Danny's room was as classically girly as girly things get. A well-made pink bed, pink curtains with white stripes, toys and dolls and stuffed animals, picture books with horses and nature and cute animals. It was all very neat, though. Either Danny was the most organised 4-year-old in the world, or Julie had taken some time to clean up before I got there. There were a lot of little things to go through. Julie needed help running an Ethernet cable along the wall. It took some time to set up, but it felt nice doing something with my hands. Then she had me change a couple of lights that she couldn't reach. I didn't ask her about it, but I found it strange that she wanted UV lights in her kid's bedroom. Julie brought out a couple of boxes, the final items on the agenda. Cameras. "It's just been me and Danny for a while now," she explained. "I get nervous." "Hey, you're the parent. Ain't no shame in being careful. I'm glad you understand." She had me set up 2 cameras in the bedroom, one overlooking the hallway and one overlooking the bedroom window. I helped her set up the Wi-Fi and showed her how to access the feed and recordings. It was simple stuff, but not very high quality. Having helped her out, she made me coffee and sat down to have a chat in the kitchen. We talked about old friends and memories, reminiscing about the times we'd talked as kids. But I could tell she was holding something back. Every now and then, she would completely shut the conversation down, instead focusing on the cup she cradled between her hands. Then, after a sip or 2, she changed the subject. Finally, I just had to ask. "I'm sorry to bring this up, but I gotta ask about James," I said. "I see him on the pictures, and you're wearing the ring." Oh. She snapped to attention, shaking her head. "Right, of course. I'm sorry. I thought everyone heard about the fire." I was halfway through an apology when she shushed me. "No, it's fine, really. It's been months." She told me about the fire. They'd lost their home some time ago. This was the reason she didn't have that many things to put on the walls. Most of it was lost, along with James himself. "I didn't even know he was still in the house," Julie said, trying to keep a brave face. "I thought he was in the backyard, waving in the firefighters. I was out front with Danny." "I'm so sorry, Julie. Feels strange to say it out loud. But that's what happened. It's gotta be tough on Danny. Poor thing." Julie put her hand on mine and took a deep breath. "Thank you," she said. "You've been a great help." "That's what old friends are for." "Right," she smiled. "Friends." We said our goodbyes, and I watched her close the front door. I could hear her wander back upstairs. It was dark outside, only briefly interrupted by the occasional passing car. People coming and going, paying no attention to the love-struck man gawking at the widow's front door. I snapped out of it, giving it one last look before I called it a night. The blue sunflower was still there, in the window. I couldn't help but to wonder. Out of all the things she managed to save from that house, why did she save a houseplant? Her own husband hadn't made it out. How come the flower did? As I walked back across the street, a curious thought struck me. The camera that was angled at the window could probably see across the street. She could see me right now. Why do you need a camera for the second floor window anyway? Especially for a window that can't be opened. Wouldn't it be better to have one by the front door? Over the next few days, I met Julie a couple of times. I came over with a bottle of red wine as a late housewarming gift, and she came over with some leftovers. She made this mouth-watering sausage stroganoff that kept your stomach warm all day. She also made her own snacks, like peanuts and sunflower seeds, lightly salted and honey roasted to perfection. After a few weeks, it was rare for me to go a full day without seeing her. And yet, I hadn't met her daughter. Danny was always busy with something. Sleepover at a friend's house, staying with her aunt across town, going to bed early. There was always something, and I was yet to see a picture of her. I asked Julie if she could show me her phone once, and she promised she would. But she would change the subject and forget shortly after. But it was hard to be suspicious, and even harder to care. Julie was getting comfortable in that house, and it showed. There was a glow coming back to her. One day after work, there was a knock on the door, a longer one than usual, slower. Julie was standing there with one of my phone bills. The mailman had messed up again, and I reminded myself that I had to have a chat with them about it. Then again, I didn't mind the inconvenience of having Julie over every now and then. At first, I thought she was just coming over in a rush, but there was something to her demeanour that was different. She crossed her arms, but she wasn't reserved. It looked casual. "Did you enjoy the snacks I brought?" she asked. "Danny loves the roasted ones. I'm a sucker for salty stuff." "What about sweets?" I thought about it, nodding as I made a mental list. "Depends on the sweet." She grinned at me. "I'm kinda sweet." It didn't take much more than a wink and a giggle for us to end up kissing. We made out on the couch as I fumbled for the remote control. I couldn't get in the mood with a Judge Judy rerun going ooh and ah in the background. Finally, as we made ourselves comfortable, I could let my heart go. Julie had this wonderful lavender shampoo that filled my senses, but there was something strange about her kisses. They had an almost chemical taste to them, like a tinge of ammonia. Maybe she just had a weird toothpaste. Somewhere in the awkward fumble of eager hands and skin touching skin, a whisper reached the back of my ear. "I've missed you," she mumbled. "I've missed you so much." I didn't know what to make of it. I think I tried to rationalize it as her wanting to be with me for a while, or perhaps she really enjoyed our time back in high school. Then, another whisper. "I've missed you, James." There was an awkward pause. We tried to laugh it off. She shook her head, taking a deep breath. She tasted the words for a second and leaned in close. "Danny is with her grandma." I expected her to say something. Excuse herself, perhaps. But there was a trauma there, and we were both consenting adults. Mistakes were bound to happen. One thing would lead to another, and Julie didn't go home that night. I don't blame myself. I was lonely and stupid. Even before she moved in across the street, Julie had always been a bit of a girl next door in my mind. In one way, this was a dream coming true. But in another way, it just felt wrong. Nothing we did that night felt as true and honest as that one mistake she'd whispered into my ear. "I've missed you, James." The next morning, I woke up in a daze. It felt like I'd had too much to drink, but without the headache. The world felt draped in cellophane. I woke up in my room, alone. Julie was lucky she got out of the bedroom at all. I'd slammed that door pretty hard, and the lock was finicky. Maybe she had a knack for it. I could hear noises coming from downstairs, so I threw on some boxers and a bathrobe and wandered into the hall. I could hear Julie as she moved around some plates and glasses, and she was singing this tune, like something from a commercial. "You're my friend, I'll sing your tune. Setting sun to rising moon. I ask you, buddy, buddy blue, won't you be a sunflower too?" It was strange. I'd never heard that song before, and yet I knew the lyrics. I wandered down the stairs as Julie waved me to the table. She'd made grilled cheese sandwiches. I sat down by the table as she gave me a peck on the cheek. She handed me a plate and sat down next to me, cheerful as ever. "I made your favourite," she said. I didn't know this was my favourite. I smiled back. "Haven't tried it yet." I picked it up and held it. Then, something cold ran down my spine. These weren't my plates, and these weren't my glasses. She'd served orange juice, but I didn't have any in my fridge. This wasn't my kitchen. These weren't my windows. Not my chairs, not my tablecloth, not my house. Julie looked different. My hands looked different, and as I was about to take a bite, this escalating pulse deafened me in my right ear, as a radiating warmth burst through in waves. My heart was terrified, long before my mind was. And as my instincts screamed at me to run, I instead turned to my right, to the third chair at the dinner table. A voice spoke to me. It cut through the cellophane of my mind. It wasn't loud, but it enveloped my ears. The vibration didn't come through sound, but through a pulsating warmth rattling my inner ear. a droning creak, more clicking than voice, like someone smacking their lips and tongue into clicking little words. "It's your favourite, Daddy." I dropped my plate. I was sitting in my kitchen, alone. No Julie, no one to my right. Just my dinner table, across the room from my kitchenette. The clock on my wall showed that I had another 40 minutes before I had to go to work. I couldn't hear anything. It was like my ears had popped from pressure, and no matter how much I squirmed and turned, it didn't pop back. I put my finger in my ear and felt a blockage. I turned my head to the right and scratched, only to sense this mounting pressure on my eardrum. I had to resort to using a toothpick to open my ear up. When I did, dirt poured out of my ear canal and onto the dinner table. It was a lot. I sat there for a moment, catching my breath. Julie had left a sticky note on the front door. "Had to get up for Danny," it read. "Talk soon." She'd signed it with a little heart. I washed my ears, had a quick shower, and got ready for work. On my way out, I noticed the mailman. I was halfway to my car when I turned to him. "Excuse me," I said. "Can you make sure you don't mix up our letters again?" "Mix up who?" he called back. "Me and the neighbour. I keep getting hers. I've been doing these rounds 12 years. I ain't about to mess them up now." "Well, you did. Several times." He laughed, shaking his head. "I don't think I did." That whole day passed in slow motion. I had to stop a couple of times just to sit down. I'd get this pressure in my ears, like I was free diving at an uncomfortable depth. Sometimes I'd get these white flashes, like I was standing somewhere too bright. Little stings and burns, giving me the semblance of ticks and twitches. I forgot to bring my lunch, but one of the guys could tell I was having a rough day. He offered me a turkey sandwich. As I went to get it from the fridge, that pressure started to build in my ear again. But this time, as it swallowed my sense, a voice came through. "Mom made your favourite." I turned to see the break room table covered in plant dirt with little green sprouts. Something bulbous moved just beneath the surface. "Mom made your favourite." I held a fistful of sunflower seeds. The sprouts on the table were growing so fast they resembled spasming tadpoles, reaching for the fluorescent lights. And the bulbous growth kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. "Mom made your favourite." My fingers cramped so bad my nails dug into the meat of my hand. Blood mixed with the mush of a turkey sandwich between my fingers. I fell to my knees trying to force my fingers open, but it didn't work. 2 guys came running, trying to help me straighten my arm hand. They couldn't do it without risk of breaking my wrist, so they had to sit there with me and wait for a paramedic to come. It took a shot of muscle relaxant to get it loose. They had me scheduled for a doctor's appointment. I was sent home early that day. I hadn't taken a sick day since I started, so they could tell this wasn't normal. Things looked different driving home in the middle of the day. You never see the sun like that usually. There are different sounds, different cars on the road. Makes it all feel unreal, like a bad dream. Coming home, I headed straight for the bed. By the time I woke up, it was dark outside. Walking downstairs, I noticed a letter by the door. I must have missed it. There was a post-it attached. "You didn't hear me knock," it read. "Just wanted to drop this off." I picked up the letter. Just a phone bill. Strange though. Would the mailman really make that kind of mistake after I specifically reminded him? Did he do it out of spite? No, that didn't seem right. I had a curious thought. When I helped Julie set up the camera in her daughter's bedroom, she'd given me access to her Wi-Fi. I'd also set up the password. I had no intention of spying on her, but if one of the cameras caught the view of the mailman, I could see if he really messed up that bad, or if he'd done this to mess with me. The feed reset every 48 hours or so there'd be plenty of time to check. I sat down with my laptop. I had to find just the right spot at the edge of the living room, but I managed to get a weak signal of her Wi-Fi. I typed in the password, connected to the camera, and rolled back the footage. I felt a bit bad about doing it, but there was no way she'd know. Sometimes we do things behind closed doors that we're not proud of. I checked the feed from earlier that day. I saw Julie leaving my house in the morning. I saw myself walking out, heading off to work, having a quick conversation with the mailman. I then saw him watch my car roll out of the driveway and walk up to my house, dropping a letter through the door. That couldn't be right. I kept watching. Julie came back out of her house holding the pot with her blue sunflower. She put something into my front door, and it swung wide open. She grabbed the letter, looked inside, and then entered. According to the feed, she was inside my house for over an hour. She came back out, still holding the pot with the blue sunflower. She hurried across the road and back into her house. A few minutes later, I saw her inside her daughter's bedroom, still holding the plant. I could only see her in the corner of the feed, caring for the plant, watering it, tending to its leaves. Then she turned on the UV lights. I fast-forwarded. Slowly, I could see the sunflower turn, not towards the sun, but towards the camera. There was a knock on the door. I shut my laptop and got up off the floor. I peeked out through a window, only to see a strand of dark mahogany hair. Julie. The next second, I was opening the door. I hadn't planned on doing it, but I did. Everything looked brighter. Long day? I asked. I hadn't said that. Not with my voice. Julie walked through the door with a tired smile. She gave me a peck on the cheek. I hate being a temp, she said. Claire won't stop bugging me. She'll come around, I said. She seems like one of the good ones. I didn't know what I was saying. I didn't know any Claire. We sat down by the dinner table. I don't remember making pancakes, but they were on the stove. I plated and served them with a spoon of ice cream and some raspberry jam as Julie told me about her day. She talked about going to see people this weekend, about making plans with her parents. And after dinner, she kissed me. But not like she'd kissed me earlier. This was a real kiss. Like she'd held back the love. I love you, she whispered as she pressed her forehead against my shoulder. I looked up, catching a glimpse of my reflection in the kitchen window. My hair looked brighter. James! I gasped for air as the front door swung open. I was wearing my bathrobe. It was dark. Julie looked at me, her eyes wide. Took you long enough, she smiled. Did you get your letter? Yeah, I said. Thanks. No worries. You okay? You look a little pale. I don't know, I said. I don't know what's going on. You want me to come in? I can make you some. No, I answered before my brain could register what I was saying. Julie gasped, like I'd struck her. I could feel something bubbling in my chest as my heart raced. I want to see Danny, I said. Can I see her? Sorry, Julie said. She's at her friend's house. I don't think she is. Julie's wounded expression melted into a mild amusement, like I was playing a joke on her. I'm sorry. I don't think she's at her friend's house, I repeated. And I don't think she's with her aunt or grandmother. And frankly, I don't think the mailman keeps messing up our letters. What's with the tone? She asked. Did I do something wrong? Did you? Our eyes stayed locked for a couple of seconds. Then, something changed. You want to see her? She asked. Fine, I'll get her. She stormed off across the street. My heart sank as I watched her pick the blue sunflower from her window and head my way, cradling it in her arms. I slammed the door shut and backed away from the door. Seconds later, something metallic rattled into the lock, and the door swung open. She really was good with locks. Here she is, Julie said, cradling the pot. Don't you recognize her? Don't you recognize your daughter, James? I'm not James. I can't believe it's taking you this long. She walked inside and slammed the door shut. She put the pot on the floor. I backed away. As I did, she started humming that tune again. That melody. You're my friend. I'll sing your tune. Setting sun to rising moon. I ask you, buddy. Buddy Blue. Won't you be a sunflower too? Something ruptured in my head. My right eye went red and blind as a stream of blood poured out of my nose, burning my senses with a sting of copper. I closed my eyes, only for an unnatural vision to come out of the dark. How I backed away from Julie, in another place, in another house. Memory of a voice, but not my own, speaking from inside my mind. It's not a child, Julie. We can't keep living like this. She's yours, James. Everything that stands between you and this family is you. I want to be a father, not a fucking gardener. Flashes of pain. Memories of tears stinging behind my eyes. Late night talks. Checking the bathroom trash to see if she was still throwing up sunflower seeds. I was back home, making my way up the stairs. Julie was downstairs. The pot was still on the floor. Then, as I closed my eyes, I was somewhere else. I was a little bit taller, and my reflection had a lighter complexion, brighter hair. There were pictures on the walls, pictures of James and Julie, and a lot more. And in more than half of them, she's cradling her blue sunflower. What are you going to do, James? An echo yelled from downstairs. Are we going to keep living like this? I'm not doing this. I want more kids, she screeched back. She needs a sister, a brother, and right now she needs a father. It's not a child, Julie. It's a fucking weed. I birthed her. Blinding light, an operating room, holding Julie's sweaty hand as her nails dug into my skin. A terrified nurse falls to her knees. Her hands are covered in dirt and blood. A doctor holds what looks like a blue walnut. It fits in the palm of his hand. It has a pulse. I scream until my lungs ache. But Julie smiles. 100 nights of smashing pots and throwing that fucking plant in the garbage. Only for it to come back brighter, stronger, bigger in the morning. Every touch and kiss from Julie came with that one nagging thought that she was just using me to bring more of them into the world. Every whisper of venom, cutting through my heart, until one day when I stand alone in our bedroom with a lit match. It smells of gasoline. You'll come back, Julie says from across the hall. She'll bring you back. And I don't care. My eyes open. I'm crawling down the hall. I hear Julie walking around downstairs. Danny had me feed you a ton of this stuff, she called from the kitchen. I thought you'd be James by now. I looked down at an empty corridor. My legs hurt. I was warm, like an invisible fire choked the air. My hands looked different. Were they even mine? There was a sound coming from the stairs as something moved. The flower pot tipped up from the top step. The blue sunflower swayed a little. In little stretches, it came down the hall, moving on its own. And from the bottom of the pot, something stirred. She'd cut out the bottom of the pot, allowing something to reach out. The moonlight burned the image into my mind as I saw the pallid arm of a 4-year-old child pulling its way towards me. It came closer. As I blinked, I saw the flames spread around me as a vision of Julie looked at me from across the hall, shushing the blue sunflower like an upset child. I blinked again. The pot was closer. The sunflower was just outside my bedroom door. The deep navy blue of its petals rattled with excitement as white, dirt-covered, grub-like fingers pressed into the floor, pulling itself forward. I was burning, and I was not. But I did exactly what James had done on that fateful day. Despite the fire, the pain, and the uncertainty, I kicked the door closed. It slammed shut with a bang. Something touched the knob, but it didn't budge. The lock had jammed. Something pounded on the door, louder and louder, but it wouldn't budge. I blinked. "Then go ahead and burn," Julie cried out. "Burn, James. She'll bring you back to me, and it all starts over again." I blinked. The memory sounded different in my mind. I know what she'd said, but I remembered it differently, like I'd heard 2 voices at once. "Then go ahead and hide," Julie cried out. "Hide! She'll bring him to me no matter what you do." I had to do something drastic, but I was stuck. The window didn't open. In that burning space in my mind, I heard the windows crack and break as the pressure from the fire burned my retinas shut. And in this place and time, I wrapped my hand in my bathrobe and smashed my bedroom window. 2 cracks in the glass echoed behind my ears. Without shoes, or a shirt, or a plan, I tumbled out the broken window, and in another world, a part of me still burned to the sound of Julie humming that one tune over and over and over. I landed